Hey everyone, welcome to all the new faces around here. I notice most of you haven't subscribed yet. If you're into creepy stories, go ahead and subscribe right now. It's free and it supports the channel a lot. Huge thanks to those already in the creepy crew. Not all stories are fiction, and not every voice should be heard after midnight. There are whispers buried in the static, shadows that move when no one's watching, truths that were never meant to surface. But here, on Daily Story, we bring them to light, from haunted gas stations to lost tapes found deep in the forest, from cursed objects to encounters no one dares talk about. These aren't just stories. They're warnings, so turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and whatever you do, don't listen alone. Now, let's begin.
When all of this began, I was just shy of my 23rd birthday. I want to make clear that I was a completely different person back then. Over time, I've become less hard-headed. When I was 22, I met a man on the internet. Let's just call him Guy. He was 40 when we first started chatting. I didn't realize at the time that someone his age could be as different as he was. I used to think he was pretty cool, and we quickly became close friends. That's how I felt, at least. He was a good listener and would tell me all sorts of random tales. The way he expressed himself was always a bit odd. His way of talking was as if we were in a live-action game of Dungeons and Dragons. We messaged each other every day. Back then, I was dating someone, and this guy even became friends with my boyfriend. Then, for about a year, we stopped communicating. One day, out of the blue, he sent me a text. He said he'd lost all his contacts except for mine, for some reason. He sent me a picture of my contact details on his phone. It was a photo I had previously sent him, but I didn't think much of it then. Our friendship seemed to pick up right where it left off. He was going through a divorce at the time, and I was his shoulder to lean on. That's how he put it. He stated that there were certain boundaries he didn't want to cross, and so we started having regular phone chats. He began to hint that he wanted my help in spying on his soon-to-be ex-wife, since she wouldn't recognize me. He was overly eager to find out who she was living with. This was the first warning sign that I actually acknowledged as such. Someone warned me that he was a bit off and that I should avoid him. But what did I do? I kept talking to the guy, despite being told not to. Again, he mentioned the boundaries that he didn't want to cross. The second warning sign was related to religion, Scientology. He never tried to make me join, but he always wanted me to accompany him for moral support during audits and the like. I always turned him down. Once again, my friend warned me to stay clear of him, but I didn't pay heed. Soon, Guy wanted to meet in person. I tried to decline as diplomatically as I could, making up reasons like being busy. Eventually, however, I caved and sent him my location. I need to emphasize again that he claimed we were just friends, and there were boundaries he wouldn't cross. I agreed to this, but unlike him, I actually meant it. He turned up at my place on his scooter. I'm a fairly tall woman at 5'7", and this man, now 42, was a whole foot shorter than me. The first thing he did was forcefully kiss me. When I managed to get free from this unwanted kiss, he studied my face and commented, "I just wanted to make sure you were real," as if my presence in the driveway wasn't proof enough. I felt really uncomfortable, but since I was at my parents' house, I felt safe enough. He tried to convince me to ride on his scooter with him, but I repeatedly declined. Then, my little sister, who was 17 at the time, came outside. He immediately befriended her and convinced her to go for a ride. She agreed, so he took her around the neighborhood and brought her back. At this point, I decided it was time for him to leave. We still maintained contact, but he started to become very controlling, despite the fact that I was still dating someone else. Then he began asking for my younger sister's phone number, discussing what he'd like to do with both of us. I really wanted to cut contact with him, but by then I was too afraid since I had given him my address, and he knew where my younger sister lived. Finally, after he had bombarded my phone with messages for days, with me responding perhaps every 20th text, I finally blocked him. Then he started texting my boyfriend, asking about my whereabouts. He was insisting on getting my little sister's number, even claiming that I had agreed to give it to him, which was an outright lie. With the messaging app I was using, if you blocked someone, you could still see the messages they sent, but they didn't trigger notifications and didn't show up in your regular text inbox. He sent me 2 lengthy messages, one in English and the other in Spanish, each spanning about 15 pages. He continued to spam my phone and that of my then boyfriend for months on end. Finally, he just vanished. I'm now 28, and fortunately I haven't heard from him since. I've definitely learned that red flags are there for a reason, and if your instincts tell you to keep your distance, you should listen. In early 2017, I was using a couple of popular dating apps, but I was mainly focusing on Tinder. After going through a string of average dates, I was almost ready to quit. But then I matched with someone who seemed promising. Her name was Lila. Her profile instantly grabbed my attention, and I really hoped we'd match when I swiped right on her. She seemed like a fun and interesting individual based on her profile. To my surprise, we matched. Our chat started off pretty smoothly, and it seemed like we had a lot in common. We were really connecting. We agreed to meet for our first date at a nearby park, where we could decide what to do next. On the day of our date, I sent her a message to make sure we were still on. She replied immediately, confirming that she would meet me there at 7:30 p.m. The meeting spot was the large gate at the park's entrance. I arrived there, looking around the crowd, hoping to see Lila. Just when I was about to text her, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Lila asking to meet at a different location, a few blocks away. It was an ordinary street corner. I wondered why she would want to meet there instead of coming to the park. But I agreed and started walking. It was only a few minutes away. As I moved towards the new spot, excitement was building up within me. I wasn't bothered by the change in plan, assuming she had found a better place to meet. But as soon as I arrived at the corner where we were supposed to meet, I received another text from Lila. She wanted to meet at yet another location, this time even farther. Even though it was a bit inconvenient, I wanted to meet her badly. So I agreed and headed to the new location. But when I reached the third location, a strange feeling came over me. It was essentially an alley sandwiched between 2 apartment buildings. There weren't any people around as far as I could see. That place had a dangerous vibe to it. My gut was telling me something was off, but curiosity got the better of me, and I kept exploring. At this point, I was doubtful if Lila was even real, but I couldn't let go of the hope that she was. I know, not a smart move. Out of nowhere, I noticed 2 guys walking toward me. They were dressed in dark clothes, jeans, and black hoodies. They were also sporting surgical masks and sunglasses. I attempted to flee the other way, but there was another big guy approaching from that direction, effectively trapping me in the alley. He was dressed similarly to the other 2, just more imposing. I looked around for an escape route. The only way out seemed to be a door on one of the buildings, but it was locked. I desperately rattled the doorknob for a few moments before turning around. I was surrounded. The 3 guys stood motionless in front of me. Then one of them spoke. "We're Lila. Hand over your wallet and phone." Tears welled up in my eyes and I felt so foolish. Despite knowing something was off, I walked right into their trap. I didn't try to negotiate. I simply handed over my wallet and phone. Before leaving, one of them threatened me, saying they would kill me if I reported them to the police. I believed him. After they left, I cautiously returned to the main street. It was already dark. I scanned the area, making sure those guys weren't nearby. The last thing I wanted was to encounter them again. When I was sure they were gone, I slowly walked home, constantly looking over my shoulder. Back at home, I considered contacting the police, but the threat made by one of those guys really terrified me. I was also filled with embarrassment. I wanted to forget the whole incident and move on. In hindsight, I realize I should have reported the incident to warn others. But I didn't. In fact, I never shared this incident with anyone until now. It's a relief to finally let it all out. When I was younger, I used to spend a lot of time on dating apps. Luckily, I don't need them now. I actually met my wife on OkCupid, but this story is about a not-so-great encounter I had on Tinder. This happened about 5 years ago. I was on the lookout for love, or at least something that felt real and significant. One lucky night, I was going through Tinder profiles and I matched with a girl. Her name was Lisa, and her profile was quite fascinating. She had actually taken the time to fill out her profile, which I really liked. The pictures on her profile were also good, but they weren't unrealistically perfect like some profiles I'd seen. It seemed like a lot of profiles were fake. I bet it's worse now, but it was still a problem back then. I initiated the conversation and we exchanged some messages. We seemed to get along well from the start. Lisa seemed smart, funny, and she liked a lot of the same things I did. We hit it off and decided to meet up. She suggested a local pub in our city. It was quite a ways away from my place, but I agreed anyway. The day came and I went to the pub, feeling a bit anxious. She was a blonde with green eyes. I looked around the room trying to spot her amongst the few people there. As I turned around, there she was at the door. She looked exactly like her profile pictures. I walked over to her with a smile. She smiled back, and we got a table and ordered some drinks. We chatted effortlessly, and it felt like we had a real connection. It felt like we'd known each other for a while. I was quite excited that the date was going so well. Time flew as we laughed, talked, and exchanged stories. After about an hour, Lisa suggested we head to her place to continue our date. I was surprised. I've never been one to go to someone's place on the first date, but I couldn't say no, so I agreed. We left the pub and started walking. She said her apartment was just a 10-minute walk away. When we got to her apartment, I noticed that the building was unusually quiet. It was an old building, probably from the 70s. The corridors smelled musty, and it seemed like more than half of the lights weren't working. The walls were stained, and the hallway carpet was worn out in the middle. There were several big holes in the carpet, too. The situation was a bit unnerving, but I couldn't fault Lisa for it. City rent can be a nightmare, and many buildings are not up to par. To be fair, my own apartment wasn't much better back then. With this thought, I followed her into the apartment, hoping it wasn't a big deal. As soon as we stepped inside, I could detect a faint smell that was hard to identify. It was different from the hallway's scent. I assumed she had pets. Perhaps she had a cat, and its litter box needed changing. The smell was a bit off-putting, but it wasn't terrible enough to make me leave. Lisa and I settled on her living room couch. We opened a bottle of wine and continued our conversation. Nothing significant occurred initially, but about 30 minutes in, the door opened. I figured it was a roommate or something. She hadn't mentioned if she lived alone. A few moments later, a tall man appeared before us. He looked mad. He was about my age but was a towering 6'4" with a long brown beard and a backwards baseball cap. It didn't take much to figure out who he was. I immediately knew he was her boyfriend. I glanced at Lisa, and she was in tears. When I looked back at the guy, he was shouting at me to get out. I didn't hang around. I hurriedly put on my shoes and headed towards the door. I was out of there in less than 10 seconds. I practically sprinted down the corridor and out of the building, looking over my shoulder every now and then. Luckily, no one was following. I caught a bus home, still rattled from the adrenaline rush. I couldn't believe what had just transpired. It seemed like Lisa was trying to use me to either get back at her boyfriend or make him jealous. She must have planned for him to catch us. It was a really underhanded move, not just towards me but also towards him. There's no telling what he could have done to me. In a way, I was fortunate he let me go. I promptly unmatched Lisa and took a break from dating apps for a while. I really should have reported her for her actions, but I just wanted to put the whole thing behind me. I never saw or heard from her again, and luckily all of my subsequent experiences with dating apps have been much more positive. The story I'm about to share is true. It totally changed how I think about dating and meeting people online. But let me first tell you a little about me. I'm a 22-year-old woman who drives trucks for a living. I'm a lesbian. I like my outfits a bit loose, and I keep my hair short and neat. Even though I'm still young, I've experienced a lot of wild situations. There have been times when I had to brandish a knife to defend myself, and I've broken up fights with full-grown men. I've seen some stuff. All this started when I was 18. That was when I began questioning my sexuality and wondering what it would be like to be with a guy. Until that point, I'd only been with women, and I was single and curious, if you catch my drift. To explore these feelings, I turned to the internet and downloaded an app named Meet Me, hoping to find someone who I might be attracted to. The app was filled with weirdos and too many inappropriate photos, until I stumbled upon a guy. Let's call him Joe. Joe and I started chatting, and he seemed cool, relaxed, and pretty adventurous. After a few days of getting to know each other, he suggested we meet up. I agreed, but looking back, I wish I'd never downloaded that app. We planned to hang out at his place, eat some food, play video games, just relax. I know what you're probably thinking. It sounds dangerous and naive, like the plot of a thriller movie. But I was young and eager to experience new things, so I went all in. I went to his house at night. It was nice. We chatted for a while, had some pizza, and after a while things escalated, and we ended up sleeping together. Once everything settled down, we were just lying there enjoying the moment, when I heard a scream. I was startled and asked Joe, "I thought you said we were alone. What's happening?" He replied that his brother might have come home and turned on a movie. He went to check it out. I was left in his room, half-dressed, hastily gathering my stuff, prepared for any possible scenario. He came back. Joe was surprised and asked why I was packing. Weren't we having fun? I was confused and slightly scared. The scream had felt too genuine and too near to be from a TV. So I came up with an excuse. I told him I got a text from my dad and needed to head home. He was wondering where I was, and I had told him I was on my way back. "Okay, let me walk you out," he said. He escorted me to the door and we said our goodnights. You're probably wondering why I didn't contact the police. Well, I didn't have to, until 2 days later. That's when I saw on the news that Joe and his brother had been keeping their stepfather captive, starved and tortured for 2 weeks. They had released him for a doctor's appointment, and he had immediately reported to the police. That was when they were arrested. I broke down crying. I realized I could have ended up like that old man, drugged and restrained. The outcome could have been a lot worse if I had stayed longer. So Joe, I hope you're rotting in jail, and I hope you stay there for a long, long time. Several years back, perhaps around 5, I encountered a man on Tinder, which led to the most frightening experience I've ever had. We had been exchanging messages for a few days when he suggested we go out on a date. Though I was anxious, I agreed, ensuring that our meeting spot would be a bustling cafe in the heart of the city to prioritize safety when getting to know new people. Since I didn't own a car at the time, I took a bus to our rendezvous point, a journey that lasted about 30 minutes. Arriving roughly 10 minutes ahead of schedule, I waited outside the cafe. Within a couple of minutes, a man named Jack walked up to me. Upon seeing him in person for the first time, I was relieved. He was tall with wide shoulders and resembled his photos, if not slightly more attractive. We instantly connected and spent the next 2 hours engaged in lively conversation, laughing and enjoying each other's company. Unbeknownst to us, the coffee shop had closed during our engaging exchange. As we exited the cafe, Jack offered to give me a lift home. Though I hesitated briefly, I ultimately agreed, feeling a sense of familiarity and comfort with him. We continued conversing as he drove, and I was genuinely enjoying myself. Unfortunately, it was at this moment when I let my guard down that everything took a dramatic turn for the worse. While driving along a busy road, we saw the flashing lights of a police car behind us. Jack muttered a curse under his breath and began to accelerate. My heart raced with panic as I wondered why he would attempt to evade the police. Despite my frantic pleas for him to stop, he disregarded my request, and the police pursuit ensued. The blaring sirens grew louder, and I realized we were in deep trouble. As Jack made a sharp turn, the tires screeched against the pavement. We ultimately collided with a fence, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. The fear I felt was immense, as I had never been involved in a car accident before. I wasn't sure if I had sustained any injuries. Within moments, 2 police officers appeared, guns drawn and aimed at us. Jack tried to exit the car, but the officers yelled at him to remain inside. Overwhelmed with terror and tears, I couldn't fathom what I had gotten myself into. The police officers proceeded to handcuff both of us and placed us into separate vehicles. I could see Jack speaking to one of the officers, but I couldn't make out the conversation. After a few more minutes, the officers approached me and informed me that Jack was a wanted criminal. He had been on the run, and the car we were in had been stolen. The realization that I had been on a date with a criminal left me feeling nauseous and desperate to return home. The officers escorted me to the police station, where I recounted my version of events. After completing the necessary formalities, they arranged for a taxi to take me back to my apartment. Sleep eluded me that night as I repeatedly went over the evening's events in my head, attempting to comprehend what had transpired. I had placed my trust in Jack, only to discover that he was a dangerous individual. My ability to discern whom to trust was shaken to its core. It took a considerable amount of time for me to come to terms with the ordeal. Initially, I felt deceived and angry with myself for not recognizing the warning signs. However, I eventually understood that I couldn't hold myself responsible. Jack had lied to me and put my life at risk. In retrospect, I acknowledged how fortunate I was to have emerged from the situation unscathed. Things could have been far worse. The experience taught me an invaluable lesson about exercising caution when dealing with strangers, particularly those I encounter online. Although I continue to use dating apps, I now take the necessary time to acquaint myself with potential matches before agreeing to meet them face-to-face. Furthermore, I make it a point never to accept a ride from someone I've only just met. Throughout my time using dating apps, I've encountered various individuals and have my fair share of experiences to recount. However, this particular story revolves around someone I never actually met in person. While I was at home, I casually scrolled through my usual social media apps, such as Twitter and Instagram, and occasionally checked my Tinder messages. That's when I stumbled upon a new message from a girl named Clarissa. She was attractive, but not strikingly so, which made her seem more genuine than the fabricated model profiles that occasionally surface on the app. I consider myself fairly adept at detecting such deceit. Without hesitation, I responded to her message, and we engaged in a pleasant conversation. Although it wasn't particularly profound, I sensed her interest. Not wanting to delay, I soon asked her out, to which she agreed. Clarissa proposed a location in an unfamiliar neighborhood, but I wasn't fussy and didn't object. She shared the address, and I searched for it on Google Maps. My initial hesitation arose when I realized the area was a bit shady, but I didn't want to appear cowardly, so I kept my reservations to myself. As the day of our rendezvous approached, my anxiety grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. I suggested an alternative venue, but her insistence on the original location only heightened my suspicion. It was no longer about the location itself, but rather her unyielding determination to meet there. Eventually, I resolved to see her face-to-face before agreeing to the meeting. When I proposed a video chat, to my surprise, she consented. I fully expected her to decline or even ghost me, but she didn't. As the video call connected, I saw her seated in a poorly lit room, her face partially concealed by shadows and her hair. She glanced up, smiled, but something about her seemed amiss. As our conversation progressed, I observed multiple inconsistencies. She couldn't recall any of our previous discussions on Tinder, seemed unfamiliar with the city we resided in, and most importantly, she looked nothing like her pictures. In fact, I could hardly recognize her. At this point, my suspicions were validated. I believed I was being lured into some sort of trap. Unsure of her true intentions, I knew I had to extricate myself from the situation promptly. I didn't confront her directly, but instead concocted an awkward excuse. She appeared let down, but didn't resist. After ending the call, I unmatched and blocked her on Tinder immediately. I decided to take a hiatus from online dating for several weeks following that incident. It was apparent that Clarissa had been a fabricated persona, yet I remained puzzled about the woman in the video chat. Perhaps she was a friend of the person I'd been communicating with, or had been hired through a platform like Fiverr. Regardless, I'm fairly certain that I averted a potentially disastrous evening. Growing up, I always found it challenging to connect with girls romantically. For some reason, they seemed to view me as just a friend, nothing more. I did experience a relationship in college, but it gradually faded after graduation. My friends constantly encouraged me to put myself out there and start dating again, so I decided to give it a shot, craving some excitement in my life. I registered for Plenty of Fish, a popular dating site at the time, in early 2010, around February. Online dating was still a relatively new concept, and there was a lingering stigma attached to it. People often considered it desperate or pathetic, unlike today when it's quite common. After browsing profiles for about an hour, I stumbled upon her picture. Her name was Brenda, and she had long, dark hair, wore glasses, and had an overall wholesome appearance. We exchanged messages for several days before Brenda proposed that we meet in person. I was both nervous and thrilled, eager to learn more about this intriguing, adventurous woman. Brenda mentioned she had a friend visiting from out of town and thought it would be fun for all of us to hang out together. I was hesitant, but she reassured me that her friend was cool, and it wouldn't be awkward. Being new to dating, I didn't realize how unusual this arrangement was, but I agreed regardless, as I felt more at ease in one-on-one situations. We decided to meet at a downtown bar. As I approached the entrance, I spotted Brenda waiting, looking even more stunning in person, with her curvy figure and long, dark hair. However, there was a man accompanying her, over 6 feet tall with short hair and bulky, muscular arms. Anxiety tightened in my stomach as I approached the pair. "Hi, Dave," Brenda greeted me. "This is my friend Nate." I had assumed her friend would be female, so I was taken aback to see a man there. I wouldn't have agreed to the date had I known this beforehand. But lacking the courage to leave, the three of us entered the bar together. We ordered drinks and found a table. Brenda and Nate engaged in conversation about their jobs and hobbies, while I sat there silently, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. I attempted to participate in the discussion, but it was apparent they had little interest in getting to know me. That's when things began to take a strange turn. I can't recall much of what transpired afterward, but I remember ordering another round of drinks before my senses became hazy. My head spun and my vision blurred. The next thing I knew, I awoke in the backseat of a car. I tried to scream, but my mouth was bound with duct tape. Panic surged through me as I realized the gravity of the situation. It dawned on me that I had been drugged and abducted. Glancing up, I saw Nate and Brenda sitting in the front seat of the car, seemingly unaware that I had regained consciousness. Remaining silent, I pretended to still be unconscious. Muffled voices came from the front seat, but I couldn't discern what was being said. Eventually, the car came to a halt. The red glow of a traffic light offered a fleeting opportunity to escape. Acting quickly, I unlocked the door and bolted into traffic, narrowly avoiding getting struck by a vehicle. As I glanced back, I saw the shock on Brenda's face. I must have had a high tolerance for the drugs they administered. Though uncertain of my destination, I knew I had to escape. They didn't follow me, perhaps to avoid drawing attention. My legs ached and my lungs burned, but I didn't stop. Fueled by fear and adrenaline, I continued to push myself, despite knowing I had escaped. I felt for my wallet and phone, but both were missing. I sprinted through an unfamiliar area, searching for recognizable landmarks but finding none. I had no idea which part of town I was in, but I knew I needed help. Desperately, I tried to flag down passing cars, but no one stopped or seemed to notice my disheveled state. Finally, a woman around my mother's age pulled over and asked if I was okay. My speech was slurred, and I was still feeling groggy, which likely made me appear intoxicated. That was probably why no one else had stopped to help. I recounted the earlier events, and the woman called the police. Soon, police officers and paramedics swarmed the scene. Amid the chaos and confusion, I felt a sense of relief. I would be okay. First, they transported me to the hospital, where I was examined for injuries and any lingering effects from the drugs. After receiving a clean bill of health, I was discharged a few hours later. Next, the police took me to their station, where I provided a detailed account of the incident. They promised to do everything in their power to apprehend the culprits and bring them to justice. Unfortunately, I had little information about Nate and Brenda, and in my panicked state, I hadn't thought to note their license plate number. The phone number Brenda had given me turned out to be fake. Nevertheless, they were eventually apprehended, and the incident made headlines in my town for some time. The ordeal contributed to the local community's wariness of online dating. As I mentioned, this happened over a decade ago, and online dating has since become commonplace. Now married for over 5 years, I'm grateful that I no longer need to seek companionship online. I began using Tinder around the year 2015. I've encountered both pleasant and unpleasant situations, but this one is about the most terrible experience I've ever had on any dating app. About 2 months after ending a significant relationship, I decided to set up a new Tinder profile. I had used the app before but had deleted it when I met my former partner. I swiped for roughly 10 to 15 minutes and finally got my first match. His name was Ethan, and his captivating smile instantly caught my eye. After chatting for a day or two, Ethan proposed that we meet in person. We agreed to have a drink at a nearby pub. On the day of our rendezvous, I took time to get ready, dressing in my favorite outfit and carefully doing my hair and makeup. Upon arriving at the pub, I spotted Ethan waiting outside for me. He appeared somewhat different from his photos, but it wasn't a deal-breaker. He was shorter than I anticipated and had a somewhat geeky appearance. Regardless, I pushed my reservations aside and greeted him with a smile. Everyone tends to exaggerate a bit on their profile, so I didn't think he had catfished me or anything like that. We found a table and ordered drinks. Initially, the conversation flowed smoothly as we discussed our interests and hobbies. In reality, I was doing most of the talking, practically steering the entire conversation. I was fairly certain right away that we wouldn't be meeting again, but I didn't want to appear impolite, so I stuck around. As the evening progressed, I began to sense that Ethan was somewhat socially awkward. He persistently fidgeted with his hands and avoided making eye contact, making me feel uneasy. I tried to disregard it and keep the conversation going. After finishing just one drink, I chose to end the night. I felt relieved to say goodbye and make my way back home. My apartment was just a brief stroll away, taking no more than 10 minutes. As I climbed the steps of my building and was about to unlock my front door, I glanced down the street and noticed Ethan standing on the sidewalk, looking at me. He had followed me home. The worst part was that he now knew where I lived. If I had noticed him earlier, I might have prevented him from finding out which building was mine, but it was too late. I hesitated for a moment before quickly entering the lobby of my building. Once inside, I checked my Tinder messages. I chose not to unmatch or block him, opting to preserve our conversations in case I needed to contact the police. However, there were no new messages from him at the time. I went to bed, attempting to convince myself that it was merely a coincidence. I even tried to persuade myself that it wasn't really him and that it was all in my imagination, but I knew that wasn't true. Furthermore, he had mentioned the area where he lived, which was in the opposite direction. Deep down, I was sure he had followed me. The next few days were filled with fear and anxiety. I kept checking my phone for messages from him, but there were none. While this brought some relief, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that I had a stalker. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a knock on my door. As I approached, I could see a figure standing on the other side. It was Ethan. I still have no idea how he determined which apartment was mine, but I suspect he had been trailing and observing me. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of me through the window. Naturally, I didn't open the door. Instead, I told him to leave. He tried to downplay the situation as if it were no big deal, but he didn't depart. With a sheepish expression, he attempted to apologize, but I was completely unnerved. I threatened to call the police, and only then did he leave. That night, I called my brother, went to his place, and slept on his couch. I hoped that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. When I eventually returned to my apartment, things seemed normal for a while. However, I began encountering Ethan on the street far too frequently. I even started spotting him at the gym, which was nowhere near the area he claimed to live. I did contact the police, but there was little they could do. After enduring a month of this, I decided to relocate. I found a new place in a different neighborhood, and thankfully, I haven't seen him since. Although I still experience moments of paranoia, I'm fairly confident it's over. As a 23-year-old woman, I recently began using the dating app Hinge after hearing about it from a friend. I had tried other apps without much success, but my friend claimed that Hinge was a superior option. Trusting her judgment, I created a profile and soon started receiving matches. One of these matches was a guy named Alex. He was a year older than me, had brown hair, and sported an artistic vibe. He wore thick glasses and had a beard. After a pleasant conversation one evening, we decided to meet in person. We agreed to visit a bar that I had been to a few times with friends, but wasn't my favorite spot. It's never a good idea to take online dates to your most cherished places, just in case. I arrived a bit late, and Alex was waiting for me outside the bar. We went in, and despite his slight social awkwardness, we had an enjoyable time. I found his quirks endearing, and we spent around 2 hours talking over drinks. Eventually, we parted ways, and I headed home. Over the following weeks, Alex texted me inconsistently, averaging once every 2 or 3 days. Sometimes he wouldn't respond for hours or even days, which raised a red flag for me. Consequently, I stopped replying to his messages, assuming he wasn't prepared for someone like me. I wasn't upset about it and simply moved on. A few weeks later, I was at home, feeling bored when my phone buzzed with a notification. To my surprise, it was Alex. Although I was taken aback, I felt a hint of positivity upon hearing from him again. He asked if I wanted to hang out that night, and since I had nothing else going on, I agreed. This time, I gave him my address so he could pick me up. About half an hour later, he arrived in a blue Honda Civic with a noticeable dent in the rear bumper. I got into the car, and immediately, I sensed that something was off. Alex, who had been somewhat awkward during our previous encounter, was now almost entirely silent. The moment I got into the car with him, I regretted my decision. I resolved that once we stopped, I would find a way to excuse myself and leave. This time, we were heading to a different bar. As soon as Alex parked the car, I pretended to receive an urgent call and claimed I had to go. Although I could tell from his expression that he didn't believe me, he didn't attempt to stop me as I turned and walked away. Once I was on the bus, I removed and blocked Alex from Hinge and also blocked his number on my phone. He hadn't done anything terrible, but he gave me an unsettling feeling that I couldn't quite put into words. If that had been the end of it, this wouldn't be a frightening story. In the following days, Alex sent me a friend request on Facebook and followed me on Instagram. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, I blocked him on both platforms. A few days passed without incident, but then I began to notice some alarming things. I started seeing his car, with its distinctive dented bumper, parked near my workplace and even close to my apartment building. It seemed like he was stalking me. For several weeks, I occasionally saw the car, but never Alex himself. That, however, would soon change. One night, as I returned home late from work, I walked down the sidewalk in the dark. For reasons I can't explain, I felt a sudden chill, prompting me to glance across the street and spot Alex's car. The street was eerily quiet and almost completely deserted, making me feel exposed and vulnerable. At that moment, I was grabbed from behind. A man's arm was wrapped around me. It was Alex. We struggled for what felt like a long time, but it was probably only a few seconds. Realizing I couldn't overpower him, I did the one thing I could. I screamed. I screamed as loudly as I could and didn't stop. My cries must have attracted some attention because people emerged from a nearby apartment building and onto the street. Seeing this, Alex immediately fled. That night, I contacted the police and recounted the entire ordeal. Luckily, I had noted Alex's license plate number, which made it easy for them to track him down. Legal charges against him are still pending, but I was granted a restraining order almost immediately. Reflecting on the experience, I realized there were numerous warning signs leading up to the incident. I should have contacted the police as soon as I began noticing his car in my neighborhood. Ignoring such signs can have dire consequences, and I nearly paid a terrible price for my oversight. My name is Ethan, and I am a 26-year-old man. However, the following events transpired when I was 25 years old. At that time, I had been using online dating applications for around half a year. Like most individuals, I was initially hesitant about the process. My main concern was meeting up with a girl only to discover it was a group of guys playing a joke on me. Essentially, I feared being humiliated. However, the experience I'm about to recount is far more terrifying than mere embarrassment. I matched with a young woman named Laura on the dating app, Hinge. She was the same age as me, had blonde hair and several tattoos, which was precisely my type. After exchanging a few messages, I proposed that we meet up in person. Laura agreed, and I provided her with my phone number. Typically, I prefer to move our conversations off the app as soon as possible, since it feels more intimate when you have someone's phone number. Nevertheless, Laura didn't text me and continued using Hinge's messaging platform. I assumed she wanted to verify my identity before sharing any personal information. I respected her decision and didn't press the matter. One can never be too cautious. Laura recommended that we meet at a cozy bar in the city center. The location was ideal for me since it was within walking distance of my apartment. So, I set off on foot and reached the bar approximately 10 minutes early. Upon my arrival, I realized that the bar was closed. Considering it was a Tuesday evening, it wasn't exactly peak hours for bars. I promptly opened the app and messaged Laura, informing her that I had arrived and that the bar was closed. Laura responded and recommended another venue just down the street from our original meeting place. She also mentioned a shortcut through a nearby park. Agreeing to the change of location, I began walking in that direction. As I walked down the sidewalk, I checked my messages to see if Laura had sent any updates. There was a message from her saying she was already at the new bar and urged me to hurry by cutting through the park. I agreed and picked up my pace. At 8 p.m., the sun had already set, and upon reaching the park, I found it was nearly pitch black. The narrow path running through it was unlit, so I didn't feel comfortable taking that route. Instead, I jogged along the sidewalk to avoid making Laura wait longer than necessary. When I arrived at the bar, I was out of breath from jogging. I stood outside for a minute to cool down and catch my breath before going in. I took this opportunity to check my messages once more. To my surprise, I saw that Laura had blocked me on Hinge. Staring at my phone and still panting, I felt puzzled. Why would she block me just before our date? Gathering myself, I entered the bar. I assumed it was a mistake, and I could find Laura inside and exchange contact information if things went well. I spent a few minutes walking around the small establishment, but Laura was nowhere to be seen. That's when it dawned on me. She had set me up for a trap. Laura had likely suggested the first bar knowing it would be closed. Then, she could lure me into the park on my way to the second bar. I suspected there had been an ambush waiting for me. Fortunately, my instincts had kicked in, and I didn't feel right about the situation, although I wasn't entirely sure why at the time. She must have blocked me when she realized her plan had failed. While I was disappointed and undoubtedly unnerved by the incident, I recognized that it could have been much worse. When meeting people online, always trust your intuition and avoid doing anything that makes you feel uneasy. Though I still believe most people have good intentions, there are some who wish to cause harm. This event transpired a year ago when I was unattached. I am a 27-year-old woman, but at that point, I was 26. I had recently installed the dating app, Tinder, but merely to explore its features. I had no real intention of meeting someone through the app at that moment. I would access the app once a day and peruse a few user profiles. By perusing, I mean glancing at images, as hardly anyone ever bothers to write a detailed bio. I didn't match with anyone since I never swiped right even once. I was only there to observe. One particular guy named Jeff seemed to appear almost every time I logged in. He was a well-groomed individual, slightly overweight, and around 6 feet tall, if I had to estimate. I believe Tinder offers a paid feature that displays your profile more frequently, so perhaps he had opted for that. Regardless, I consistently swiped left to express disinterest. One day, while walking my dog in a nearby park, I noticed a man approaching me on the gravel path. As he neared, he courteously nodded, and I reciprocated. Something about him seemed oddly familiar. After a few minutes of pondering, I finally realized it was Jeff from Tinder. I brushed it off as a coincidence, thinking that though we lived in a large city, it was not entirely improbable to run into him. However, over the subsequent weeks, I encountered Jeff a bit too often, and it started to feel unsettling. I began to wonder if I had acquired a stalker. One night, as I prepared for bed in my room, I glanced out the window and spotted a pair of eyes staring back at me. Someone was peering into my second-floor apartment, which would have required considerable effort to climb. As our eyes met, the figure vanished. I rushed to the window and saw a man fleeing the scene. Though I only caught a glimpse of his back, I was almost certain it was Jeff. I immediately contacted the police, who advised me to spend the night at a friend's place, which I did. The following day, we visited the police station to file a report. I had no way of reaching Jeff since we had never interacted online or in person. However, we devised an ingenious plan to identify him. While conversing with the investigator, I opened the Tinder app and swiped through profiles until I found Jeff's. I then informed them that he was the one. Subsequently, the police issued a restraining order against Jeff, and I am relieved to report that our paths have not crossed since. To provide some context, I am an 18-year-old male currently residing in New York City. I stand at 6'4" inches with a muscular build, and I've always been one of the bigger kids in my class. My appearance has often led people to believe I am older than I actually am. I reached my full height in the 9th grade, which was about 4 years ago, just to give you an idea of my physical stature. I was that one student in the 8th grade who could already grow a full beard. There always seems to be one in every school. This story took place last month, right after I celebrated my 18th birthday. I had recently gone through a breakup with my girlfriend of 7 months and was feeling lonely. In search of a rebound, I decided to try my luck on Tinder. I created a profile using my real photos, but I lied about my age, claiming to be 24 years old. I matched with an incredibly beautiful girl who seemed almost too perfect to be real. Nevertheless, I decided to go along with it. We exchanged a few harmless messages and agreed to meet at her apartment the following day at 9 p.m. While one might expect me to be thrilled, I had my reservations about whether she was genuine or not. As the designated meeting time approached the next day, I got ready to head over to her place. Before leaving, I texted my dad to let him know I was going to a friend's house. I asked my close friend James, who was 6 years older than me, to give me a ride, as I didn't have my own car. James dropped me off at her apartment, and I pressed the doorbell. I heard faint footsteps on the other side of the door, and a high-pitched voice announcing that she would be there shortly. At that moment, I texted James to let him know everything seemed fine and that he could go ahead and leave. As soon as the door opened, I breathed a sigh of relief because the girl standing before me was the same one from the pictures. Unfortunately, this sense of relief was short-lived. Upon entering her apartment, she immediately asked if I wanted a drink. I politely declined, and her demeanor noticeably shifted. This raised a red flag in my mind, and I grew suspicious of her motives. Feeling that I might be in a dangerous situation, I requested to use the restroom as an excuse to get in touch with my friend. She agreed without hesitation. Once inside the bathroom, I hurriedly texted James to ask for a ride back. As I looked up from my phone, I could barely discern a shadowy figure concealed behind the shower curtain. Before I could fully comprehend what I was seeing, the figure lunged at me, and I found myself grappling with a mysterious man. I was petrified. Although I was significantly larger than him, he appeared to be around 5'10", 165 pounds, bald, and in his mid-30s. While I was 6'4" inches and 210 pounds, he still managed to catch me off guard. Once I regained my composure, I was able to overpower him with relative ease, pinning him to the ground and landing 2 or 3 punches to his face. Just then, I received a text from James, letting me know he was waiting outside the building. At that moment, the girl stormed into the bathroom and began shrieking. I dashed past her and bolted out of the apartment. When I got into the car, I breathlessly recounted the harrowing ordeal to James. It was only then that the gravity of the situation dawned on me. I could have been drugged, robbed, or even worse. I made sure to take screenshots of her profile and all our message exchanges. Despite gathering this evidence, there was little the police could do, as it was ultimately my word against theirs. I managed to escape this incident with nothing more than a fright. The lesson to be learned here is to always arrange to meet in a public place for a first date, and possibly the second one as well, just to err on the side of caution. As a single woman, this story took place on the previous Valentine's Day. Since I was single the year before as well, I didn't have any special plans for the day. It was just another ordinary day for me, consisting of going to work and then coming back home to unwind and do whatever I pleased. I was employed in an office building located in the city and lived in a typical suburban home about 15 minutes away, in a relatively bustling neighborhood. When I returned from work that day, I checked my mail as I usually did. One letter in particular caught my attention. It was a heart-shaped red envelope. After taking all the mail inside and examining it, I realized it was a Valentine's Day card. The message read, "Happy Valentine's Day from your secret admirer." There was no hint whatsoever about the sender's identity. I was baffled as to who might have sent it. Several possibilities crossed my mind, but none seemed very plausible. Nonetheless, I assumed it had to be someone I was acquainted with. The following day at work, I mentioned the card to some of my colleagues, hoping that if someone from the office had sent it, they would either confess or give me an idea of the potential sender. Unfortunately, this didn't help, and the mystery persisted. I informed some of my friends about the card as well, but they didn't have any suggestions either. A few days passed, and I still hadn't made any progress in identifying the sender. That weekend, I had to catch an early flight and woke up at 4:30 in the morning. I recall groggily getting out of bed and heading from my bedroom to the kitchen for some coffee. As I walked through the living room on my way to the kitchen, I noticed a car parked directly in front of my house on the side of the street. The vehicle seemed to have all its lights off, and I didn't recognize it. However, after merely 5 seconds, the car pulled away and drove off, still without turning on its headlights. I remember finding this peculiar, but as I had to leave for the airport, I simply had my coffee and then departed. Given that my neighborhood was quite busy, I didn't dwell on the incident much. My trip only lasted a couple of days, and everything seemed normal upon my return home. The next odd occurrence happened approximately a week later. Upon returning home this time, I was driving back from work. While driving home, I often tend to zone out. Of course, I pay attention to the road, but other than that, I simply relax and listen to music. It wasn't until I turned onto my street that I noticed another car following closely behind. This wasn't too unusual, considering there were numerous houses on my street, and it could have been any one of them. As I pulled into my driveway, the car continued driving past. Once inside my house, I went to the kitchen to grab a beverage. When I exited the kitchen to change my clothes, I saw the same car, now driving in the opposite direction, seemingly slowing down as it passed my house. At that moment, I recalled the car I had seen in the early morning hours, and it dawned on me that this could be the same vehicle. I hadn't gotten a clear look at the car in the dark, but this one fit the general description. A 4-door sedan, around 20 years old, with a light brown color. When I tried to see the driver, it seemed to be a man, but I couldn't discern any further details. The car slowed down but continued past my house until it reached the end of the street. I then moved to the window and watched the car disappear from view, ensuring it was gone. I couldn't shake the feeling that something suspicious was happening, but I had no idea what it might be. The following night, I saw the car again. I had been home from work for some time, and I hadn't been followed that evening. It was around 10 p.m., and I was starting to feel tired, as I usually went to bed between 10 and 11 p.m. At that moment, I happened to be in my living room. That's when I noticed a car driving slowly past my house. The car then pulled over to the side of the road and stopped. I looked more closely, trying to identify the driver. The car turned off, and I heard the door open. I quickly hid so the person wouldn't see me. I observed the individual walk up my driveway and approach my front door. As they did, I retreated to the kitchen. The person knocked on the front door, and I remained in the kitchen, waiting. They only knocked once. Peeking from my hiding spot, I saw the same man walking away from the door. Hoping he would leave, I stayed in the kitchen for a while longer. After waiting for a few minutes, expecting to hear the car drive away, the next sound I heard came from my bedroom. It was a knocking on the window. This truly frightened me, so I took out my phone and called the police. I informed them that a man was knocking on my bedroom window and requested someone be sent to my address. Regardless of the man's intentions, I wanted to understand his actions, and I believed a police officer could help clarify the situation. The knocking ceased, but I kept an eye on the man's car, which he hadn't returned to. 2 minutes later, more noise ensued, this time from a rear window. It wasn't knocking, but rather a scraping sound of some sort. I was quite close to this window, so I rushed into my bathroom, locked the door, and was absolutely terrified. I covered my ears and closed my eyes, not wanting to be aware of any further developments. After what felt like an eternity, but was only a few minutes, I received a call on my phone from the police, who had arrived at my house. They informed me that they had arrested a man on my property, and I was flooded with relief. I later discovered that this man was the one who had sent me the Valentine's card, and he had been stalking me for weeks. There must have been something seriously wrong with the man for him to behave in such a manner. I still don't know how he initially found me, but this experience has made me much more cautious about who I interact with and how I protect my privacy. I sent a message to Olivia, updating her on the situation, and decided to wait at the bar, sipping water and glancing at the televisions. 15 minutes ticked by, our table became available, but Olivia was still nowhere to be found. Moreover, she hadn't contacted me at all. I tried phoning her to inform her our table was ready, but my call went unanswered. Frustrated, I told the restaurant staff that I'd leave and possibly return later. It was now past 9:30 p.m., and I opted to head back to my car. Olivia's behavior throughout the week had been peculiar, and I began to think she wasn't worth pursuing any further. I strolled along the sidewalk, making my way to my parked vehicle. As I approached within 30 feet of my car, I spotted a man standing suspiciously close to it. He was leaning against the vehicle but gazing in another direction. The stranger was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, with the hood up, concealing his features. Cautiously, I circled to my driver's side door. The moment I unlocked it, the man swiftly closed in from behind. Sensing danger, I closed the door and backed away. I knew I wouldn't be able to enter my car before he reached me, so I retreated instead. He lunged at me as if to tackle me, and I did my best to evade him. Using my car as a shield, I scrambled around it, sliding over the hood slightly. Both the man and I tumbled to the ground in front of my vehicle. I quickly sprang to my feet and dashed to the opposite side of the car, with the man in pursuit. I unlocked the rear door, opened it, and immediately hit the lock button once more. I managed to climb inside the car and slammed the door shut. The man attempted to open my front door first but found it locked. He tried the rear door, which was also locked. I crawled to the front of the car as he began pounding on the windows in frustration. Reaching the driver's seat, I started the engine and sped away. By the time I returned home, I was still trembling from the terrifying encounter. Once I had calmed down a bit, I checked my phone and noticed a chilling text from Olivia. "You got lucky." That was, without a doubt, the most bizarre Valentine's Day I've ever experienced. The entire situation was baffling. I had previously met Olivia in person, so I knew she was real. As time passed, I pondered the incident and concluded there were two possibilities. Either Olivia was complicit in the scheme to ambush me, or she had lost her phone, and the man who found it saw me in the contacts and planned to rob me. Either scenario was equally unnerving. Allow me to share with you a story from last year's Valentine's Day. I am a guy, and I have a girlfriend named Kathy, who lives in a duplex approximately 10 minutes away from my apartment. For Valentine's Day last year, I had planned to take Kathy to a lovely restaurant. In addition to the dinner, I wanted to surprise her with a bouquet of flowers. Initially, I intended to pick her up at 7 o'clock, but I changed my mind and decided to arrive at her place around 6. She usually got back from work at around 5:30, and I finished work slightly earlier on most days. So on Valentine's Day, after finishing work, I went to a store to buy flowers before driving to Kathy's place. Upon arriving, I approached her front door and knocked, only to notice that the door was slightly ajar. The door was closed but not fully secured on the hinges, which meant it was obviously unlocked. Despite this, I didn't want to just barge in. After knocking a few more times without receiving any response, I debated calling her, but ultimately decided to enter her home so as not to ruin the surprise. I stepped inside and called out Kathy's name, but there was no reply. However, I did hear a noise that seemed to be coming from the upper floor. As I slowly made my way upstairs, I called out for Kathy once more. Still, there was no response, and this time, there was complete silence. I proceeded to check the kitchen and living room, but Kathy was nowhere to be found. I then entered the hallway, which led to her bedroom and a bathroom. Both doors were wide open, and both rooms were empty. Feeling puzzled, I continued walking down the hallway when I felt my phone vibrate. I received a text message from Kathy which read, "I'm working a little late today, but I should be home by 6:30. Just as I finished reading the message, I heard another noise behind me. It was the sound of a door creaking open. As I turned around, I saw the hallway closet door slowly opening, revealing a man inside. Panicking, I dashed out of the hallway, down the stairs, and out of the house, finally reaching my car. I immediately called Kathy and the police. The intruder had left within a minute, but all I managed to see from my position was a side view of the man, not enough to provide a clear description. By the time the police arrived, the man had vanished. It turned out that Kathy had simply forgotten to lock her door that morning, allowing the stranger to enter her home. I will never forget the chilling sensation I experienced when I heard the closet door opening. Since that day, Kathy and I have always made sure to lock our doors. My girlfriend broke up with me just 2 weeks ago. I understand that 2 weeks isn't really enough time to get over a breakup and start swiping on Tinder, but I was feeling really lonely. In just a few days, I was chatting with 2 girls regularly. I invited both of them for a date on different days, hoping that at least one of them would be a good fit for me. Sadly, the first one stopped responding to my messages, leaving me with only one option, which made me feel even more desperate. The girl in the picture seemed like my dream girl. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and really pretty. But her personality, at least through text, was a bit disappointing. She was dull and not good at keeping a conversation going. But I thought some people are just better when you meet them in person, so I decided to go ahead with the date. I chose a budget-friendly restaurant that she agreed was near her place. On the date night, I got dressed up, drove to the restaurant, and texted her that I had arrived. I was standing outside the restaurant waiting for her. I was there 5 minutes early, so I didn't expect her to be there right away. But after waiting for 20 minutes, I tried to call her. After a few rings, she picked up. "Hey, where are you? I'm right outside the restaurant," I said. I waited for a few seconds. "Hello?" She hung up without saying anything. Great, another girl had stopped responding to me. I felt embarrassed and frustrated. I got back in my car and drove home. I made myself a bowl of cereal, sat on the couch, and tried to forget about everything for a while. I fell asleep around 8, still on the couch. When I woke up, I reached for my phone to check the time, but I couldn't find it. I opened my eyes a bit more and sat up, still looking for my phone. During my search, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. My back door was slightly ajar, just a little bit. It wasn't open enough to see through the gap, but it was open just enough to not be flush with the wall. It was as if someone had gently pulled it almost closed so it wouldn't make a clicking sound. I stood frozen, looking around. Everything seemed to have gone eerily silent. I made one last quick attempt to find my phone, then gave up and walked over to the back door. It was just as I'd noticed, slightly ajar. I always made sure all doors were locked, so seeing this after having a nap just a few feet away was truly frightening. I thought perhaps the intruder had seen me sleeping on the couch and decided to leave. But then the thought of my missing phone crossed my mind. What if they had taken my phone? They would have had to be right in front of me, just a few inches away, possibly watching me sleep. A chill ran down my spine. These thoughts were only making me more terrified. I quickly shut the door and locked it, hoping that whoever it was had already left. I then walked around the ground floor, checking each room, but didn't find anything unusual. Then I went upstairs, which for some reason made me even more nervous. I walked down the hallway, peeking into each room before I reached my bedroom. I searched the room, under the bed, everywhere. No signs of anyone. I stepped back into the hallway, closing the door behind me. I couldn't help but think about how creepy this situation was and tried to figure out the best way to contact the police without my phone. But then I heard something. Quiet, soft breathing coming from the closet behind me. I was paralyzed with fear. The longer I stood there, the more terrified I became. I bolted for the stairs and ran out the front door. There was a gas station at the end of the street, so I sprinted all the way there and asked them to call the police. By the time everything was sorted out, there was no one in my house anymore. My phone was still missing, but that was the only thing that was gone. Luckily, I had backed up my account, so it wasn't too difficult to get a new phone and transfer all my apps and data. A few weeks later, though, I went back on Tinder, and that's when I started connecting the dots. The girl who had stopped responding to me and eerily answered my phone call no longer had a profile. I thought that it was actually possible that they had gone to the restaurant, but instead of meeting me, they had followed me home. As for why they took my phone, I'm not sure. The only reason I can think of is that they didn't want me to call the police or show them their Tinder profile. There are still a lot of things that don't make sense, though, like why they only took my phone and what they were doing in my house while I was asleep. I was a 26-year-old woman, but let's rewind to when I was 23 and still in university. During the latter part of my university days, I was quite active on Tinder. I wasn't necessarily on the hunt for a serious relationship, but I wasn't completely against the idea either. If things started to get serious with someone, I'd give it a shot, but if not, we'd just enjoy our time together and then move on. One Friday after classes, I returned to my dorm room and spent some time swiping left and right on the app, hoping to find something fun to do over the weekend. After a while, one of the guys I had swiped right on responded. We chatted for about an hour, and then he asked me if I'd like to go out with him on Sunday night. I said yes, even though I thought it was a bit soon for him to ask me out. We continued texting for a bit, mostly talking about school and our hobbies. He mentioned that he also attended my university and lived in a dorm on the other side of the campus. We exchanged a few more texts on Saturday, and then on Sunday, we met up at a popular restaurant not too far from the campus. Throughout dinner, he seemed like a perfectly normal guy. So normal that he was almost a bit dull. I found him attractive, though, and I thought that maybe he was just holding back because we had just met. After we finished eating, we went outside and agreed to see each other again the following week. As I was saying goodbye and starting to walk away, he asked me if I needed a lift home. Since I lived on campus, I didn't have a car and walked everywhere, including to the restaurant. I was surprised that he had a car, considering he also lived on campus, but I was even more surprised when he offered to drive me home. It seemed like he was trying to make a move, which I wasn't expecting. But since I had enjoyed my time with him and he seemed like any other guy, I accepted his offer. The campus was a 25-minute walk from the restaurant, so at the very least I'd get home quicker. He led me to his car, an older black Honda SUV, and I got in the passenger seat. As soon as we hit the road, things started to feel a bit awkward. I attempted to strike up a conversation, but he wasn't engaging. So I leaned back in my seat, and we both fell silent. After a few minutes, he made a left turn, but the campus was to the right, in the completely opposite direction. A knot formed in my stomach and my body tensed up. I was overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. "Hey, I think you missed the turn," I said, doing my best to keep my voice steady and hide the fear I was feeling. "No," he muttered. I glanced at him, but his eyes were fixed on the road. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. He didn't answer. I didn't know what else to say. In a final attempt to defuse the situation, I told him to let me out of the car. Again, he didn't respond. As he drove further away, the surroundings became more and more isolated. My mind was spinning with fear, and I was terrified of being taken too far away to find a way back. I still had my phone in my pocket, and I knew he would take it as soon as we stopped. My only plan was to try to quickly pull out my phone and dial 911 before he had a chance to react. I waited until he started to make a turn. As soon as he looked the other way, I took out my phone and, with trembling hands, dialed 911. He noticed immediately and tried to snatch my phone while still driving. I managed to keep it out of his reach as the phone rang. As soon as I heard a voice on the other end, I screamed for help, shouting out the street names and the direction we were heading. The man was still trying to take my phone, hitting me and pulling me towards him. In the struggle, he lost control of the car and crashed into a speed limit sign. I was disoriented and my vision was blurry, likely from a concussion. I could hear the 911 operator's voice coming from somewhere under my seat. For a moment, I forgot the situation I was in, but when reality hit me again, I quickly looked around. The windshield was shattered, the airbags had deployed, but the man was nowhere to be seen. I tried to look out the windows, but he was gone. I didn't even remember seeing the windshield shatter or the airbags deploy, so I might have been unconscious for a few seconds or even minutes without realizing it. I found my phone and told the operator what had happened and that I was okay. The police arrived shortly after. I didn't have any serious injuries, just some aches and pains. But what hurt the most was the fact that I was so sure they would catch the man, given his name, description, and license plate. But I was wrong. The car had been stolen the day before, which was probably why he abandoned it after the crash. His name was likely fake, and his Tinder account had been deleted, so all they had was a description of what he looked like. I should have been more cautious, and I certainly have been since then. What he intended to do with me is too horrifying to even contemplate. I just really hope that he's not out there trying to do the same thing to someone else. I got to know a guy who I'll call Bob through an app called Tinder. He was a nice, articulate guy, and we had been on about 4 or 5 dates before he asked me to come over to his place. I had known him for nearly a month, and felt ready to take our relationship to a more private setting, away from the public eye. I drove to his place at 6:30, as he had promised to cook a nice homemade dinner for us. When I arrived, I noticed 2 cars parked in his driveway. I hadn't asked him if he lived with anyone else, so I assumed that might be the case. I didn't see it as a negative, but I felt he should have mentioned it before I came over. I circled back and parked my car on the street in front of his house. I walked up to the front door and rang the doorbell. Bob opened the door promptly, greeted me with a big smile, and invited me in. At first glance, the state of his home was a bit shocking. I'm not the type of girl who's after a wealthy guy to spoil me, but I do appreciate a man who can keep his place tidy. His house looked like it belonged to a hoarder, with garbage strewn about, random items scattered on the furniture, and barely any space to walk. I put on a fake smile and followed him into the kitchen, trying my best to hide my revulsion. By this point, I had pretty much decided that Bob probably wasn't the guy for me. However, I didn't want to be rude and make a hasty decision just based on the state of his house. The kitchen was a bit tidier, as if he had made an effort to clean it recently. On the table were 2 plates of food, but after seeing the rest of the house, I had lost my appetite. I politely told him that I wasn't feeling well and would try to eat later. His reaction was a bit strange. He just stared at me, seemingly taken aback by my response, and seemed lost for words. I couldn't maintain eye contact with him for more than a few seconds before it became uncomfortable. When I looked away, he seemed to snap back to reality. "Oh, okay, that's fine," he said, taking my plate and putting it in the fridge. I tried to make conversation, asking about his day and if anything new was happening in his life. He responded, but it seemed like his mind was elsewhere. He kept glancing around, trying to be subtle about it, and seemed a bit anxious. His behavior reminded me of the 2 cars I had seen in the driveway. "Hey, I noticed you have several cars in the driveway. Do you live with others?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Yeah, they're out of town for the weekend," he replied. He then stood up, excusing himself, saying he needed to take a phone call, and walked back towards the living room. His behavior was completely different from before, and I didn't like it one bit. I could hear him whispering on the phone for about half a minute. Then he returned and placed his phone on the table. "Sorry," he said, sitting back down. I forced a smile, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to pretend. I didn't feel safe or at ease in his house, and I knew I had to get out. He started looking around again, and I was gathering the courage to tell him I was leaving when a loud noise came from upstairs. As soon as the noise echoed, Bob looked straight at me, as if trying to gauge whether I had heard it. "Give me a second," he said, standing up and quickly heading upstairs. Just a moment later, his phone, still on the table, lit up. Normally I wouldn't pry into someone's personal matters, but given the circumstances, I felt it was justified. I stood up and leaned over the table to see a text from an unsaved number. The message was brief. "Do you have her yet?" I froze in panic for a moment, trying to make sense of the message, when I heard footsteps descending the stairs. I bolted out the front door, with the sound of footsteps quickly following me from inside the house. I jumped into my car and sped out of the neighborhood. After some time to collect myself, sitting in my car in my own driveway, I called the police. I wasn't sure if something sinister was happening, but I didn't think I was wrong to suspect it. Why would he lie about being alone? And what was the meaning behind that text? It all seemed to add up in my mind. The police questioned Bob and his roommate who had been upstairs. They even allowed the officers to conduct a brief search of the house, but they found nothing to suggest any ill intent. The officer empathized with me, saying they understood my concerns and that they would have felt the same. But there was nothing more they could do. So now, all I can do is hope that I misinterpreted the situation, and there was nothing more to it. Just a harmless lie, he told, and an odd text message that meant nothing. At the age of 24, I first installed the Tinder app on my phone. I hoped it'd be my last time needing it, but sadly it wasn't the case. As soon as I got on the app, I had lots of matches, one of them being a guy named Danny. Danny was quite the charmer, and his messages were clever. We connected pretty fast. He was this tall, muscular guy with short hair and a grin that could really brighten up a room. We decided to hang out and grab some drinks at a city pub. I was a bit anxious when I first got there, but Danny's welcoming attitude helped me relax. We ordered our drinks and chatted about hobbies, family, and our experiences on Tinder. Everything was going well until we left the pub and started strolling down the city streets. Suddenly, a man came out of nowhere and demanded our wallets and phones. He had a knife which was very frightening, but Danny bravely stepped in, standing in front of me with his fists raised in a protective stance. The robber tried to stab him with the knife, but Danny was quick. He ducked, dodged, and threw the man to the ground. Scared, the man got up and fled, running off like a scared puppy. I said we should call the cops, but Danny brushed it off like it was no big deal. I kept insisting because I had a clear view of the robber's face, a young man in his late 20s with a scruffy beard and an old baseball cap. But Danny was adamant. He didn't want the cops involved. In the end, I dropped it. It was a scary event, but Danny had stepped up. I was thankful and admired his courage, but I didn't feel any romantic spark with him. I didn't bring it up then. He walked me home, but I bid him farewell a block or two away from my building, just to play safe. I could tell Danny wanted an invitation to my place, but I wasn't interested. A few days passed without hearing from Danny, and I assumed he'd moved on. But then I got a text from him asking me out again. I turned him down nicely, saying I didn't feel any romantic bond. I thought that would be it, but Danny didn't take my rejection lightly. He began sending me hateful and menacing texts. The texts were extremely disturbing, but I won't go into the details. I tried to reason with him, but he just wouldn't listen. It was as if he thought he deserved something from me, just because he had defended me against the robber. I was scared and felt uneasy, wondering if he was spying or stalking me. I tried to disregard his messages, but they only got more violent. However, after a few terrifying days, the messages and calls suddenly stopped. It seemed like he'd moved on. At 28, you'd think he'd know how to handle rejection. Regardless, I was relieved it was over. But that wasn't the end of it. A month had passed with no word from Danny. One Saturday afternoon, I was walking down the street when I saw Danny approaching with another guy. They hadn't spotted me, so I quickly hid behind a building. As they walked by, I recognized the other guy. It was the robber from our date. At first, I was puzzled. Then it hit me. The robber was Danny's friend. He had staged the whole thing to appear like a hero, which explained why he didn't want to involve the police. Anxiously, I watched them stroll away, praying they wouldn't turn back. I can't help but wonder, if we had dated, what would he have done? He would have had to cut ties with that friend, or I would have found out about his scheme. I guess he didn't think things through. He had bad motives, and I'm grateful my gut feeling told me something was off. So, I'm this 28-year-old dude, and this all happened when I was 27. I'd been trying my luck on Tinder for a couple of months, but wasn't really getting anywhere. No matter how many profiles I liked or dismissed, it just seemed like no one was biting. Then out of nowhere, I matched with this girl named Sheila. Her profile picture was a bit fuzzy, but I could still see that she was really pretty. She had this long blonde hair and these striking green eyes. Her bio was pretty standard, talking about her love for hiking, reading, and checking out new places to eat. Nothing out of the ordinary, but considering my luck so far, I was thrilled to even have a match. We started messaging through the app, and surprisingly, we really hit it off. Our chat was easy, relaxed, and we had lots in common. After a few days of this back and forth, I decided to ask her if she wanted to meet in person. She agreed and sent me a location for our meetup. Honestly, I didn't give it much thought or even bother to check the address before the date. When the day arrived, I hopped into my car and trusted my GPS to guide me. As I was driving, I noticed I was heading into some rural area, surrounded by vast wheat fields. No bars, no restaurants, and certainly no city life, which was confusing. I had thought we'd meet somewhere urban, with other people around. Instead, I found myself in this lonely, desolate place, the sight of towering trees making me feel a bit edgy. I tried to brush off the eerie feeling and continued driving until I reached the given address. What I saw was this run-down, abandoned-looking house with boarded-up windows and a rusty fence around it. Something felt off, and a wave of panic hit me. I didn't know if Sheila was a legit person or some hoax, but I wasn't about to take any chances with that creepy house looking like a scene out of a horror flick. As I was heading back to the city, I noticed a car tailing me, honking like crazy. I tried to outrun it, but it kept tailgating me, even bumping into my car once, causing me to swerve a bit. I kept going, hoping it would give up and turn back. Thankfully, as soon as I entered the city limits, the car did a U-turn and sped off. I stopped the car and took a moment to calm my racing heart and shaky hands. I made sure no one was following me and didn't head home directly. Instead, I drove around the city for about half an hour before pulling into a gas station. I decided to message Sheila but noticed her profile was gone from Tinder. It wasn't too surprising, but in the heat of the moment, I hadn't really processed it. I started to accept that I had been set up and the whole thing was a trap. A flood of questions filled my head. Who was Sheila? Why did she want me to meet her in the middle of nowhere? Who was in that car tailing me? What did they want? While I felt lucky to have escaped, I also felt let down and taken advantage of. My self-esteem took a hit. The only match I got on Tinder turned out to be some maniac trying to scare the life out of me. Who knows what could have happened if I had entered that house? After that scary incident, I decided to give Tinder a miss. I couldn't trust the app anymore and didn't want to put myself in danger again. So this is about something that happened to me when I was in university. I was in my third year, living in a little flat away from the university. I was on the ground floor of a 3-floor building. I had my own room and a roommate who I didn't really like much. We used to be friends, but had a big argument and that kind of ended it. I lost a lot of friends because of that fight. It was a really weird and hard time in my life. I felt pretty alone. One day I decided to give Tinder a go, with the hope of meeting some new folks, or maybe even finding a boyfriend. But I was also okay with just making some new friends. I went through a few profiles and then matched with a guy called Mike. He seemed alright from his profile, and he'd actually taken the time to fill it out properly, which most people don't. Mike messaged first and we started chatting. He asked me out and I said yes, thinking it wouldn't hurt to give him a try. For our first date, we planned to meet at a cafe near the university. We talked for a bit, but there was no real spark. I could tell he liked me, but I wasn't feeling it. After the date, I nicely told him that we weren't a good fit. Lots of people just disappear, but I think it's better to be honest. He looked a bit sad but didn't kick up a fuss or anything. When we were saying goodbye, I noticed something in his eyes that was kind of creepy. I didn't really pay attention at that moment, but when I think about it now, it was kind of weird. Things seemed normal for a while. I didn't hear from Mike for a few days, and thought that was the end of it. But then I started seeing him at the university a lot. At first, I thought it was just by chance, but then I realized he seemed to be following me. I tried to ignore him, hoping he would get the hint and stop, but it didn't work. Then one day when I was alone in the flat doing some schoolwork, I saw something out of the corner of my eye through the window. When I looked out, I saw it was Mike, peeking into my room. I was really scared and called the cops right away. The cops came and talked to him, but they couldn't do much. Mike said he was just walking by and wasn't peeping in my window. Since my flat was by a busy street, the cops found it somewhat believable, but I knew the real deal. After that, I was always looking around nervously. I felt like someone was watching me all the time, even in my own flat. I hated going outside because I was always scared Mike would be waiting for me. One day, when I was going to class, I noticed him following me again. I tried to shake him off in the crowd, but he just kept getting closer. Finally, I stopped and asked him what he wanted. "I just want to talk," he said. But I told him, "I don't want to talk to you. Please go away." He didn't respond, but I could tell he wasn't going to leave me alone easily. So I decided to protect myself. I started carrying pepper spray with me everywhere, and also learned some self-defense techniques. But even with those precautions, I still felt unsafe. I didn't know how to make him stop, and I was really scared that things might get worse. I shared my worries with my mom and sister, but they lived in a different city. After weeks of feeling like I was being stalked, I decided to confront Mike again. This time, I told him in no uncertain terms that I would call the cops if he didn't leave me alone. To my relief, he finally backed off. I don't know what made him see reason, but I was really happy to have peace of mind again. I could go back to my normal life without constantly being scared. When I look back now, I realize how lucky I was to escape without any harm. There are many people who aren't that lucky. Even though it's been years since this scary time in my life, I can't forget the fear and helplessness I felt back then. During the time this incident took place, I had been single for a while and decided to give online dating a try. As I went through a bunch of profiles, I stumbled upon one guy named Max. He was really good looking, tall, and had the looks of a model. His pictures were so attractive that I even thought he might have actually been a model. But his profile mentioned that he was an engineer, so perhaps he was a model on the side. I was immediately interested and swiped right. Luckily, we matched and soon started chatting through the app. We clicked instantly, and he knew exactly what to say. Max seemed like a dream come true, and we promptly arranged to meet for a date. On the big day, I spent hours getting ready, wanting to impress this guy who seemed too perfect to be real. I arrived at the agreed bar and began looking for Max. After a few minutes, a guy from the other side of the room waved at me. He looked nothing like Max, but I waved back anyway. As I got closer, he introduced himself as Max. To say I was surprised would be an understatement. He looked absolutely nothing like the guy in the pictures. Those photos were certainly not of him. This wasn't just some photo filters or good lighting. This was a completely different person. I thought the pictures he used must have been from a real model. I felt foolish for falling for it. I should have known it was too perfect to be real. Still, I didn't want to be impolite, so I sat down and tried to make small talk. But it was clear that there was no spark between us, and the date felt awkward right from the start. He seemed desperate to impress me, and I found myself cringing at his jokes and stories. I was annoyed about being deceived. There was an obvious tension between us. We both knew what had happened, but neither of us brought it up. After 30 minutes, I knew I had to cut the date short. I thanked him for his time and told him I had to go. That's when things went downhill. Max threw a tantrum right in the bar. I walked out, but he followed me, angrily accusing me of rejecting him and wasting his time, among other things. I was shocked by his outburst and felt afraid as he trailed behind me on the street. He behaved as if I was the one in the wrong, when in reality, he was the one who had tricked me. It was the worst kind of manipulation. I tried to disregard him and walk away, but he continued to yell at me. He became more aggressive, and I began to fear for my safety. I was about to call the police when a patrol car drove by. Max noticed the car and took off. It was a narrow escape as I was about to signal the cop. The experience left me rattled, and I decided to delete my Tinder profile. It was shocking that someone I'd never met could be so unstable and threatening. He deceived me, and had the audacity to get angry with me, pretending everything was fine. That guy had a strange way of thinking. What's even creepier is when I reinstalled Tinder 6 months later, I kept seeing the same profile with the model pictures. He was still at it, deceiving women, and probably treating them the same way he did to me. He didn't even change the photos. When I saw that, I reported him to Tinder. They took down the profile, but who knows how many others he has. Now, whenever I meet someone, I always ask for a recent selfie before we meet. That way, at least I can make sure that I'm meeting the person in the pictures. It doesn't guarantee he won't be creepy, but it's a start. About 7 years ago, I had this guy I met online who showed up at my work, even after I made it clear there wouldn't be a second date. Naturally, this scared me off internet dating a bit. Since that incident, I can count the number of guys I've met online on one hand. But then, both my sister and my best friend found their partners through this app that uses Facebook. It's pretty good at weeding out fake profiles and tries to match you with people who have common friends or similar interests. In the past month, I've chatted with a few guys, but none of them really caught my interest enough to take it further than just texting. Then this one guy popped up. We talked on the app. He seemed decent and safe, so after about 3 weeks of chatting every day, I agreed to go on a date with him. For once, I didn't go digging through his social media before the date. I tend to do too much research, and by the time the date happens, I've already made up my mind that there won't be a second one. I can be pretty paranoid. The first date was all right. He was quiet and a bit shy, but very polite. I have a strong personality and tend to lead the conversation, so I thought I'd give him another chance. As the second date approached, I started getting nervous again, telling myself not to ruin it this time. Because I didn't do my usual social media check, I realized I didn't even know his last name. I asked him, and he seemed reluctant but eventually told me. He didn't text for a while after that. Despite the temptation, I kept my promise to myself and didn't stalk him online. I told some friends about him, and they seemed a bit wary about me seeing him again. On the day of our second date, I arrived at the restaurant, my choice, and there was plenty of parking space right in front. I parked and waited for him. I saw his car pull in. He drove past all the open spaces, including mine, which he should recognize since he walked me to it after our first date. He parked on the side of the building, got out, walked past my car, and then texted me that he saw me in the parking lot. It felt a bit weird, but I shrugged it off. We had a good time that day, spending an hour and a half chatting until the restaurant had to close. We talked about the parts of town we live in, our general directions, and the fact that we've both lived there our entire lives. He also mentioned not having any social media accounts, which I found strange since the dating app we used was linked to Facebook. Even though our conversation went well, I wasn't sure if I wanted to pursue things further, so I decided to take some time to think about it. As we left, he walked me to my car, staying oddly close behind me. I shrugged this off and said my awkward goodbyes with a hug before getting into my car. I made sure to watch him leave before driving away. The roads were relatively empty since it was a busy restaurant area, and most places were closing for the night. I reached the main road and noticed a car behind me also preparing to turn. It was at this point I remembered I had to stop by the grocery store to pick up some things for tomorrow's dinner. The car behind me seemed to stay far back as we waited at the red light. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was him. I told myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe he had errands to run as well. I refused to let my paranoia get the better of me. As I reached the turnoff for the grocery store, I noticed him following me across 2 lanes. It was strange, but I reasoned he might just be unfamiliar with the area. However, it was odd that he didn't text or indicate in any way that he was behind me. We were the only 2 cars on the road after all. I pulled into the grocery store parking lot and saw him park in a row before mine. Deciding not to stop, I looped around and exited back onto the main road. As I drove off, I noticed him scanning the parking lot, not just casually looking for a better spot, but actively searching for something or someone. Feeling uneasy, I decided to drive to another grocery store further away in a more populated part of town where I knew some friends would be. I used to work there, so I felt safe. I haven't heard from him since that night, and I believe he knows that I'm onto him. Despite my initial reluctance, I decided to do some online digging. Turns out his first name wasn't what he had told me. I combed through our texts and found a screenshot he had sent me of an Instagram page showing mutual followers. I remembered then he indeed had an Instagram account, another red flag I had overlooked. I started sifting through the listed accounts until I found one that wasn't private and eventually landed on his profile. From there, I managed to reverse image search and found his Facebook profile. His first name was different there, and the listed city was nowhere near where he had claimed to live. Looks like it's time for me to delete my dating profile again. A while back, I used to work at a neighborhood casino. Some of the folks who frequented the place were a bit odd, but there was one man who often flirted with me, and he seemed pretty okay. So when he asked me out, I said yes for the following weekend. Our first rendezvous was at his buddy's place on a Saturday evening for a laid-back barbecue party. Everything seemed cool, the grub was okay, but I couldn't help but notice that my date was downing Jell-O shots like water. After the barbecue, we all decided to hit up a local bar for some more fun. My first sign that things might not be okay was when my date forcibly tried to French kiss me and thrust his tongue in my mouth. But being naive and unsure of myself, I just blamed his behavior on the booze. We arrived at the bar, and everything seemed fine until they extended an invite for another shindig that was planned for a few days later. But I had other commitments, and so I turned them down politely. My date's demeanor suddenly took a turn for the worse, and he became really aggressive and upset. Almost instantly, he started berating me, calling me names, and accused me of behaving inappropriately at other parties. I was dumbstruck. He continued his tirade, growing more belligerent and continued accusing me of intending to meet other men. By this time, I was genuinely scared and decided it was time for me to get out of there. This man followed me all the way to the parking area, continuing his verbal assault. I told him firmly that I didn't want to talk anymore and made an attempt to get into my car. However, things quickly escalated. Out of the blue, he seized me by the shoulder, forcing me against my vehicle. Using one hand, he clutched my neck, while his tirade of foul language continued unabated. He tried to strangle me, showering me with a fresh onslaught of insults. In fear, I yelled, telling him that he was causing me pain and that I would alert the police if he didn't release me immediately. To my surprise, he backed off. I wasted no time, jumped into my car and sped off as fast as I could. I've never been so petrified in all my life. The following day at my job, my first course of action was to head straight to the security officers, who were actually state troopers, to report the horrifying assault. Given that this man was a regular patron at the casino, I wasn't going to risk any chance of encountering him again. They pulled up his criminal history, and sure enough, there it was. A string of charges for assault, stalking, even kidnapping. My anxiety skyrocketed. The casino added him to a blacklist, and when he turned up a few days later, they apprehended him and banned him from ever setting foot in the place again. However, a few days later, I discovered from some of my female colleagues that they were aware of his volatile history. They had decided not to inform me since I was new, assuming that I would figure it out on my own. I was furious and felt utterly deceived. Moreover, I lived in fear that he would seek revenge because I was the reason he was barred from the casino. He continued to harass me for almost a year, incessantly calling and texting me, leaving countless menacing voicemails on my phone. And then things went from bad to worse. Less than a fortnight after this ordeal, another colleague of mine was abducted by a regular customer. This poor woman had a harrowing experience, trapped in the man's basement for 3 long days. He had been patiently gaining her trust over 2 years. Fortunately, she was found and managed to recover from her ordeal. The moment I learned of this incident, I immediately resigned. I vowed never to return or step foot in any casino ever again. I'm grateful for all the kind responses and words I've received after sharing this story. I had been contemplating sharing this for a while. It does provide some relief to put it all in words and ponder over it. All I know now, after so many years, is that it's crucial to watch out for one another and stand up for what's right. You really can't predict what might happen next. My wife sadly lost her life after a long fight with a terrible sickness. We had been together for 13 years, and after many months of struggling to find my way, I made up my mind to leave the state and start fresh. I hoped that moving could help me start living again. The moment I got my first job in more than 8 years, I felt like I was on the right path. Things slowly began to get better, and after some nudging from my buddies, I joined a dating app on my phone. I met a few people but didn't feel any real connection with them. The first date I went on was polite but didn't lead to anything. She ended up asking me to repair her laptop. The second person I met, we chatted over the phone and decided to get together for some Chinese food. Since I don't have a car, I had to walk about 5 or 6 blocks, and it started to rain just as I left. She was already there, seated at a table, waiting for me when I got there. We made small talk, and soon she began to share about her divorce, the loss of her kids, and all the legal issues that came with it. Every so often she would stop talking, take my hand on the table, look me in the eyes and say, "But what you've been through must be harder. Tell me about your late wife." Like clockwork, she would go off on tangents about all the people who were supposedly out to get her, only to stop suddenly to ask me about my own painful experience and how it felt to see my wife's health deteriorate. The only thing I had mentioned on my profile was that I was a widower. That was it. This was the moment I started to feel really uncomfortable. I couldn't figure out if she was trying to act like a sympathetic person or if she had some twisted reasons for wanting to know all those painful details. I quickly finished my meal and picked up the bill. She called me a few times after that, but I always had reasons why I couldn't meet her again. I received a few phone calls from a blocked number that remained silent, but those calls stopped after 1 or 2 months. I'm now happily remarried, and I'm incredibly thankful that I made the decision to walk away from that woman that night and never see her again. This story begins when I was 19 years old. Back then, I was going out with a guy who was also 19. We'd only been seeing each other for a few months at the time. My parents had gone to visit relatives in the United States. I'm originally from Mexico, so I thought it would be a good idea to invite my boyfriend over to stay for the weekend while my parents were away. I could never have guessed what was about to happen. My parents had left me their car to use. My boyfriend, who I'll refer to as A, was a top-tier bodybuilder and trainer, and he knew a lot of sketchy individuals. One evening, he said a friend of his wanted to catch up in the city, an hour's drive away from our town. Since I had a car, I agreed to drive him so he could meet his friend. We ended up in a dodgy bar in a not-so-great part of the city. Immediately, I felt uncomfortable with this guy. He was overly friendly, too at ease, and irritating to everyone, including me. Suddenly, after a private chat outside the bar, A came up to me and said we needed to drive his friend back to our place. I immediately voiced my discomfort with this plan. He seemed a little nervous and whispered to me to keep quiet, insisting that we couldn't afford to upset this guy. When I asked him why his friend couldn't drive himself, he explained that his friend was too drunk and needed a quiet place to talk. Despite my better judgment, I reluctantly agreed to the plan. I felt uneasy the entire drive home, during which A was at the wheel. Once we arrived, they sat outside while this man started to demand that I cook him a meal. I've always been a stubborn teenager, and I hate being ordered around. But as I started to refuse, A gave me a warning look and shook his head. Annoyed and feeling dominated in my own house, I followed his orders and prepared a basic meal. After they had left, A informed me that his friend was the top drug dealer in our city. I was horrified to realize that I had let this man into my family home. He was pushy and subtly intimidating, so I immediately regretted my decision. I couldn't help but think of how dangerous the situation could have potentially turned out for me. For a long time, I had successfully evaded the world of dating apps, struggling to find a decent guy in bars and clubs instead. However, I ultimately chose to give it a shot. During a late-night Tinder session, I stumbled upon a profile that piqued my interest. The man's name was Sam, and he appeared to be a genuinely kind person. We chatted for a bit and planned to meet up for drinks. After sharing my address, He agreed to pick me up around 7 o'clock. I dressed nicely and anxiously awaited his arrival. As I stood outside my apartment building, I saw an old, worn-out truck approaching. I questioned whether it was actually him, but when the vehicle stopped in front of my building, I recognized Sam. He was a tall man with short blonde hair and a scruffy beard, dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans. His face lit up with a smile as he walked over to greet me with a warm embrace. I felt a mix of awkwardness and excitement. Once we settled into his truck, he inquired if I was hungry. I replied that I wasn't, but he mentioned knowing an excellent spot for drinks. Though it was slightly outside our town, he assured me it would be worth the trip. Initially hesitant, I eventually agreed, persuaded by his charm. As we left the town, I observed the landscape transforming, fewer buildings and increasingly dense forests. An unsettling feeling crept in, but I attempted to reassure myself that it was simply nerves from meeting someone new. Upon reaching the bar, I quickly realized it wasn't my usual scene. It was a small, dimly lit space with a lingering odor of stale beer. The few patrons inside cast alternative glances at us as we entered, making me feel even more out of my element. Sam ordered drinks and attempted to coax me into taking a shot, which I initially refused. However, his persistence eventually wore me down, and I agreed, hoping it would help me relax. Throughout our conversation, Sam primarily boasted about himself. He recounted various fights he'd been involved in, and even claimed to have once saved a child from drowning. I tried to listen and nod along, but internally, I felt skeptical about his stories, and increasingly certain he wasn't the type of guy I wanted to be with. As the evening progressed, my uneasiness grew. With no cell service and stuck in an unfamiliar location with someone I barely knew, I felt increasingly frightened. Sam continuously encouraged me to drink more, but I began to feel unwell. I informed him that I wanted to leave, but he refused to take me home. He argued that we were enjoying ourselves and that I shouldn't ruin the moment, but I knew I couldn't stay any longer. I fabricated a reason, stating that I had to return home due to an early morning appointment and that I needed rest. He appeared hesitant, but eventually consented to drive me back to my apartment. As we headed back, I experienced a wave of relief. However, Sam soon became irritated. He accused me of wasting his time and claimed he had driven all that distance for nothing. My heart pounded as he pulled the truck over to the side of the road. He turned to me and declared that he wouldn't take me any further and demanded that I get out. I exited the truck and began walking, unsure of where I was heading, but knowing I had to distance myself from him. As he drove off, I could hear him yelling at me, but I refused to respond, unwilling to grant him any satisfaction. I just kept moving. The cold night air enveloped me as I walked, causing me to shiver, and my feet began to ache. I realized I had no idea where I was and couldn't call for help since my phone was still not functioning. It felt like a nightmare, and I couldn't believe I had been so naive to trust Sam. I had put myself in danger, and I didn't know how to escape the situation. After nearly an hour of walking, I spotted a car approaching. I stuck out my thumb, hoping they would stop. The vehicle slowed, revealing an older couple inside. They asked if I needed a ride, and I nearly burst into tears from relief. They drove me to the nearest town and dropped me off at a gas station. I entered the station and phoned a friend for a ride. I didn't share the entire story, but provided enough details to convey my urgent need for help. Once I arrived home, I collapsed onto my bed in tears, still in disbelief about what had transpired. I felt foolish for trusting a stranger so blindly. From that night on, I severed all ties with Sam. I deleted his contact information and blocked him. Although it took some time to recover from the ordeal, I eventually moved past it, learning and growing from the experience. I vowed never to place myself in such a situation again. Now, when I go on dates, I exercise more caution. I make a point to meet in public places with plenty of people around. I also realized that I had given Sam my address before we had even met in person. While I lived in a large apartment building, making it difficult for him to locate me, I recognized that sharing my address was a mistake I would not repeat. A little while back, I decided to give Tinder a shot. I had always hoped to meet someone in a more traditional manner, but my hectic work schedule left me with little time for socializing. So, around 2015, When Tinder was still relatively new, I took the plunge. Once my profile was set up, I began swiping through potential matches. To my surprise, I received a few matches, 3 or 4, but more than I anticipated. One of my matches was with a woman named Sasha, who was stunningly beautiful and had flowing curly locks. We quickly hit it off, and after chatting for several days, we arranged to meet at a park close to my apartment. On the day of our date, I reached the park early. It was a lovely day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze rustling the leaves on the trees. The park was peaceful, with a handful of families and couples scattered about. I found a bench near the spot where Sasha and I were supposed to meet. As time went by, I began to feel anxious. The agreed-upon time had come and gone, and I found myself checking my phone constantly, wondering if she had canceled or lost her way. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, I started to worry that I had been stood up. That's when I heard footsteps approaching. A long shadow stretched out before me, cast by the waning sunlight. As I turned around, I saw 3 men, all appearing to be in their mid-20s, walking toward me. 2 of them were particularly large, and I couldn't help but feel nervous as they drew nearer. I tried to mentally prepare myself for what might happen next. "Hey man, how's it going?" one of the men asked. "I'm fine," I responded cautiously. "Could you spare a few bucks?" another one inquired. "Sorry, I don't have any change," I replied. I stood up to leave, but 2 of the men blocked my path. Then one of them demanded, "Can I see your wallet?" I instinctively took a step back, attempting to create some space between us. "I don't want any trouble," I said, as the reality of the situation began to set in. I tried to sidestep them once more, but they closed in around me. One of them grabbed my arm, his grip unyielding. The other 2 men circled me, looking menacing and intent on causing harm. Knowing I had to act quickly, I mustered all my strength and adrenaline, swinging my free arm at one of the men. My fist connected, and he stumbled backward, clutching his nose. The other 2 appeared momentarily stunned, giving me a brief window of opportunity. Seizing the moment, I sprinted away from them as fast as my legs would carry me. I continued to glance back as I ran, seeing the men pursuing me, but it was evident that I was the swifter runner. I didn't stop until I was out of breath and completely exhausted. When I finally stopped, I realized I was in an unfamiliar part of the city, with no recognizable landmarks to guide me. I pulled out my phone to determine my location and find my way back home. After consulting a map, I was able to get my bearings and decided to call a rideshare service, as I didn't want to risk walking home and potentially encountering those men again. I felt humiliated by the entire ordeal and tried to downplay it as if it were no big deal. It wasn't until I returned to my apartment that I broke down in tears. Once I had regained my composure, I checked my phone. At that point, I was almost certain that the profile of Sasha was fake, created by those men to lure me into their trap. Their scheme wasn't particularly clever, as I only had about $20 to $30 in cash on me, and they hadn't even managed to take that. To my surprise, upon opening the Tinder app, I found a new message from Sasha. It read something like, "Hey, I'm so sorry I missed you. I had a family emergency and had to take my dad to the hospital." Initially, I wasn't sure what to make of it. Was this a genuine message or an attempt to throw me off? Perhaps the man I had punched was angry and seeking vengeance. I decided to respond and see what she would say next. I inquired about what had transpired. Sasha responded a few minutes later, explaining, "It's a long story. My dad had a heart attack and had to go to the hospital. It was really intense. I don't know what else to tell you." I didn't believe her for a second. In my mind, there was no doubt that the situation involved the 3 men from the park. Nonetheless, I didn't confront her directly, just in case it was true. Instead, I unmatched her and moved on. I was far too embarrassed to involve the police, especially since I had no concrete information to offer them in tracking down those men. So I let the matter rest. However, a few months later, as I was walking down the street near my apartment, I could have sworn I saw one of the men step off a bus. He didn't notice me, but it was unnerving to think that they were still out there. I couldn't help but imagine how awkward it would be to bump into one of them at the grocery store or the gym. Although I haven't had any such encounters yet, I'll be sure to provide an update if anything happens in the future. I have used Tinder on and off for a couple of years now. I've also tried a few other dating apps, but when I moved to Denver, Tinder was the most popular one. I remember the first time I came across his profile. His pictures caught my attention, and his bio was witty. I swiped right and put my phone away for the night. When I checked my phone again the next day, I was thrilled to see that we had matched. We started chatting right away, and I was immediately drawn to his charm, intelligence, and sense of humor. Our conversations were easy and comfortable, and we talked about our interests, jobs, and families. We connected almost instantly and decided to meet up at a coffee shop in the city. I was nervous about whether he would be as great in person as he was online, but as soon as I saw him, all my worries melted away. He was tall and handsome with a warm smile, and he looked even better than his pictures. We hugged, sipped our coffee, and laughed about silly things that didn't even matter. It felt like I had known him for years, and I couldn't wait to see him again. We started seeing each other more and more often, and explored the city together. We went to restaurants, museums, parks, and just walked around enjoying each other's company. We talked about our hopes, dreams, fears, doubts, and plans for the future. I felt like I had found someone who truly understood me, someone who made me feel loved. However, things began to change as time went on. He would constantly text me, even when I was at work or with friends. If I didn't reply right away, he would get upset and accuse me of ignoring him. He would show up at my apartment unannounced, even when I had other plans. At first, I thought it was a sign of his affection, a way of showing me how much he cared, but it became overbearing and suffocating. I tried talking to him about it, but he would become defensive and angry, accusing me of flirting with other guys and not really loving him. None of it was true, and it felt like he was living in a different reality, where I was the only source of his happiness and meaning in life. I felt like I was always walking on eggshells around him, and couldn't do anything without feeling guilty or anxious. His calls and texts became exhausting, and I started to dread them. I felt like I couldn't be by myself anymore, or talk to my friends, or do the things I enjoyed. One day, he showed up at my workplace and started causing a scene when I tried to tell him to leave. My coworkers had to call security to get him out, and it was embarrassing. Luckily, my boss was understanding, and he just told me to take a break and cool down. I was grateful that he didn't fire me over it. I am fond of my colleagues at work. Following that incident, I knew that I had to end my relationship with him. I tried to do it gently over the phone, but he refused to accept it. He begged me to give him another chance, promising that he would change and never do anything like that again. But deep down, I knew that things wouldn't get better. I needed to get away from him before things got worse. Then, he started sending me even more messages. At first, his messages were pleading and desperate, telling me how much he loved and needed me. However, they quickly turned into angry threats, accusing me of leading him on or betraying him. He would send me pictures of me and my friends taken from social media and say things like, "I know where you are and I'm watching you." He would show up at places he knew I'd be, trying to catch a glimpse of me. I was scared and didn't know what to do. I tried blocking his number, but he would just create new ones. I changed my social media settings to make them private, but he still found ways to see my posts. Even when I went to the police, they said there wasn't much they could do unless he actually hurt me. It was crazy. One night when I was home alone watching TV, I heard a noise from outside my apartment. When I went to the window, I saw him standing there staring at me. I panicked, locked all the doors and windows, and then called the police. He started pounding on the door, trying to open it. I could hear him trying to break down the door, but it was too strong. When the police arrived, he was arrested, and he spent the night in jail. I found out that he was really drunk at the time. He was released the next day, but I was eventually granted a restraining order because of that incident. After that, things got a lot better, but I never found out what made the difference. Perhaps it was the fear of legal consequences, or maybe his friends and family stepped in to help. Whatever it was, I'm grateful that things didn't escalate any further. It has been 2 years now, and I'm still afraid that I'll run into him somewhere. If that happens, I'm not sure what I'll do. As I arrived at LAX, a wave of excitement mingled with anxiety washed over me. This was my first time in Los Angeles, and I was here for a business conference. In the days leading up to my trip, I had downloaded the Bumble app and swiped through countless profiles until I found a match. Her name was Emma, and she was a local yoga instructor. We hit it off immediately and made plans to meet up. Emma suggested that we go for a hike in Runyon Canyon Park, and I agreed. I was thrilled to have a local to hang out with because I wouldn't have known where to go or what to do otherwise. As we made our way up the canyon, I couldn't help but feel in awe of the towering mountains and sprawling city views. The noise and energy of the city were like nothing I'd ever experienced before. But as we entered the park, the chaos of the city fell away, replaced by the serene sounds of nature. Emma was waiting for me at the trailhead, and as I approached her, she flashed a smile that lit up the whole canyon. I felt a spark of excitement shoot through my body. We spent the next few hours hiking, talking, and enjoying the breathtaking views. As the sun began to set, we sat on a bench and watched the sky change colors. The warm orange hues of the sun's last rays against the city skyline was a sight to behold. The conversation flowed easily between us, and I felt a connection growing. As darkness descended, Emma suggested that we walk through the park. We strolled along the winding path, taking in the sights and sounds of nature around us. The night was cool and quiet, and the park felt almost magical. It was like we were the only two people in the world. As we walked, chatting about everything and nothing, our conversation flowed. We stopped to take some pictures, and as I held up my phone, I saw a man walking towards us. Before I could react, he brandished a gun. "Give me your wallets and your phones," he said, his voice growing increasingly threatening. Tracy and I froze, our bodies shaking with fear. I wanted to run, but I knew I couldn't. I could feel cold sweat on my forehead as I reached into my pocket and pulled out my wallet. Tracy did the same, her eyes wide with terror. The man took our wallets and phones and fled into the night, leaving us standing there alone and traumatized. We stood there for a few minutes, too shocked and scared to move. Eventually, we made our way back to the hotel, both of us shaken. We called the police right away, and the next few days were a blur of police reports and canceled credit cards. I reported my phone stolen, hoping it would render it useless to the thief. But they probably had a way around it, and it was a really horrible experience. I wasn't sure if I ever wanted to return to Los Angeles again. I'd never been mugged before, and it's not that common where I come from. Tracy and I kept in touch over the next few weeks, talking on the phone and texting each other, but over time we lost touch, and I'm sure she's moved on. It's been over a year since the mugging, and I haven't been back to Los Angeles since. I still think about it sometimes, and it's not something I'll ever forget. I know that some of you have probably been through worse experiences, but for me, it was really scary.
Now, let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. The scratching sound came from directly above my bed. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or maybe a squirrel on the roof. But as I lay there in the darkness, my eyes wide open, I realized it was too rhythmic, too deliberate to be anything but human. For weeks, I had been hearing strange noises in my attic, little thuds and creaks that I had dismissed as the usual sounds an old house makes. But tonight was different. Tonight, the sounds were unmistakable. My heart raced as I slowly sat up in bed, careful not to make a sound. The scratching continued, steady and persistent. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. But as soon as I pressed the call button, the scratching stopped abruptly. I held my breath, the phone pressed to my ear, waiting for the operator to pick up. The silence in the house was deafening. Then, just as I heard a voice on the other end of the line, a loud thud came from the attic, followed by quick, heavy footsteps. 911, what's your emergency? I whispered urgently into the phone. There's someone in my attic. Please hurry. I gave them my address and hung up, my entire body shaking. The footsteps above had stopped, but I could hear faint rustling sounds. Whoever was up there was still moving around. I slipped out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold hardwood floor. I needed to get out of the house, But the stairs to the first floor were directly beneath the attic access. If I tried to leave, I'd be right in the intruder's path. Instead, I crept to my closet and grabbed the baseball bat I kept there for protection. My palms were sweaty as I gripped it tightly, my eyes fixed on the ceiling. Minutes ticked by agonizingly slowly. Where were the police? I strained my ears, hoping to hear sirens, but all I could hear was my own ragged breathing and the occasional creak from above. Then a new sound made my blood run cold. The soft scraping of the attic access panel being moved in the hallway outside my bedroom. My throat tightened as I realized the intruder was coming down. I pressed myself against the wall next to my bedroom door, the bat raised and ready. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. The hallway floorboards creaked under the weight of slow, careful footsteps. They paused just outside my door. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense. The doorknob turned slowly, and the door began to open. In the dim light from my window, I saw a shadow fall across the floor as the figure stepped into the room. I swung the bat with all my might. There was a sickening thud and a cry of pain. The intruder stumbled backward, and I took the opportunity to run. I bolted past them, down the stairs, and out the front door into the cool night air. I ran to my neighbor's house, pounding on their door until the porch light flicked on. As they opened the door, I finally heard the blessed sound of police sirens in the distance. The next hour was a blur of police statements and questions. They searched my house thoroughly but found no sign of the intruder. They assured me that they would increase patrols in the area and suggested I stay with a friend for a few days. But I couldn't shake the feeling that they had missed something, the way the intruder had moved, how they seemed to know the layout of my house. It felt too familiar, too practiced. Against my better judgment, I decided to stay. I couldn't explain it, but I needed to know what was happening in my own home. The next day, I called a locksmith and had every lock in the house changed. I installed a security system with cameras covering every entrance. But even with these precautions, I couldn't relax. Every little sound made me jump, and I found myself constantly checking the attic access panel. A week passed without incident, but my unease grew. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Even when I was alone in the house, I started noticing little things out of place. A book moved on the shelf, a cup in the sink I didn't remember using. I knew I was probably being paranoid, but I couldn't help myself. I started spending hours examining every inch of my house, looking for any sign of how the intruder had gotten in. It was during one of these searches that I found it. I was in the spare bedroom, running my hands along the baseboards when I felt a slight give in the wall. My heart raced as I pressed harder, and suddenly a small section of the wall swung inward. Behind it was a narrow passage, dark and musty. I shone my flashlight inside, revealing a crude ladder leading up to the attic. My hand shook as I realized the truth. There had been a hidden entrance to my attic this whole time. I should have called the police right then, but curiosity and a need for answers overrode my common sense. I took a deep breath and started climbing. The attic was bigger than I had imagined, stretching the entire length of the house. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing piles of boxes and old furniture. But as I moved deeper into the space, I saw something that made my stomach churn. In the far corner, hidden behind a stack of old trunks, was a makeshift living area. There was a sleeping bag on the floor, surrounded by empty food wrappers and water bottles. A small battery-powered lamp sat on an overturned crate next to a pile of books. But what really caught my eye was the wall behind this little camp. It was covered in photographs, dozens of them. As I stepped closer, my breath caught in my throat. They were all of me. There I was, walking to my car, working in the garden, sitting in my living room. Some were clearly taken from outside the house, but others could only have been taken from inside. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Someone had been living in my attic, watching me for months. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. I had to get out, had to call the police. But as I turned to leave, my flashlight beam fell on something that made me freeze. It was a small door built into the knee wall of the attic. It was slightly ajar, and beyond it, I could see a faint light. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I found myself moving towards the door instead. I had to know. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the creak of its hinges. The space beyond was small, no bigger than a closet, but what it contained made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in writing, scrawled messages, and rambling paragraphs that made no sense. In the center of the room was a small table, and on it sat a laptop, its screen glowing softly. I stepped closer, my eyes drawn to the open document on the screen. As I read the words, I felt the world tilt around me. Day 156. She almost caught me today. I was careless, made too much noise. But it's okay. She's not ready yet. Soon, though. Soon she'll understand why I'm here, why I've been watching her. She's the one. The only one who can help me. Help us. She just doesn't know it yet. The words blurred as tears filled my eyes. This person, this stranger, had been living in my house, watching my every move for over 5 months, and they thought I was some kind of chosen one to help them. I heard a noise behind me and spun around, my heart in my throat. There, blocking the entrance to the small room, stood a figure in the dim light. I could make out wild, unkempt hair and eyes that gleamed with an unsettling intensity. "You weren't supposed to find this yet," the stranger said, their voice hoarse. "But maybe it's time. Maybe you're finally ready to learn the truth." I backed away, my back pressing against the table. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The stranger stepped forward, and I caught a whiff of unwashed body and stale food. "I'm here to save you, to save all of us. You're the key, don't you see? Your research, your work, it's the answer we've been looking for." My mind raced. My research. I was a data analyst for a small tech company. How could that be the answer to anything? "You're confused. You're scared," the stranger continued, taking another step closer. "But soon you'll see. Soon you'll understand why I had to do this. Why I had to watch you, learn everything about you." I glanced around desperately, looking for a way out, but the stranger blocked the only exit. I was trapped. "Please," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't understand. Just tell me what you want." The stranger's face softened, an unsettling smile spreading across their features. "What I want you to fulfill your destiny. I want you to use your skills to decode the message that will save us all." As they spoke, I noticed a small remote control on the table next to the laptop. Without thinking, I grabbed it and pointed it at the stranger. "Stay back," I yelled, hoping to startle them. To my surprise, the stranger's eyes widened in fear. "No," they screamed. "Don't press that. You'll ruin everything." In my confusion, I pressed the button. A loud alarm echoed through the attic, sending the stranger into a panic. I seized the opportunity and lunged past them, darting toward the entrance. I squeezed through the doorway just as the stranger grabbed for me. I stumbled down the ladder and bolted for the exit, my heart pounding in my ears. As I burst through the front door, I heard the sirens grow louder, the flashing lights reflecting off the walls of my house. I ran into the street, my mind racing as I looked back at the house. I could see the shadow of the stranger at the attic access, their silhouette framed in the doorway. The police arrived just in time to see me collapse onto the sidewalk, gasping for breath. I told them everything, my words tumbling out in a rush. They searched the house once again but found no sign of the stranger. They assured me they would investigate further, but warned me that I might need to move. My phone already knew what I'd see. No signal. We were miles from the nearest town, surrounded by dense forest. The GPS had gone haywire about an hour ago, leading us down this lonely stretch of road that wasn't even on our map. "What do we do now?" Sarah asked, a hint of panic creeping into her voice. I squinted through the windshield, trying to pierce the darkness. That's when I saw it, a faint glow in the distance, off to our right. Look, I said, pointing. There's a light. Must be a house or something. Maybe they have a phone we can use. Sarah hesitated. I don't know. Walking up to a stranger's house in the middle of nowhere seems risky. I understood her concern, but we didn't have many options. It's either that or spend the night in the car and hope someone drives by tomorrow, I said. Judging by how deserted this road was, that might not happen. She sighed, relenting. Okay, but let's be careful. We grabbed our flashlights from the glove compartment and stepped out of the car. The night air was cool and damp, heavy with the scent of pine and wet earth. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel as we made our way toward the light. As we got closer, I could make out the shape of a large farmhouse. It was old, with peeling paint and a sagging porch, but warm light spilled from the windows, promising shelter and help. As I sat on the curb, surrounded by flashing lights and concerned neighbors, I couldn't shake the feeling that the stranger would return. The terror of knowing someone had been watching me, hiding in my own home, gnawed at my sanity. I had to leave, to escape the haunting memories that filled every corner of my life. But I also knew that I couldn't run forever. The following weeks were a blur. I moved in with a friend, distancing myself from the house that had once felt so safe. But every night, as I lay in bed, the sounds of scratching and the memory of the stranger crept back into my mind. I could still hear their words echoing in my ears, a reminder that I was never truly alone. Eventually, I returned to my old house, but it was different now. The air felt heavy with secrets, and I constantly checked the attic access, ensuring it was locked tight. I spent countless hours researching hidden spaces and how to fortify my home, desperate to protect myself from whatever lay beyond the walls. But no matter how hard I tried, the fear never truly left me. I still felt eyes watching me, the lingering sensation of being hunted. And with each passing day, I knew I was one step closer to uncovering the truth behind the stranger and the dark message they had left behind. We approached the front door, and I raised my hand to knock. Before I could, the door swung open, revealing a tall, thin man with graying hair and deep-set eyes. "Well, hello there," he said, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "What brings you folks out here so late?" I explained our situation, and the man's face broke into a sympathetic smile. "Car trouble, eh? That's a tough break. Name's Earl. Why don't you two come on in, and we'll see about getting you some help." Sarah squeezed my hand, a silent reminder to be cautious, but Earl's friendly demeanor and the warmth emanating from the house were too inviting to resist. We stepped inside, and I was immediately struck by how cluttered the place was. Every surface was covered with knickknacks, old newspapers, and what looked like mechanical parts. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco and something else I couldn't quite place. "Martha," Earl called out. "Now we've got company." A short, plump woman with frizzy gray hair appeared from what I assumed was the kitchen. She wiped her hands on her apron and gave us a wide smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Oh my. Visitors at this hour. How exciting," she exclaimed, her voice high and reedy. "You poor dears must be exhausted. Why don't you have a seat in the living room while I fix you some tea?" Before we could protest, Martha ushered us into a cramped room dominated by a large, threadbare sofa. The walls were covered in old photographs, their subjects staring at us with blank eyes. Earl settled into a worn armchair across from us. "So, where are you folks headed?" I told them about our trip to visit Sarah's parents, careful not to give too many details. As I spoke, I noticed Earl's eyes darting between us, as if sizing us up. Martha bustled in with a tray of tea and cookies. As she set it down, I caught a whiff of that strange smell again. It reminded me of chemicals, like something you'd find in a garage. "Now then," Earl said, leaning forward. "About your car. I'm pretty handy with engines. Why don't I take a look at it in the morning? It's too dark now, and these roads can be dangerous at night." Sarah and I exchanged glances. The thought of spending the night here made me uneasy, but the alternative, walking back to our car in the dark, seemed even less appealing. "That's very kind of you," Sarah said cautiously. "But we wouldn't want to impose. If we could just use your phone to call for a tow truck." "Oh, I'm afraid our phone line's been down for days," Martha chimed in, her smile never wavering. "Terrible service out here, you know. But don't you worry. We have plenty of room. You can stay in the guest bedroom upstairs." As she spoke, I noticed a dark stain on her apron. It looked fresh and, in the dim light, appeared almost red. Earl must have noticed me staring because he quickly stood up, blocking my view of Martha. "Well, it's settled then. You'll stay the night, and we'll sort out your car in the morning. Now, how about some dinner? Martha makes a mean stew." The mention of food made my stomach growl, reminding me that we hadn't eaten since lunch. Despite my unease, I found myself nodding as we followed them to the dining room. I whispered to Sarah, "Something feels off about this place." She nodded slightly. "I know, but what choice do we have? Let's just get through the night and leave first thing in the morning." The dining room was as cluttered as the rest of the house. The table was set with mismatched plates and tarnished silverware. Martha ladled out bowls of thick, dark stew that smelled surprisingly good. As we ate, Earl regaled us with stories about the farm and the surrounding area. He seemed to know every inch of the forest, describing hidden caves and forgotten trails with vivid detail. "You know," he said, his eyes glinting in the candlelight, "people have been known to disappear in these woods. Hikers, campers, even the occasional lost traveler." I felt Sarah stiffen beside me. Earl's tone was casual, almost cheerful, but there was an undercurrent of something. A warning, a threat. Martha tittered nervously. "Oh, Earl, don't scare our guests with those old stories. I'm sure they're tired and would like to get some rest." As if on cue, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me. My limbs felt heavy, and I had to fight to keep my eyes open. I glanced at Sarah and saw that she was struggling too, her head nodding forward slightly. Alarm bells started ringing in my head, but they seemed far away, muffled. I tried to stand, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. I think we should go to bed," I managed to slur out. Earl's smile widened, showing too many teeth. Of course. Martha, why don't you show our guests to their room?" The trip up the stairs was a blur. I vaguely remember Martha's constant chatter as she led us to a small, musty bedroom with a single bed. As soon as she left, Sarah and I collapsed onto the mattress, too groggy to do anything but succumb to the encroaching darkness. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke with a start, my head pounding. The room was pitch black, and for a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came rushing back. The car, the farmhouse, Earl, and Martha. I fumbled for my phone, using its dim light to check the time. 3:17 a.m. Sarah was still asleep beside me, her breathing deep and even. That's when I heard it. Voices, muffled but audible, coming from somewhere below us. I strained to listen, catching snippets of conversation. Perfect condition. Fetch a good price. Have to move quickly. My blood ran cold as the implications of what I was hearing sank in. We needed to get out of here now. I shook Sarah awake, clamping a hand over her mouth to stifle her startled cry. "We have to go," I whispered urgently. "Something's very wrong here." She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. We crept to the door, wincing at every creak of the old floorboards. The hallway was dark and silent, but I could still hear the murmur of voices from downstairs. We made our way down the stairs, pausing at every sound. As we reached the bottom, I saw light spilling from beneath a closed door. The basement, I realized. We were almost to the front door when a floorboard let out a loud groan under my foot. The voices in the basement suddenly stopped. "Did you hear that?" Earl's voice was no longer friendly but sharp with suspicion. "Sarah," and I didn't wait. We bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock. Behind us, I heard the basement door open, followed by rapid footsteps. We burst out into the cool night air, running blindly down the overgrown driveway. I could hear Earl shouting behind us, his words lost in the pounding of my heart. We ran until our lungs burned, not daring to look back. When we finally stopped, gasping for air, we found ourselves back on the road where we'd left our car. To our amazement, the car started on the first try. As we sped away, leaving the farmhouse and its sinister occupants far behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd narrowly escaped a fate worse than a broken-down car on a lonely road. We drove in silence for a long time, both of us processing what had happened. It wasn't until we saw the lights of the next town that Sarah finally spoke. "Jack," she said, her voice shaky, "what do you think they were going to do to us?" I shook my head, not wanting to think about it. "I don't know, but I'm glad we got out when we did." The weight of what we'd experienced settled heavily between us, a chilling reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows of the unknown. What I found instead made me stop in my tracks. Nestled in a clearing was a collection of ramshackle buildings, their windows glowing with warm, inviting light. Smoke curled from crooked chimneys, and I could hear the faint murmur of voices carried on the evening breeze. Relief washed over me. I had found people, civilization of a sort. They could help me get back to my car, or at least point me in the right direction. I stepped into the clearing, waving to catch someone's attention. The reaction was immediate and unsettling. The voices cut off abruptly, and I saw curtains twitching as faces peered out at me. A door creaked open, and a man stepped onto the porch, his weathered face set in a wary frown. "Evening," I called out, trying to keep my voice friendly and non-threatening. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I've gotten a bit turned around on the trails. I was hoping you could point me back to the main road." The man didn't respond immediately. His dark, deep-set eyes scanned me from head to toe. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough, as if unused to conversation. "Ain't no roads around here, stranger. This is Penny Grove. We don't get many visitors." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. Something about the way he said visitors made it sound like a dirty word. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to trespass," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "If you could just give me directions to the nearest town, I'll be on my way." The man's frown deepened. "Nearest town's a fair ways off. Getting dark soon. Ain't safe in these woods at night." As if on cue, I heard a distant howl that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It didn't sound like any wolf or coyote I'd ever heard. The man seemed to come to a decision. "Reckon you better come inside. We'll sort you out in the morning." Part of me wanted to refuse and turn back into the forest, but the rational part of my brain knew that would be suicide. I was lost. It was getting dark, and who knew what kind of animals were out there? Reluctantly, I nodded and followed him toward one of the larger buildings. As we walked, I noticed more people emerging from the other houses. They watched me with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, their faces gaunt and pale in the fading light. Children peered around their parents' legs, their eyes wide and unblinking. The inside of the building was dimly lit by oil lamps, casting flickering shadows on walls covered in faded floral wallpaper. The furniture looked ancient, as if it had been passed down through generations. The air was thick with the smell of wood smoke, and something earthy and slightly sweet that I couldn't quite place. "Name's Ezekiel," the man said, gesturing for me to sit at a worn wooden table. "This here's my wife, Martha." A thin woman with long gray hair nodded at me from near the fireplace, her eyes never leaving me as she stirred something in a large pot hanging over the flames. "I'm Lisa," I said, forcing a smile. "Thank you for your hospitality." Ezekiel grunted in response. "You'll stay here tonight. In the morning, we'll see about getting you back where you came from." I wanted to protest, to insist on leaving right away, but I knew it would be pointless. I was at their mercy, at least for now. Martha ladled some stew into a chipped bowl and set it in front of me. The smell made my stomach growl, reminding me that I hadn't eaten since that morning. I took a cautious bite, surprised by the rich flavor. "What kind of meat is this?" I asked, more to break the uncomfortable silence than out of real curiosity. "Best not to ask questions you don't want answers to," Ezekiel replied, his tone making it clear that the subject was closed. As I ate, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong here. The way Ezekiel and Martha watched me, the strange silence from outside, the odd smell that seemed to permeate everything. It all added up to a sense of wrongness that made my skin crawl. After dinner, Martha showed me to a small room upstairs. The bed was lumpy and the blanket smelled musty, but I was too exhausted to care. I lay down fully clothed and tried to sleep. I must have dozed off because I woke with a start, disoriented in the unfamiliar darkness. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was. Then it all came flooding back. The hike, getting lost, finding Penny Grove. A noise from outside caught my attention. Voices, low and urgent, drifted up from below. I crept to the window, careful not to make any noise, and peered out into the moonlight. I could see a group of people gathered in the center of the clearing, dressed in long robes with their faces hidden by hoods. In the center of the circle stood Ezekiel, his arms raised as he spoke in a language I didn't recognize. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the strange ritual unfold. What kind of place had I stumbled into? Suddenly, one of the robed figures looked up straight at my window. I ducked down, praying they hadn't seen me. I waited, barely breathing, for what felt like hours. When I finally dared to look again, the clearing was empty. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay in bed, every creak of the old house making me jump. As soon as the first light of dawn crept through the window, I made my decision. I had to get out of here. I eased the door open, wincing at every squeak of the hinges. The house was silent as I crept down the stairs, my heart in my throat. I had just reached the front door when a voice behind me made me freeze. Leaving so soon? I turned slowly to see Ezekiel standing at the foot of the stairs, his eyes glittering in the dim light. I thought I'd get an early start. I stammered, reaching for the door handle. Ezekiel took a step toward me. Ain't polite to leave without saying goodbye, especially when you've seen things you shouldn't. My blood ran cold. I didn't see anything, I lied, my voice shaking. Please, I just want to go home. He shook his head slowly. I'm afraid that ain't possible. You see, Penny Grove has ways of dealing with outsiders who learn our secrets. I didn't wait to hear more. I yanked the door open and ran, my feet pounding on the dirt as I sprinted toward the trees. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. I ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. The strange howling cry I had heard the night before echoed through the trees, closer now and filled with a hungry eagerness that sent chills down my spine. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. The sounds of pursuit faded, but I didn't slow down. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still after me, something that didn't need to run to catch its prey. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I burst out of the trees onto a paved road. A car was approaching, and I waved my arms frantically, not caring how crazy I must look. The car screeched to a halt, and an elderly couple peered out at me in concern. "Are you all right, dear?" the woman asked, taking in my wild appearance. I glanced back at the forest. There was no sign of pursuit, but I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows between the trees. "Please," I gasped. "I need to get out of here. Can you give me a ride to the nearest town?" They hesitated for only a moment before nodding, and I scrambled into the back seat. As we drove away, I kept my eyes on the receding tree line, half expecting to see robed figures emerge from the forest. But there was nothing, just trees and shadows hiding whatever secrets lay within. I never reported what happened in Penny Grove. Who would believe me? Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that strange howl in my dreams, and I wake up in a cold sweat, grateful for the familiar sounds of the city around me. But I know the truth. Out there, deep in the forest where no roads lead, Penny Grove is waiting. I pray that no other lost hiker ever stumbles upon its secrets. The lab had become a second home, its familiar hum of equipment and faint chemical smell oddly comforting. But tonight, that comfort vanished the moment I realized I wasn't alone. The footsteps grew louder, more deliberate. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the door. It swung open, revealing a figure I recognized but didn't expect. Dr. Reeves, my thesis advisor's colleague. "Ah, Sarah," he said, his voice unnaturally cheerful for the late hour. "I thought I might find you here." I forced a smile, trying to hide my unease. "Dr. Reeves, I didn't expect anyone else to be working so late." He stepped into the lab, closing the door behind him. The soft click of the latch felt oddly final. "Oh, you know how it is," he said, waving a hand dismissively. "Sometimes the best ideas come at night." I nodded, turning back to my computer screen in the hope he'd take the hint and leave. Instead, I felt him move closer, peering over my shoulder at the data sprawled across my monitor. "What fascinating work you're doing here," he murmured, his breath uncomfortably warm on my neck. "Remind me again, what's the focus of your research?" I shifted in my chair, putting some distance between us. "It's a new approach to data encryption," I explained, keeping my voice neutral, "using quantum entanglement to create unbreakable codes." His eyes lit up with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Unbreakable codes, you say? Now that's interesting. Very interesting indeed." Something in his tone set off alarm bells in my head. Dr. Reeves had always been polite but distant in our previous interactions. This sudden interest felt wrong, almost predatory. "It's still in early stages," I said, minimizing the window on my screen. "Lots of work to do before it's anywhere near practical application." He chuckled, a low sound that raised the hair on the back of my neck. "Oh, I'm sure. But even early-stage research can be valuable to the right people." Of course, my heart began to race. Was he implying what I thought he was? I stood up, needing to put more space between us. "Well, it's getting late. I should probably head home." Dr. Reeves didn't move. His eyes, usually hidden behind thick glasses, seemed to bore into me. "Before you go, I'd love to take a closer look at your data. Maybe I could offer some insights." I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to get out, but he was a respected professor, a colleague of my advisor. Refusing outright could have consequences for my academic career. "I appreciate the offer," I said carefully, "but I don't think that would be appropriate. You know how it is with research integrity and all that." His friendly demeanor slipped for a moment, revealing something harder underneath. "Come now, Sarah. We're all colleagues here. Sharing knowledge is what academia is all about, isn't it?" I took a step back, bumping into the lab bench behind me. "Of course, but this is my thesis work. I'm not comfortable sharing the raw data until it's been properly vetted and published." Dr. Reeves' smile didn't reach his eyes. "I understand, but you know a young researcher like yourself could benefit from additional support, both academic and financial." The implication hung in the air between us, and my mouth went dry as I realized the full extent of what was happening. Dr. Reeves wasn't just being nosy or overstepping boundaries. He was trying to steal my research. "I'm doing fine, thank you," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to go." I moved to grab my bag, but he stepped in front of me, blocking my path to the door. "I don't think you understand the opportunity I'm offering you, Sarah. Your work could be revolutionary, but without the right connections, it might never see the light of day. I have those connections. I can make sure your research gets the attention it deserves." My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this situation. I glanced at the emergency exit, but it would trigger an alarm if opened. My phone was in my bag on the other side of Dr. Reeves. "I appreciate your interest," I said, fighting to keep my voice calm, "but I'm not interested in any outside help. My advisor and I have everything under control." His expression hardened. "Your advisor doesn't understand the potential of what you're working on, but there are people who do, people who would pay handsomely for a peek at your research." The pretense was gone now. He was openly admitting to wanting to sell my work to the highest bidder. I felt a surge of anger cut through my fear. "That's not going to happen," I said firmly. "Now, please let me leave." Dr. Reeves took a step closer, looming over me. "I'm afraid I can't do that. Not until we come to an understanding." My heart pounded in my chest. I was trapped between him and the lab bench with no clear way out. But as my hand brushed against the cool surface behind me, an idea formed. In one swift motion, I grabbed a beaker of distilled water and threw it in his face. He stumbled back, sputtering and wiping at his eyes. I seized the moment of distraction to dart around him, snatching my bag as I ran for the door. "You'll regret this," he shouted behind me, but I was already in the hallway, running as fast as I could. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. As I drove away, I caught a glimpse of Dr. Reeves emerging from the building in my rearview mirror, his face contorted with anger. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. I stayed away from the lab, working from home and jumping at every unexpected sound. I knew I had to do something, but the thought of confronting Dr. Reeves or reporting him filled me with dread. What if no one believed me? What if it ruined my academic career? But as the initial shock wore off, anger began to replace fear. This was my research, my hard work. I wasn't going to let someone steal it or intimidate me into giving it up. I set up a meeting with my advisor, Dr. Chen. As I sat in her office, my palms sweating and my heart racing, I told her everything that had happened that night in the lab. To my immense relief, she believed me. More than that, she was furious on my behalf. "This is completely unacceptable," she said, her usually calm demeanor replaced by righteous anger. "We're going to the dean with this immediately." What followed was a whirlwind of meetings, investigations, and uncomfortable confrontations. Dr. Reeves denied everything at first, but faced with the evidence, including security camera footage from that night, he eventually confessed. It turned out I wasn't his first victim. Other students and researchers came forward with similar stories of pressure and attempted theft. The scandal rocked the department, leading to Dr. Reeves' dismissal and a complete overhaul of research security protocols. As for me, I threw myself back into my work with renewed determination. The experience had shaken me, but it had also shown me the value of what I was doing. If people were willing to go to such lengths to steal it, then it must be worth protecting and pursuing. Months later, as I stood at the podium presenting my completed thesis, I felt a sense of triumph that went beyond academic achievement. I had faced a threat to my work and my integrity, and I had come out stronger for it. The applause that followed my presentation was sweet, but the real victory was in knowing that the research was mine, earned through hard work and perseverance in the face of adversity. As I left the auditorium, Dr. Chen caught up with me, a proud smile on her face. "Brilliant work, Sarah," she said. "You know, we've received some interesting inquiries about potential applications for your encryption method. Completely above board, of course." I grinned, feeling a mix of excitement and vindication. "That's great news. I can't wait to see where this research goes next." As we walked out into the bright sunlight, I felt a sense of optimism about the future. The path ahead might not always be easy or straightforward, but I knew now that I had the strength to face whatever challenges came my way. The incident with Dr. Reeves had taught me a valuable lesson. In the world of cutting-edge research, knowledge truly is power, and sometimes protecting that knowledge is just as important as discovering it in the first place. The rain was coming down in sheets, turning the highway into a blurry mess of headlights and reflections. I squinted through the windshield, my wipers working overtime, but barely making a dent in the downpour. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road from out looking, as drenched and miserable as a stray cat, caught in a storm I don't usually pick up. Hitchhikers, it's not the safest thing to do these days, but something about the way he stood there, shoulders hunched against the rain, made me slow down. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was pulling over to the shoulder, the car's tires splashing through puddles. The man jogged over, his face hidden beneath the hood of a dark jacket As he opened the passenger door, letting in a gust of wind and rain, I caught a glimpse of a scruffy beard and grateful eyes. "Thanks," he said, his voice gruff, but not unfriendly. "Didn't think anyone would stop in this weather." I nodded, trying to shake off the nagging feeling that I might be making a mistake. "Where are you headed?" "Just down the roadways," he replied, vaguely, settling into the seat. "Wherever you're going is fine." As I pulled back onto the highway, I snuck a glance at my new passenger. He was older than I'd first thought, maybe in his 50s, with deep lines etched into his weathered face. His clothes were worn, but clean, and he didn't give off the unsettling vibe I'd expect from someone dangerous. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the only sound the steady drumming of rain on the roof and the swish of the wipers. I was just starting to relax when he spoke again. "So Mark, how long have you lived in Cedar Grove?" I felt my body tense, my hands gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. I hadn't told him my name, and I certainly hadn't mentioned where I lived. "How did you know that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He chuckled, a low sound that sent a chill down my spine. "Oh, I know a lot of things about you, Mark. I know you work at the bank on Main Street. I know you have a golden retriever named Max, and I know your wife Sarah is probably wondering why you're running late tonight." My mind raced. How could he possibly know all this? I'd never seen this man before in my life. Cedar Grove was a small town, sure, but not so small that everyone knew everyone else's business. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to stay calm. He turned to face me, and in the dim light from the dashboard, his eyes seemed to gleam with an unnatural intensity. "Just a traveler passing through, but I make it my business to know things about people. It's amazing what you can learn if you just pay attention." I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to slam on the brakes and order him out of the car. But we were in the middle of nowhere, the rain still coming down in torrents, and something told me this man wouldn't leave quietly if asked. "What do you want?" I asked, hating how small my voice sounded. He smiled, a gesture that didn't reach his eyes. "Want? I don't want anything, Mark. I'm just making conversation. Isn't that what people do on long car rides?" I didn't respond, my mind whirling with possibility. Was he some kind of stalker, a criminal who had been watching me, planning some kind of elaborate scheme? "You're wondering how I know so much about you," he said, as if reading my thoughts. "It's simpler than you might think. Your name tag is still on your shirt. You forgot to take it off after work. The dog hair on your pants suggests a large breed, and I saw the golden retriever bumper sticker on your car. As for Sarah, well, you've been checking your phone at every red light. It doesn't take a genius to figure out you're running late and someone's waiting for you." His explanation was logical, but it did little to ease my fear. There was still something off about the whole situation, something that made my skin crawl. "That doesn't explain how you knew where I live," I said, trying to keep my eyes on the road while also watching him in my peripheral vision. He shrugged. "Cedar Grove Bank isn't exactly a null chain. Took an educated guess based on your work shirt." I wanted to believe him, wanted to think this was all just a strange coincidence, a series of lucky guesses. But the knot in my stomach told me otherwise. "Look," I said, spotting a gas station up ahead, "I think this is far enough. I'm going to pull over and you can." "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mark," he interrupted, his voice suddenly hard. "We're not done talking yet." I felt a flash of anger cut through my fear. "This is my car. I get to decide when the ride is over." He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Oh, Mark, you gave up that control the moment you let me in. But don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to talk about what I asked." My mouth dry. "About choices," he said, leaning back in his seat. "About the decisions we make and the consequences that follow. For instance, your decision to embezzle money from the bank. Small amounts in here and there, nothing anyone would notice right away, but it adds up, doesn't it?" My blood ran cold. There was no way he could know about that. I'd been so careful covering my tracks, making sure the numbers always balanced out. "I don't know what you're talking about," I lied, but my voice sounded weak even to my own ears. He turned to look at me, his eyes as boring into mine. "Don't insult my intelligence, Mark. We both know the truth The question is, what are you going to do about it? I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. Are you blackmailing me? Is that what this is? He shook his head, looking almost disappointed. Blackmail is such an ugly word. I prefer to think of this as an opportunity, a chance for you to make things right before it's too late. What do you mean? I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know the answer. The bank is conducting an audit next week, he said casually, as if discussing the weather. They're going to find the discrepancies, and when they do, your comfortable life in Cedar Grove will come crashing down. Unless he let the word hang in the air. Between us, I knew I shouldn't ask, shouldn't engage with this stranger who seemed to know far too much about my life and my mistakes, but I couldn't help myself. Unless you turn yourself in, he said simply. Go to your boss first thing tomorrow morning, confess everything, pay back what you took. It won't be easy, but it'll be a lot better than waiting for them to discover it on their own. I laughed bitterly. And why would I do that? Why should I believe anything you say? He sighed, reaching into his jacket pocket. I tensed, half expecting him to pull out a weapon. Instead, he produced a small leather-bound notebook. Because I have proof, he said, flipping it open. Dates, amounts, account numbers, everything they'll need to convict you. I'm giving you a chance to get ahead of this, Mark. A chance you don't deserve, but one I'm offering. Nonetheless, my mind reeled. How had he gotten this information? Who was he really? But even as these questions swirled in my head, I knew he was right. The audit would expose everything, and if I didn't act first, I'd lose far more than just my job. Why are you doing this? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Why do you care what happens to me? He was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the rain-slicked road ahead. When he spoke, his voice was softer, almost sad. Let's just say I've been where you are. Mark, made the same mistakes, thought I could outsmart the system. I learned the hard way that there's always a reckoning. I'm trying to save you from that pain. We drove in silence for several minutes, the weight of his words settling over me like a heavy blanket. As we approached the outskirts of Cedar Grove, I knew I had a decision to make. There's a diner up ahead, I said. Finally, I'll drop you off there. He nodded, seemingly satisfied as I pulled into the diner's parking lot. He gathered his things, preparing to step back out into the rain. Remember, Mark, he said, his hand on the door handle. First thing tomorrow morning, it's your only chance. Before I could respond, he was gone, disappearing into the stormy night. As quickly as he had appeared, I sat there for a long time, the engine idling, rain pattering on the roof. Finally, I pulled out my phone and dialed Sarah's number. Hey, I said when she answered, my voice thick with emotion. I'm on my way home, but I need to talk to you about something important when I get there. As I hung up and put the car in drive, I felt a strange mix of dread and relief. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in months, I felt like I was heading in the right direction. The mysterious hitchhiker had given me a second chance. Now it was up to me to make the most of it. The crack of a twig snapping jolted me from my peaceful reverie. I froze, my marshmallow-laden stick hovering over the campfire. The dense forest around me, which had seemed so inviting during the day, now loomed ominously in the gathering dusk. I held my breath, straining to hear over the crackling of the fire. There it was again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, too heavy and deliberate to be an animal. I'd come to these woods alone, seeking solitude and a break from the chaos of city life. Now, as fear crept up my spine, I was acutely aware of just how isolated I truly was. Slowly, I set down my stick and reached for the flashlight beside me. The beam cut through the encroaching darkness, illuminating the dense undergrowth at the edge of my campsite. Shadows danced between the trees, and for a moment I thought I saw a figure duck behind a large oak. Hello, I called out, hating how my voice quavered. Is someone there? Silence answered me, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. I stood up, my legs shaky beneath me. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe the solitude was getting to me, making me jumpy. But then I saw a flash of movement just beyond the circle of my flashlight's beam. My heart leaped into my throat as I caught a glimpse of a dark shape moving through the trees, keeping to the shadows, fight or flight. Instinct kicked in and I chose flight. I doused the fire as quickly as I could, plunging the campsite into darkness. Fumbling in the dim light of my flashlight, I grabbed my backpack and started shoving in whatever I could. Reach my water bottle, a bag of trail mix. My map. The sound of footsteps grew closer, no longer trying to be stealthy. Whoever was out there knew I had spotted them. They were coming. I abandoned the rest of my gear and took off into the woods, my flashlight bobbing wildly as I ran. Branches whipped at my face, and roots seemed to reach up to trip me, but fear propelled me forward, deeper into the unfamiliar forest. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stopped, gasping for breath. I leaned against a tree, trying to orient myself. In my panic, I had run blindly with no thought to direction or landmarks. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was lost. I fumbled in my backpack for my map and compass, but in the chaos of my hasty departure, I must have left them behind. My phone was useless out here, with no signal and a rapidly draining battery. A twig snapped nearby, and I stifled a scream. They were still following me. How could they track me so easily in this darkness? I took off again, no longer caring about the noise. I made. My pursuer seemed to know exactly where I was anyway. My lungs burned and my legs edged, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly the ground disappeared from beneath my feet. I tumbled down a steep embankment, leaves and twigs scratching my skin as I rolled. I came to a stop at the bottom. The wind knocked out of me. For a moment I lay there, dazed and struggling to breathe. Then I heard it, the sound of someone carefully making their way down the slope after me. Panic gave me strength. I staggered to my feet, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and limped forward. I found myself in a small clearing, the trees opening up to reveal a sky full of stars. In any other circumstance it would have been beautiful. My flashlight flickered, the beam growing weaker. I shook it desperately, but it was no use. The light died, leaving me in near total darkness. A branch cracked at the edge of the clearing. I spun around, my eyes straining to see. In the dim starlight, a figure stood there, just a silhouette against the darker backdrop of the forest. What do you want? I shouted, my voice raw with fear and exhaustion. The figure took a step forward. I want you to listen, a deep voice replied. I backed away, my hands held out in front of me. Stay back. I have a weapon. It was a pathetic bluff, but it was all I had. The man, for I could now see it was a man. Stop. No, you don't, he said, his tone almost gentle. You left everything behind at your campsite, including this. He held up something that glinted in the starlight. My hunting knife. My stomach dropped. He had been to my campsite, had gone through my things. How long had he been watching me? Who are you? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Why are you doing this? He took another step forward, and I could make out more details. Now he was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in dark clothing that blended with the night. His face was obscured by a beard and the shadow of a cap. My name isn't important, he said. What's important is why you're here, Alice. I felt as if the ground had dropped out from under me. Again, he knew my name. How could he possibly know my name? How do you know who you are? He finished for me. And I know a lot about you, Alice. I know you're running from something or someone. My mind raced. Was he a private investigator? Had David hired someone to find me? As if reading my thoughts. The man shook his head. I'm not working for your ex-husband. If that's what you're thinking, I'm here to help. You help me? I laughed, the sound bordering on hysterical. By chasing me through the woods in the middle of the night. The first night in our new home, I woke to the sound of children laughing. It was faint, almost dreamlike, but unmistakable. The thing is, we didn't have any children. My wife, Sarah, and I had just moved into the old Johnson farmhouse on the outskirts of town. It was a beautiful place, all weathered wood and wraparound porch set on 10 acres of rolling hills and ancient oak trees. We'd gotten it for a steal. The real estate agent practically giddy as she handed over the keys. It's a special place, she'd said, her smile just a touch too wide. I'm sure you'll be very happy here now. As I lay in bed listening to the phantom Giggles echoing through the halls. I wasn't so sure. I nudged Sarah awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She blinked at me sleepily. Hear what? The laughter faded away, leaving only the creaks and groans of the old house settling. I shook my head. Nothing. Must have been dreaming, but I wasn't dreaming, and that was only the beginning. Over the next few weeks, strange occurrences became our new normal. Items would move on their own, appearing in places we knew we hadn't left them. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms, cold spots that made your breath fog even on the warmest days. And always there was the laughter. Sarah tried to rationalize it all. The moving objects were just us being forgetful in a new place. The cold spots were drafts in an old house. The laughter was probably just kids from a neighboring arm sound carrying far in the country. Quiet, I wanted to believe her, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. It came to a head about a month after we moved in. I was in the attic unpacking some of the last boxes when I found the journal. It was old, the leather cover cracked and faded, tucked away behind a loose board in the wall. Curious, I opened it. The handwriting inside was spidery and difficult to read, but as I deciphered the words, a chill ran down my spine. It was a diary belonging to Margaret Johnson, the matriarch of the family who had built this house over a century ago. And what she described was horrifying. According to Margaret, the land the house was built on was cursed. The local Native American tribe had warned the Johnsons not to build here, that it was a sacred place, a thin spot between worlds. But Thomas Johnson was a stubborn man, and he ignored their warnings. At first everything seemed fine, but then their children started to change. They became withdrawn, speaking of imaginary friends and games played in empty rooms. Margaret wrote of hearing laughter when no one was there, of toys moving on their own, of shadowy figures glimpsed out of the corner of her eye, and then one by one the children disappeared. The last entry was dated 1920. Margaret's handwriting was frantic, barely legible. "They're coming for me now," she wrote. "I can hear them laughing. God, forgive us for what we've done." I closed the journal, my hands shaking. It had to be some kind of sick joke, right? A prop left behind by the previous owners to scare new residents. But as I stood there, the attic suddenly felt colder, and I could have sworn I heard a child's giggle right behind me. Practically fell down the attic stairs. In my head to get out, I found Sarah in the kitchen humming as she prepared dinner. The normality of the scene was jarring after what I had just read. "Sarah," I said, my voice trembling, "we need to talk about the house." I told her everything. The journal, the curse, the disappearing children. As I spoke, her face grew pale, and I could see the doubt in her eyes, wearing with the fear she'd been trying to ignore. "Tom," she said slowly, I think I've seen them." She told me about the figures she'd glimpsed in mirrors, always just at the edge of her vision, the way she sometimes felt watched even when she was alone in the house, the dreams she'd been having of children calling out to her, begging for help. We sat there in stunned silence, the implications of what we discovered settling over us like a heavy blanket. What were we supposed to do now? Call an exorcist, put the house back on the market, and hope some other unsuspecting couple would buy it before we could decide on a course of action? The lights flickered, the temperature in the kitchen plummeted, our breath suddenly visible in the air. And then we heard it, the laughter louder than ever before, coming from every direction at once. Sarah grabbed my hand, her nails digging into my skin. "Tom," she whispered, "we need to get out of here now." We ran for the front door, but it wouldn't open. The knob turned, but it was as if something on the other side was holding it shut. We tried the back door, the windows, even the cellar entrance, all locked, all immovable. The laughter grew louder, mixed now with the sound of running feet and childish voices calling out to us. "Play with us," they said, "stay with us forever." We ended up huddled in the living room, watching in horror as objects began to move on their own. Books flew off shelves, furniture slid across the floor, and all the while those voices kept calling to us. It was Sarah who found the solution. As a chair whizzed past her head, she spotted something glinting on the mantelpiece. It was an old arrowhead, probably Native American, displayed as a curio by a previous owner. The journal she gasped. It said this was sacred land. Maybe she didn't need to finish the thought. I lunged for the arrowhead, snatching it just as an unseen force tried to pull it away. The moment my fingers closed around it, everything stopped. The flying objects dropped to the floor, the laughter cut off abruptly, and the oppressive cold dissipated. We didn't wait to see if it was truly over. The front door swung open easily now, and we ran to our car, still in our pajamas. The arrowhead clutched tightly in my hand. We drove through the night, not stopping until we were 2 states away. We never went back to the farmhouse. We hired a company to pack up our belongings and sell the place, making sure to include the arrowhead and Margaret's journal with the property. We also made them promise to disclose the house's history to any potential buyers. Last I heard, the place is still on the market. The real estate agent calls it a charming fixer-upper with a rich history. Sarah and I call it a nightmare. We barely escaped. Sometimes late at night, I still wake up thinking I hear children laughing, but now in our new home in the city, surrounded by the comforting sounds of traffic and neighbors, I can convince myself it's just a dream most of the time anyway. We don't talk much about what happened in that house. It's easier to pretend it was all some shared delusion, a product of stress and an overactive imagination. But we both know the truth, and we both know that sometimes the most haunting things aren't the ghosts themselves, but the questions they leave behind. Why us? Why that house? And what happened to those children all those years ago? I don't think we'll ever know the answers, and maybe that's for the best. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. All I know is, if you're ever driving through the countryside and you see an old farmhouse for sale, one that seems just a little too perfect, a little too cheap, keep driving, because you never know what might be waiting inside, laughing in the darkness, ready to welcome you home. The neon sign flickered weakly in the rain, casting an eerie red glow over the empty parking lot. Mario's Pizza, it read, the sputtering in and out of existence like a dying firefly. I sighed, glancing at the clock on my dashboard. 11:47 p.m. Just one more delivery, and I could call it a night. I'd been driving for Mario's for about 6 months now, a job I'd taken to help pay for college. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid the bills, and usually wasn't too eventful. Usually the pizza box sat on the passenger seat, steamed, still rising from the vents. The address was way out on the edge of our delivery zone, a part of town I wasn't too familiar with. As I pulled out of the lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about this delivery felt off. The rain intensified as I drove, fat droplets splattering against the windshield faster than my wipers could clear them. The streets grew narrower, the houses more spread out. Soon I was driving down a winding road with dense forest on either side, my GPS church instructing me to turn onto a gravel driveway. I almost missed the path, was overgrown, branches scraping against the sides of my car as I inched forward. After what felt like an eternity, the trees opened up to reveal a ramshackle house, its windows dark, save for a single light on the second floor. I parked and grabbed the pizza, the box already growing cold in the damp night air. As I approached the front door, the porch steps creaked ominously beneath my feet. I raised my hand to knock, but before I could, the door swung open. The man who stood there made me take an involuntary step back. He was tall, easily over 6 feet, with a wild beard and eyes that seemed to bore right through me. He wore a stained wife beater and jeans that had seen better days. A pizza delivery, I stammered, holding out the box. The man's face split into a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Right on time, he said, his voice a low growl. Why don't you bring that inside? I've got to grab my wallet. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave, to get back in my car and drive away as fast as I could. But I was new to this job, and I didn't want to risk getting fired over a misunderstanding. So against my better judgment, I stepped inside. The interior of the house was dark and cluttered. The air was thick with the smell of cigarette smoke and something else, something metallic that made my nose wrinkle. A man led me through a narrow hallway into what I assumed was the living room. Set it down there, he said, gesturing to a coffee table littered with empty beer cans and overflowing ashtrays. I'll be right back with the money. He disappeared up a creaky staircase leaving me alone in the dim room. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure he could hear it. I glanced around, looking for a quick exit if I needed one. That's when I saw it in the far corner of the room, partially hidden behind a ratty armchair, was a duffel bag. It was unzipped, and poking out of it was something that made my blood run cold. The barrel of a gun. I froze, my mind racing. This wasn't just some eccentric customer. Something was very, very wrong here. I had to get out. I turned to leave, but before I could take a step, I heard the man's heavy footsteps coming back down the stairs. Panic seized me. I couldn't let him know I'd seen the gun. I had to act normal. The man reappeared, a wad of crumpled bills in his hand. "Here you go, kid," he said, holding out the money. "Keep the change." My hand shook as I reached for the cash. As I did, I noticed dark stains on his knuckles, stains that looked suspiciously like dried blood. "Thanks," I managed to croak out. "Have a good night." I turned to leave, trying to keep my pace steady, even though every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run. I was almost to the front door when I heard it, a muffled thump from upstairs, followed by what sounded like a strangled cry. The man's hand clamped down on my shoulder, his grip like iron. "You hear something, boy?" I shook my head, not trusting my voice. My eyes darted to the door, tantalizingly close yet impossibly far. "Good," he said, his tone menacing. "Yeah, because there's nothing to hear now. Why don't you get on home? It's late, and these roads can be dangerous at night." He practically shoved me out the door, slamming it behind me. I stumbled down the porch steps, my legs feeling like jelly. The moment I reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I reversed down the driveway, my headlight swept across the house one last time, and there in the upstairs window, I saw a face, a woman's face, pale and terrified, her mouth open. In a silent scream, I floored at gravel, spraying as I peeled out onto the main road. My mind was reeling, trying to process what I'd just seen: the gun, the blood, the woman in the window. It all added up to a horrifying conclusion. I needed to call the police, but as I reached for my phone, doubt crept in. What if I was wrong? What if it was all just a misunderstanding? My imagination running wild. I could lose my job, or worse, get in trouble for making a false report. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. I had to make a decision: drive back to the pizzeria and pretend nothing happened, or potentially saves someone's life. In the end, it wasn't really a choice at all. I dialed 911, my voice shaky as I relayed what I'd seen to the dispatcher. They told me to drive to the nearest police station and wait there. The next few hours were a blur of questions and statements. I told the police everything: the gun, the blood, the woman in the window. They seemed to take it seriously, especially when I gave them the address. It wasn't until the next morning that I found out the full story. The man, it turned out, was wanted in connection with a string of disappearances across 3 states. When the police raided the house, they found evidence of multiple victims. And the woman I saw, she was still alive, held captive in an upstairs bedroom. If I hadn't made that delivery, if I hadn't called the police, she likely wouldn't have survived another day. The following weeks were chaotic. There were more interviews with detectives, a commendation from the police department, even a few requests for interviews from local news stations. Mario gave me a raise and told me I could take as much time off as I needed. But even as the dust settled and life began to return to normal, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. A flickering neon sign, the rain slicked roads, the face in the window. It all haunted my dreams. I kept delivering pizzas, though something about the job felt different now, more important. Somehow every delivery could be someone's lifeline, every interaction a chance to make a difference. And every time I pull up to a house I've never been to before, every time I knock on a stranger's door, I'm acutely aware of the thin line between ordinary and extraordinary, between a routine delivery and a life-changing event. Because sometimes the most important moments of our lives come disguised as the most mundane. Sometimes a simple pizza delivery can change everything. The lock clicked open with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine, as the door swung inward, revealing the rustic interior of our rented cabin. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were stepping into something we couldn't easily escape. If only I'd known then how right that feeling was. Home sweet home for the next week, my boyfriend Matt said cheerfully, lugging our bags over the threshold. I followed him in, taking in the cozy living room with its stone fireplace, and the small kitchenette beyond it was charming in that quaint middle of nowhere sort of way. We'd found the listing online, a secluded cabin in the woods perfect for a romantic getaway. The photos showed stunning views of the surrounding forest and promised a peaceful retreat from our hectic city lives. The price had been almost too good to be true, but we jumped at the chance. Now standing in the actual space, I felt a tinge of unease. The air inside was stuffy and smelled faintly of mildew. The furniture, while clean, had a worn look that spoke of years of use. And was it my imagination, or did the floorboards creak a little too much under our feet? Let's open some windows, I suggested, trying to shake off my nerves. It's a bit musty in here, Matt nodded. Moving to the nearest window, he struggled with it for a moment before it finally budged, sliding up with a protesting groan. Guess they don't open these much, he joked. I forced a smile, but something about the way the window had resisted bothered me. It was almost as if it didn't want to be opened. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in, unpacking our clothes and stocking the small fridge with the groceries we brought as the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees. Matt lit a fire in the fireplace. The warmth and flickering light helped ease some of my tension. See, this isn't so bad, Matt said, wrapping an arm around me as we sat on the worn sofa. Just what we needed to relax and reconnect. I leaned into him, wanting to believe it, but as the darkness outside deepened, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time I glanced at the windows, I half expected to see a face peering in at us. That night I tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable in the unfamiliar bed. The mattress was lumpy and the sheets smelled faintly of mothballs, but it wasn't just physical discomfort keeping me awake. There were noises, creaks, and groans that seemed too deliberate to be just an old house settling. At one point, I could have sworn I heard footsteps in the hallway outside our room. I lay there, heart pounding, straining to hear, but there was nothing but silence. The next morning I woke to find Matt already up and making coffee in the kitchenette. Sleep well, he asked, handing me a steaming mug. I shook my head, taking a sip of the strong brew. Not really, this place makes weird noises at night. He chuckled. That's part of the charm, isn't it? The authentic cabin experience. I wanted to argue, to tell him about the footsteps I thought I'd heard, but I didn't want to spoil our vacation with my paranoia. Instead, I suggested we go for a hike after breakfast. The woods around the cabin were beautiful, all towering pines and dappled sunlight. For a few hours, as we trekked along barely visible trails, I forgot about my unease from the night before. But as we made our way back to the cabin, the feeling of being watched returned, stronger than ever. Matt, I said, grabbing his arm, do you see that? He followed my gaze to a spot between two distant trees. For a moment I could have sworn I saw a figure standing there watching us, but when I blinked it was gone. See what? Matt asked, squinting in the direction I was pointing. I shook my head. Nothing, must have been a shadow or something, but I knew it wasn't just a shadow. And as we approached the cabin, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The window we had struggled to open yesterday was now firmly shut. Did you close that last night? I asked Matt, trying to keep my voice steady. He frowned. No, I don't think so. Maybe the wind blew it shut. I nodded, not wanting to voice my suspicion that there hadn't been enough wind to move that stubborn window. Besides, if it had blown shut, wouldn't we have heard it? As the day wore on, more strange things began to happen. Items we were sure we'd left in one place would turn up in another. The temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, creating cold spots that made no sense in the summer heat. And always there was that feeling of being watched. That night, as we lay in bed, the noises started again, but this time they were louder, more insistent. The creaks and groans were joined by a sound like something being dragged across the floor. Matt, I whispered, shaking him awake. Do you hear that?" He sat up, rubbing his eyes here, but even as he spoke, a loud thump came from the living room, as if something heavy had fallen. Matt's eyes widened. "Okay, I heard that," he said, throwing back the covers. "Stay here. I'll go check it out." "No," I grabbed his arm. "We should go together." Slowly we made our way down the hallway, Matt in front. With a flashlight he grabbed from the nightstand, the beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing. The living room was exactly as we'd left it. "See, probably just something outside," Matt said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. We were about to head back to bed when I noticed something on the coffee table. Next to the book I'd been reading earlier was a small leather-bound journal. I was certain it hadn't been there before. With trembling hands I picked it up and opened it. The pages were filled with handwritten entries. The ink faded with age. As I skimmed the contents, my heart began to race. It was a diary belonging to a woman named Eleanor, who had lived in this cabin decades ago. She wrote of strange occurrences, of items moving on their own, of voices in the night, and she wrote of a presence, something dark and malevolent that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. The final entry chilled me to the bone. "It's here," Eleanor had written, her usually neat handwriting now a frantic scrawl. "God help me, it's here, and I can't escape. If anyone finds this, please don't stay. Run while you still can." I looked up at Matt, my face pale. "We need to leave now." He opened his mouth to argue, but at that moment every light in the cabin flickered and died in the sudden darkness. We heard a sound that could only be described as a low, menacing chuckle. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. Grabbing only our phones and car keys, we ran for the door. It resisted at first, as if something was holding it shut, but with a final desperate shove it flew open. We sprinted to our car, the gravel driveway crunching under our bare feet as Matt fumbled with the keys. I looked back at the cabin. In the upstairs window I saw a face, not human, but something twisted and evil. Its mouth stretched in a grotesque smile. The engine roared to life, and we peeled out of the driveway, tires squealing. We didn't stop driving until we reached the nearest town, where we checked into a motel and spent the rest of the night huddled together, jumping at every sound. In the light of day, it was tempting to dismiss what had happened as an overactive imagination or a shared hallucination, but we both knew what we'd experienced was real. We never went back for our belongings. We contacted the rental company and told them we had to leave due to an emergency. They were surprisingly understanding, even offering a partial refund. It wasn't until weeks later, when the nightmares had finally started to subside, that we decided to do some research. What we found made our blood run cold all over again. The cabin had a history. It turned out over the years several renters had fled in the middle of the night, telling tales of supernatural occurrences, and there were those who hadn't fled, whose disappearances remained unsolved mysteries. We count ourselves lucky to have escaped, but sometimes late at night I still feel that watchful presence, and I wonder if somehow a piece of whatever was in that cabin followed us home. So if you're ever browsing online, looking for a quaint cabin in the woods for a romantic getaway, be careful. Sometimes the perfect retreat is too good to be true, and sometimes the things that go bump in the night are all too real. The first sign that something was wrong was the door to the master bedroom. It was closed. I never closed that door, not since I'd started house-sitting for the Wilsons 2 days ago. I stood there, hand hovering over the doorknob, a chill creeping up my spine. Despite the summer heat, I'd taken this job as a way to make some extra cash during my college break. The Wilsons were loaded. Their sprawling mansion sat on 5 acres of manicured lawns and gardens. It was the kind of place where you'd expect to find a butler named Jeeves, not a 20-year-old student watering plants and feeding cats. "You'll have the run of the place," Mrs. Wilson had said with a laugh as she handed me the keys. "Just don't throw any wild parties while we're gone." As if I knew anyone who'd want to party in this mausoleum of marble and antiques. No, I'd spent most of my time binge-watching shows on their massive TV and raiding their well-stocked fridge. It was supposed to be an easy gig, but now, staring at that closed door, easy was the last word on my mind. I took a deep breath and turned the knob. The door swung open silently, revealing the immaculate master suite. Everything looked normal, the king size bed with its mountain of pillows, the lounge by the window, the doors to the walk-in closet and ensuite bathroom. And yet something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was like walking into a perfect replica of a room. Well, everything looks right, but it doesn't feel right. I shook my head, trying to clear away the paranoia. I was letting my imagination run wild. Probably watched one too many horror movies on that big TV. I was about to leave when I noticed it, a faint scent in the air, something floral and unfamiliar. It wasn't Mrs. Wilson's usual perfume which lingered on her clothes in the closet. This was different, fresher. My heart began to race. Had someone been in here? I did a quick scan of the room, looking for anything out of place. The jewelry box on the dresser caught my eye. Was it slightly askew? With trembling hands I opened it. I didn't know much about jewelry, but even I could tell that the glittering diamonds and pearls inside were worth a fortune, and they all seemed to be there if someone had broken in. Why wouldn't they take these? A noise from downstairs made me jump. It sounded like footsteps, but that was impossible. I was alone in the house. The cats were outside. The cleaning service wasn't due for days, and the Wilsons weren't set to return from their European vacation for another week. I crept to the top of the grand staircase, straining my ears. Silence. Maybe I'd imagined it, but then I heard it again. The unmistakable sound of someone moving around in the kitchen. Panic seized me. I should run, I thought, get out of the house and call the police. But curiosity, the deadly impulse that's failed so many horror movie protagonists, got the better of me. I had to know who was down there. As quietly as I could, I made my way down the stairs, grateful for the plush carpet that muffled my footsteps. The noises from the kitchen grew louder, the clink of glasses, the opening and closing of cabinets. It sounded for all the world like someone fixing themselves a drink. I peered around the corner into the kitchen, and my blood ran cold. There, standing at the marble island, with his back to me, was a man I'd never seen before. He was tall, well-built, dressed in expensive-looking clothes that seemed at odds with the fact that he was, a burglar. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a whimper, who knows, because suddenly he turned. Our eyes met, and for a moment we both froze. Then he smiled. It wasn't the menacing grin of a villain caught in the act. It was warm, almost friendly. He said, his voice smooth and cultured. You must be the house sitter. Care for a drink? I stood there, mouth agape, unable to process what was happening. This man had broken into the house I was supposed to be watching, and he was offering me a drink like we were at a cocktail party. Who are you? I finally managed to stammer out. He chuckled, taking a sip from his glass. On a friend of the family. You could say Thomas Wilson. And I go way back. I frowned. Mr. Wilson had never mentioned any friends having access to the house while they were away. I don't believe you, I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I'm calling the police. I reached for my phone, but before I could dial, he spoke again. I wouldn't do that if I were you, not unless you want Thomas to find out about your little explorations. I froze. How could he know? I'd been so careful on my second night here. Curiosity had gotten the better of me. I'd started poking around in Mr. Wilson's study, opening drawers, leafing through papers. I told myself I was just being thorough in my house-sitting duties, but deep down I knew it was wrong. The man smiled again, but this time there was an edge to it. Oh yes, I know all about that, just like I know about the little joy ride you took in the Bentley yesterday's skit. What would the Wilsons say? My mind raced. How could he possibly know these things unless you've been watching me? I said, the realization dawning with a sickening clarity. He raised his glass in a mock toast. Bright girl. Yes, I've been keeping an eye on things, making sure the Wilsons' property is secure. But why? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Who are you really? He set his glass down and leaned against the counter, fixing me with an intense stare. Let's just say I have a vested interest in the Wilsons' affairs and in making sure certain sensitive information remains private. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. What kind of information? The kind that could ruin a man like Thomas Wilson, he said, his voice Low and dangerous, the kind that's worth killing for, I gasped, taking an involuntary step back. You're blackmailing him, he shrugged the gesture. Casual, but his eyes never leaving. Mine. Blackmail is such an ugly word. I prefer to think of it as mutually beneficial arrangement, one that has been working quite well for years now. My mind was reeling, the perfect wealthy Wilson. What dark secrets were they hiding, and what had I stumbled into? What happens now? I asked, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Now you have a choice to make, my dear. You can forget this ever happened, finish your house-sitting job, and walk away with a nice paycheck and your conscience clear, or he let the word hang in the air, heavy with implication, or what I whispered, or you can try to be a hero. Call the police, tell the Wilsons what you've seen, but consider this: who do you think they'll believe? A trusted family friend or a college student who's been snooping through their private things, enjoy riding in their cars? I felt sick. He was right. I had no proof, and I'd abused the Wilsons' trust. Even if they believed me, I'd still be in trouble. So what'll it be? He asked, picking up his glass. Again, the easy way or the hard way? I stood there frozen in indecision. The right thing to do was clear. I should call the police, consequences be damned. But fear, that primal instinct for self-preservation, held me back. In the end, it wasn't courage or morality that decided it. It was pure dumb luck. At that moment, headlights swept across the kitchen window. A car was coming up the driveway. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Impossible, he muttered. They're not due back for days. But the sound of car doors slamming, followed by familiar voices, proved him wrong. The Wilsons were home early. In the chaos that followed, the Wilsons' shock at finding an intruder, my fumbling explanations, the man's smooth lies, the truth came out. It wasn't pretty. There were tears, recriminations, threats of legal action. But in the end, justice prevailed. The man, whose real name I never learned, was arrested. The Wilsons' secrets, whatever they were, remained hidden. And me, I lost my house-sitting jobs, of course, but gained something far more valuable, a story I'll never forget, and a lesson about the dangers of curiosity. Now whenever I pass by a grand house with its manicured lawns and gleaming windows, I can't help but wonder what secrets lie behind those perfect facades. But I've learned my lesson. Some doors are better left unopened, some questions better left unasked, because you never know when you might find yourself caught in the middle of someone else's dangerous game. The security camera feed flickered to life, revealing an empty corridor bathed in the sickly glow of fluorescent lights. I leaned closer to the monitor, my eyes straining in the darkness of the security office. That's when I saw it, a shadow darting across the screen there, and gone in an instant. My heart rate quickened. I was supposed to be alone in this building tonight. My name's Mike, and I've been working the night shift at Grayson Tech for about 6 months now. It's a big, soulless office building on the outskirts of the city, all glass and steel, and eerily quiet after hours most nights. My biggest challenge is staying awake, but tonight was different. Tonight something was off. I flipped through the different camera feeds, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing on the ground floor, nothing in the stairwells. But then, as I switched the view of the executive offices on the top floor, I saw it again, a figure moving swiftly between the cubicles, clearly trying to avoid detection. My first instinct was to call the police, but something held me back. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was the nagging feeling that there was more going on here than a simple break-in. Whatever it was, I found myself reaching for the key card that would give me access to the upper floors. The elevator ride to the top floor felt like it took an eternity. With each passing second, my mind raced through possible scenarios. Was it a burglar, a disgruntled employee, or something worse? The doors slid open with a soft ding that seemed deafening in the silence of the night. I stepped out cautiously, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The executive floor was a maze of cubicles and corner offices, most of them filled with expensive-looking furniture and state-of-the-art computers. I moved slowly, my ears straining for any sound. For a moment, all I could hear was the soft hum of electronics and the pounding of my own heart. Then, from somewhere to my left, came the unmistakable sound of typing creeping. Towards the noise, I rounded a corner and froze. There, bathed in the blue glow of a computer screen, sat a woman I recognized. From the company directory, Sarah Chen, one of the senior software engineers. "Miss Chan," I called out, my voice shaky. She whirled around, her eyes wide with fear. "And was that guilt? Who are you?" she demanded, her hand moving to close the laptop. I stepped forward, shining my flashlight badge. "Mike Thompson, Night Security. What are you doing here so late?" Sarah's shoulders slumped, and for a moment I thought she might break down. But then she straightened, a look of determination crossing her face. "I'm uncovering the truth," she said, "and now that you're here, you need to see this." Too confused and more than a little wary, I moved closer. Sarah reopened the laptop, revealing lines of code that meant nothing to me. "Grayson Tech isn't what you think it is," she said, her voice low and urgent. "The software we're developing, it's not just for business analytics. It's a surveillance tool more powerful than anything that's ever existed." I frowned, not quite understanding what do you mean. Sarah took a deep breath. "It can track anyone, anywhere, social media, security cameras, financial transactions. It pulls it all together in real time. And it's being sold to governments, corporations, anyone who can afford it." The implications hit me like a truck. If what she was saying was true, this was big, huge, the kind of thing that could bring down companies and topple governments. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, my mouth dry. Sarah's eyes met mine, and I saw the fear there, but also a steely resolve. "Because I need your help. I'm gathering evidence, but I can't do this alone if they catch me." She didn't need to finish the sentence. We both knew what happened to whistleblowers in the corporate world. I should have said no, should have walked away and pretended I'd never seen any of this, but something in Sarah's eyes, the desperation and the determination, made me nod. "What do you need me to do?" For the next hour, Sarah walked me through what she discovered: the secret servers hidden in the building's basement, the coded messages and seemingly innocuous emails, the offshore accounts where the money from these less than legal sales was being funneled. As the night wore on, I found self pulled deeper into a world of corporate espionage and government conspiracies. It was like something out of a movie, except this was real, and the danger was palpable. We were so engrossed in our work that we almost missed the sound of the elevator arriving on our floor. Sarah's head snapped up, her face pale. "They're here," she whispered. I didn't need to ask who they were. We quickly shut down the computer and ducked behind a row of cubicles peering over the top. I saw two men in expensive suits step out of the elevator. Even from a distance, I could see the bulge of weapons under their jackets. "We need to get out of here," I whispered to Sarah. She nodded, clutching a small flash drive that contained all the evidence we'd gathered. Slowly, carefully, we began to make our way towards the emergency stairs. At the far end of the office, we could hear the men moving through the cubicles, their voices low but angry. "We know you're here, Sarah," one of them called out. "Make this easy on yourself. You know you can't win against us." Sarah's hand found mine in the darkness, squeezing it tightly. I could feel her trembling, but her voice was steady when she whispered, "We have to make it. The world needs to know the truth." We were almost to the stairs when disaster struck. In the darkness, I stumbled over a trash can, sending it clattering across the floor. The noise was deafening in the quiet office. There, one of the men shouted. Footsteps pounded towards us. "Run," I yelled, pushing Sarah towards the stairs. We burst through the door and started down, taking the steps two at a time behind us. I could hear the men in pursuit, their shoes echoing in the stairwell. My mind raced as we descended. We couldn't go to the lobby, they'd have that covered, but maybe this way, I gasped, pulling Sarah through a door on the third floor. If I remembered the building layout correctly, there was a fire escape on this level that led to the alley behind the building. We sprinted through the darkened office, the shouts of our pursuers growing closer. There, the window that led to the fire escape. I fumbled with the latch, my hands slick with sweat. Just as the door to the office burst open, the window swung free. "Go," I urged. Sarah helping her through. I followed, quickly pulling the window shut. Behind us, the metal of the fire escape creaked ominously as we clambered down. Above us, I could hear the men cursing as they realized where we'd gone. A gunshot rang out, the bullet pinging off the railing near my head. We hit the ground, running, Sarah clutching the flash drive like it was a lifeline, which in a way it was. Behind us, I could hear the men starting down the fire. Escape my car is this way, Sarah panted as we rounded the corner of the building. In moments we were speeding away from Grayson Tech, the lights of the city blurring around us as the adrenaline began to wear off. The reality of what we'd just done started to sink in. We were fugitives now in possession of information that some very powerful people would kill to keep secret. What do we do now? I asked, my voice hoarse. Sarah's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. We take this to someone who can help. I have a contact at a news organization. If we can get this information to them. I nodded, understanding it wasn't over, not by a long shot, but we had a chance now, a chance to expose the truth and maybe, just maybe, make a difference. As we drove through the night, leaving the city and its secrets behind, I couldn't help but think about how much my life had changed in just a few short hours. I'd gone from a simple night security guard to a conspirator in what could be one of the biggest whistleblowing events in history. I didn't know what the future held. I didn't know if we'd succeed or if we'd end up as just another pair of unnamed casualties in the war between truth and power. But I did know one thing: I couldn't go back to my old life. Not now. Not after what I'd seen as the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. I made a silent vow, whatever came next, whatever challenges we faced, I would see this through to the end. The truth had to come out, and if it was up to us to make that happen, then so be it. The night shifted. Grayson Tech was over, but our real work, it was just beginning. The rusty gate creaked open, its protest going through the still night air. I hesitated, 1 foot on the overgrown path leading to the abandoned Oakwood Asylum. The dilapidated building loomed before us, its broken windows like hollow eyes staring down accusingly. This was a bad idea, I knew it, but the thrill of adventure and the goading of my friends pushed me forward. Come on, Alex, don't chicken out now, Mia called from ahead, her flashlight beam dancing erratically across the crumbling facade. I took a deep breath and stepped fully onto the property, the gate clanging shut behind me with a finality that sent a shiver down my spine. There were 4 of us: Mia, our self-appointed leader, Jake, her boyfriend and resident skeptic, Liv, our amateur photographer, and me, the reluctant voice of reason that no one ever listened to. We'd been planning this excursion for weeks, ever since Mia stumbled across an article about the asylum's dark history. Opened in the 1800s and shut down in the 1970s amid allegations of patient abuse and unethical experiments, Oakwood had become the stuff of local legend. Ghost hunters and thrill seekers had tried to explore it over the years, but most were scared off by the building's deteriorating state or chased away by the police. But tonight was different. The full moon provided just enough light to navigate by, and Mia's cousin on the police force had tipped her off that patrols would be light. It was now or never. As we approached the main entrance, the weight of the building's history seemed to press down on us. Graffiti covered the lower walls, a crude attempt to mask the institution's grim past with color. Liv snapped a few photos, the flash momentarily illuminating the decrepit porch. Okay, everyone remember the plan? Mia whispered, her excitement palpable. We stick together. We don't touch anything we don't have to, and if anyone wants to leave, we all leave. Got it? We nodded in agreement, though I noticed Jake rolling his eyes. He'd made it clear he thought this whole ghost hunting thing was ridiculous, but he wasn't about to let Mia go in without him. The front door was chained shut, but Jake made quick work of it with the bolt cutters he brought. The chain fell away with a clank that seemed to echo forever in the quiet night. Maya pushed the door open, and we were hit with a wave of stale, musty air. Stepping inside was like crossing a threshold into another world. Our flashlights revealed a reception area, frozen in time. Dust-covered chairs lined the walls, and an ancient reception desk stood sentinel, its surface littered with moldering papers and long dead plants. This is incredible, Liv breathed, her camera clicking rapidly. It's like they just walked out one day and never came back. We moved deeper into the building, our footsteps echoing off the peeling walls. The beam of my flashlight caught something etched into the paint. A name helped me, scratched with desperate intensity. I swallowed hard, trying to ignore the chill that ran down my spine. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew thicker, heavier with dust and decay. We passed by old treatment rooms, their equipment are rusted and ominous in the dim light. An overturned gurney in one hallway made us all jump its wheels, squeaking slightly as our movement disturbed decades of stillness. Hey, check this out, Jake called, his voice unnaturally loud in the quiet. He was standing in front of a heavy metal door, its surface marred by deep scratches. Looks like someone really wanted out of here. As we gathered around, I noticed something odd. Unlike everything else we'd seen, this door seemed cleaner, somehow less dusty. Before I could point this out, Maya was already pushing it open. The room beyond was pitch black, swallowing our flashlight beams. As we stepped inside, I felt a change in the air. It was cooler here, with a faint breeze that shouldn't have been possible in a sealed building. Guys, I don't like this, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Maybe we should. I never finished that sentence. The door slammed shut behind us with a resounding bang, plunging us into total darkness. Leigh screamed, and I heard the clatter of her camera hitting the floor. What the hell? Jake's voice was tight with barely controlled panic. Maya, where are you? Everyone okay? I fumbled, with my flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep hold of it. When I finally got it working, the beam revealed a room that hadn't been there a moment ago. Gone was the decrepit asylum interior. Instead, we found ourselves in what looked like a modern laboratory, all gleaming stainless steel and softly humming machinery. This isn't possible, Mia whispered, her earlier bravado completely gone. Where are we? Before anyone could answer, a door at the far end of the room hissed open. A figure stepped through, backlit so we couldn't make out any features, but its silhouette was all wrong. Too tall, limbs too long and jointed in impossible ways. Welcome, it said, its voice a harsh metallic rasp that set my teeth on edge. We've been waiting for you, panics set in. We turned to flee, only to find the door we'd entered through was gone, replaced by a smooth, featureless wall. We were trapped. What followed was a nightmare of flashing lights, screeching alarms, and the constant terrifying presence of our inhuman hosts. They herded us through endless corridors, separated us, subjected us to tests and procedures I still can't bring myself to describe. I lost all sense of time. It could have been hours or days before I found myself back in that first room, reunited with my friends. We were different now, changed in ways both subtle and profound. Live's eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Jake's skin had a metallic sheen to it. Mia wasn't Mia anymore, not really. The figure from before stood watching us, its featureless face somehow conveying amusement. The experiment was a success. It said, "You may go," just like that. We were outside again, standing in front of the abandoned asylum, as if nothing had happened. But we knew better. The building's windows now gleamed with an otherworldly light, and we could hear the faint hum of machinery from within. We stumbled away, each lost in our own thoughts, trying to process what had happened to us. As we reached the gate, I turned back for one last look. The asylum seemed to shimmer, its form shifting subtly before my eyes. For a moment I saw it as it truly was, not an abandoned relic, but a facade hiding something far more advanced and alien than we could have imagined. We never spoke about that night again, not really. How could we? Who would believe us? But sometimes when I catch a glimpse of the strange glow in Liv's eyes, or notice the way Jake's skin reflects light just a little too perfectly, I'm reminded that our adventure was all too real. And late at night, when the moon is full and the world is quiet, I swear I can hear it, that metallic voice calling me back to Oakwood Asylum, back to the place where everything changed, and where I fear a part of me will always remain. I don't know if we uncovered some long-buried secret that night, or if we stumbled into something that was never meant for human eyes. All I know is that the next time someone suggests exploring an abandoned building, I'll be running in the opposite direction, because sometimes the unknown is better left undiscovered. And some doors are meant to stay closed forever. But even as I tell myself this, I can't shake the feeling that our experience at Oakwood was just the beginning, that somewhere out there in other abandoned places and forgotten corners of the world, similar experiments are taking place, and I wonder, with a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity, what will happen when whatever is behind it all decides it's time to stop hiding for now, though I'll keep my head down and try to live a normal life. But a part of me will always be on guard, watching for signs that the world isn't what it seems, because once you've seen behind the curtain, there's no going back. And in the end, the scariest thing isn't what we found in that asylum, it's the knowledge that it's still out there waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. The GPS chimed cheerfully, announcing that I had arrived at my destination. I stared out the windshield, my hands still gripping the steering wheel, at a town that definitely wasn't Millbrook. The faded welcome sign read, Willow Creek population 71, but something about those numbers seemed off, like they hadn't been updated in decades. I'd been driving for hours, heading to my cousin's wedding in Millbrook. It was supposed to be a straight shot down the highway, but somewhere along the way my usually reliable GPS had led me astray. Now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in ominous shades of red and purple, I found myself in a place that looked like it had been forgotten. By time, Willow Creek's Main Street stretched before me, lined with buildings that seemed more suited to the 1950s than the present-day. Neon signs flickered weakly, and shop windows and the few people visible on the sidewalks moved with an odd shuffling gait that set my nerves on edge. I pulled over, fishing my phone out of my pocket to try and figure out where I'd gone wrong. No signal. Of course, I sighed, resigning myself to the fact that I'd have to ask for directions the old-fashioned way. The diner across the street seemed as good a place as any to start. Its chrome exterior gleamed dully in the fading light, and a buzzing sign proclaimed it Dot's Diner, best pie in the county. I stepped out of my car, the humid air immediately clinging to my skin. As I approached the diner, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The few people on the street had stopped to stare at me, their eyes unnaturally wide and unblinking. I quickened my pace, pushing open the diner door with more force than necessary. The bell above the door jangled discordantly, drawing the attention of everyone inside. And I do mean everyone. Every head turned in perfect unison to look at me, expressions blank and eyes glazed for a moment. The only sound was the soft crackle of a radio playing what sounded like a big band tune from the 1940s. I cleared my throat. Hi, I'm a bit lost. Could someone point me in the direction of Brooks? Silence. Then slowly conversation resumed as if I hadn't spoken. The patrons turned back to their meals, forks moving mechanically from plate to mouth. A waitress appeared at my elbow, making me jump. Her name tag read Dot, and her smile was just a little too wide to be natural. Well, honey, you're a long way from Millbrook, she said, her voice syrupy sweet. Why don't you sit down and have a slice of pie while we figure out how to get you back on track? Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave, to get back in my car and drive as fast and as far as I could, but something in Dot's eyes held me in place. It wasn't kindness, exactly, more like hunger. Before I knew it, I was seated in a booth, a slice of cherry pie in front of me that I definitely hadn't ordered. Dot hovered nearby, that too wide smile still plastered on her face. Eat up, honey, she urged. It'll help you think clearer. I picked up the fork, if only to appease her. The pie filling glistened in a way that reminded me uncomfortably of fresh blood. I took a small bite, and immediately my senses were overwhelmed. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted, sweet and tart, and rich in a way that seemed impossible. I found myself taking another bite, and another, unable to stop. As I ate, the diner around me seemed to shift and blur. The patrons' movements became more fluid, more natural. The music On the radio clarified, resolving into a tune I almost recognized. Even Dot's smile seemed less forced, more genuine. "There isn't that better?" she asked, sliding into the seat across from me now. "Tell me what brings you to our little town." I blinked, trying to remember. Why was I here? Something about a wedding, but that seemed so unimportant. "Now I am not sure," I admitted. Dot patted my hand, her touch sending an electric jolt up my arm. "That's all right, honey. Lots of folks find their way here when they're a bit lost. We Creek has a way of calling to those who need it." I nodded, finding comfort in her words. The pie was gone, but I didn't remember finishing it. Outside, night had fallen completely, the street now illuminated by the warm glow of old-fashioned street lamps. "Why don't I show you to the hotel?" Dot suggested. "You look like you could use some rest." I followed her out of the diner, my legs moving of their own accord. The street was busier now, filled with people strolling and chatting. They all smiled and nodded at me as if I was an old friend they'd been expecting. The hotel was a grand old building, its Victorian architecture a stark contrast to the more modest structures surrounding it. As we climbed the steps, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Dot steadied me with a hand on my elbow, her touch both comforting and unsettling. "Don't worry," she said, her voice sounding distant and echoing. "Everyone feels a bit off at first. You'll adjust soon enough." The lobby was a blur of dark wood and red velvet. I have a vague memory of signing something, of being handed a heavy brass key. Then I was in a room, ornate wallpaper swirling in patterns that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I collapsed onto the bed, my head spinning as consciousness slipped away. I heard Dot's voice one last time, though I couldn't see her in the room. "Welcome to Willow Creek, honey. You're home now." I woke with a start, sunlight streaming through lace curtains. I didn't remember for a moment. I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. Then it all came flooding back. The wrong turn, the strange town, Dot's diner, the pie. I sat up, my head pounding. The room around me was like something out of a period drama, all antique furniture and faded elegance, but there was something off about it, like a movie set that wasn't quite convincing. Up close, I stumbled to the window, pulling back the curtains. The street below was bustling with activity, but it was all wrong. Cars from the 1950s cruised by, fins gleaming in the morning sun. Women in poodle skirts and men in fedoras strolled down the sidewalk. It was like the whole town was stuck in a time warp. My phone, I needed to call for help, but when I reached for it, my pockets were empty. In fact, I realized with growing horror I was wearing entirely different clothes, a buttoned-up shirt and high-waisted trousers that looked like they came straight out of a vintage store. There was a knock at the door. "Room service," Dot's cheery voice called out. I opened the door cautiously. Dot stood there balancing a tray with a steaming cup of coffee and another slice of that damn pie. "Good morning, sunshine," she chirped. "Thought you might need to pick me up after your long journey." "What's going on here?" I demanded, my voice hoarse. "What is this place? What did you do to me?" Dot's smile never wavered. Now there's no need for all that. Willow Creek is just a special place for special people, people who need a fresh start, who want to forget their troubles. And you, my dear, looked like you needed that more than most." I shook my head, trying to clear the fog that still clung to my thoughts. "But I didn't want this. I was just passing through. I need to get back. I have a wedding to a wedding." Dot interrupted, her eyes gleaming. "Oh, honey, is that what's got you so worked up? Well, why didn't you say so? We love weddings here in Willow Creek. In fact, I think old Mr. Johnson's daughter is getting married this weekend. I'm sure they'd be happy to have you join the celebration." The way she said it made it clear this wasn't a suggestion. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized the true nature of my situation. This wasn't just a strange town, it was a trap. And I had walked right into it. I think I'd like to leave now," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Dot's smile turned sad. "Oh, honey, don't you know nobody ever really leaves Willow Creek? But don't worry, you'll come to love it here. We all do in the end." As if on cue, a group of townspeople appeared in the hallway behind her. Their smiles were identical to Dot's, their eyes holding the same hungry look I'd noticed The night before, why don't you come downstairs and meet everyone properly? Suggested, reaching out to take my hand. After all, we're your family now. I wanted to resist, to run, to scream, but as Dot's fingers closed around mine, I felt that same electric jolt from the night before, and suddenly, the idea didn't seem so bad after all. Wasn't this what I'd always wanted? A place to belong, a simpler life, free from the stresses of the modern world. As Dot led me down the stairs, the other townspeople falling in behind us. Like a mob parade, I felt the last of my resistance fading away. Willow Creek may not have been my intended destination, but maybe, just maybe, it was where I was meant to be. All along, the sun shone brightly outside the street, alive with the bustle of a perfect 1950s day, and as I stepped out into it, hand in hand with my new family, I couldn't quite remember why I had ever wanted to leave. The first gunshot shattered the stillness of the forest, sending birds scattering into the sky. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. This was supposed to be a peaceful hike, a chance to clear my head and enjoy nature, but in an instant it had turned into something far more dangerous. I'd set out early that morning, driving to a remote trailhead I discovered online. It promised stunning views and challenging terrain, perfect for a day-long solo hike. The first few hours had been everything I'd hoped for: crisp autumn air, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and a sense of solitude that was hard to find in the city. But now, as I stood rooted to the spot, straining my ears for any further sounds, I realized how isolated I truly was. Miles from civilization, no cell phone signal, and apparently sharing the woods with someone armed and potentially dangerous. For a moment I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a hunter, I thought, but it wasn't hunting season, and something in my gut told me this was different. The shot had sounded too close to deliberate. Another crack echoed through the trees, closer this time. It was followed by shouting, the words indistinct, but the tone unmistakably angry. My instincts kicked in, and I dove behind a large oak tree, trying to make myself as small as possible. From my hiding spot, I peered around the forest. The dense undergrowth that had seemed so beautiful earlier now felt oppressive, potentially hiding threats from every angle. I tried to control my breathing, knowing that any sound could give away my position. That's when I saw them. Two men dressed in camouflage crashed through the brush about 50 yards away. They were carrying rifles and moving with purpose, their eyes scanning the forest floor. Poachers, I realized with a jolt, and from their agitated movements, it was clear they were pursuing something or someone. I pressed myself harder against the tree, willing myself to become invisible. The men were getting closer. Their voice is now clear enough for me to make out words he couldn't have gotten far. One of them growled, "Not with that wound, we can't let him get away." The other replied, his voice tight with tension, "If he talks, we're done for." My mind raced. They weren't hunting animals, they were hunting a person. Someone who had seen something they shouldn't have, someone who was now injured and running for their life. And I was caught in the middle of it. I knew I should stay hidden, wait for them to pass, and then make my way back to my car as quickly and quietly as possible. But a nagging voice in the back of my mind wouldn't let me. Someone out there needed help, and I might be their only chance. Taking a deep breath, I made a decision that would change everything. As soon as the poachers passed my hiding spot, I began to move in the opposite direction, searching for any sign of their wounded quarry. The forest was eerily quiet now, as if holding its breath. I moved as silently as I could, my eyes darting from tree to tree, looking for anything out of place, a broken branch, a scuff mark in the dirt, anything that might indicate someone had passed through in a hurry after what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. I spotted it, a smear of red on a tree trunk about chest height. Blood, my stomach churned, but I pressed on, following the sporadic trail deeper into the woods. The sound of running water grew louder, and I soon found myself at the edge of a small stream. This where I saw him, a man probably in his 40s, slumped against a boulder. His shirt was soaked with blood, his face pale and drawn with pain. His eyes widened in fear as he saw me approach, his hand reaching for something at his side. I raised my hand, showing I was unarmed. "I'm here to help," I whispered urgently. "Those men. They're after you, right?" He nodded weakly. His hand relaxing. "Game warden," he managed to say. Between labored breaths caught them. "Illegal hunting operation, big operation. Dangerous people." I knelt beside him, assessing his wound. The bullet had caught him in the shoulder, and while it was bleeding heavily, it didn't look immediately life-threatening, but he'd lost a lot of blood. And in this wilderness, even a minor injury could be fatal. "We need to move," I said, already shrugging off my backpack. "Can you walk?" He nodded again, gritting his teeth as I helped him to his feet. I quickly wrapped his wound as best I could with supplies from my first aid kit, then let him lean on me. As we started to move, our progress was agonizingly slow. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sounded like a gunshot in the quiet forest. I had no real plan beyond putting distance between us and the poachers, hoping to find higher ground where we might get a cell signal. We had been moving for maybe 20 minutes when we heard voices carried on the wind. The POERS had picked up our trail there, the warden whispered, pointing to a steep hill cave system. "We can lose them in there. It was risky. If we got lost in the caves, we'd be in even more trouble. But with the poachers closing in, we didn't have much choice." We started the climb, each step a struggle for the injured man. Just as we reached the cave entrance, a shout rang out behind us. They had spotted us. Without hesitation, we plunged into the darkness of the cave. The next few hours were a blur of dark passages, stumbling steps, and heart-stopping moments of silence as we listened for our pursuers. The warden, whose name I learned was Mike, guided us as best he could, but it was clear he was weakening. Finally, we emerged from a narrow tunnel into a larger cavern. Faint light filtered in from somewhere above, revealing a space about the size of a small room. Mike collapsed against the wall, his breathing ragged. "We can't go any further," I said, knowing it was true. Even as I hated to admit it, "we'll have to make a stand here." Mike nodded grimly. "There's a backup gun in my boot," he said. "You know how to shoot?" I shook my head. The only shooting I'd ever done was at a carnival booth once. Mike sighed, then walked through the basics. The weight of the pistol felt strange and terrifying in my hand. We didn't have to wait long. The sound of footsteps echoed through the tunnel, growing louder. I positioned myself behind a large rock, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give away our location. The first poacher entered the cavern cautiously, his rifle sweeping the space. I held my breath, finger on the trigger, praying I wouldn't have to use it. Suddenly, a shower of loose rocks clattered down from above, startling the man. In that moment of distraction, Mike lunged from his hiding spot, tackling the poacher to the ground. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. For a terrifying moment, I didn't know who had been hit. Then the second poacher burst into the cavern, his rifle aimed at Mike. Time seemed to slow down. I saw the poacher's finger tightening on the trigger. Without thinking, I stepped out from behind the rock and fired. The gun kicked in my hand, the shot going wide, but it was enough. The poacher turned towards me, giving Mike the opening he needed to knock him down. In the chaos that followed, I somehow managed to find some rope in my backpack. We tied up the poachers, who had both been subdued, more by surprise than by our fighting skills. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of what had just happened hit me. I sank to the ground, my whole body shaking. Mike sat heavily beside me, his face pale but his eyes clear. "You did good, kid," he said softly. "Not many people would have stopped to help a stranger in the woods." I managed a weak smile. "Guess I watched too many superhero movies as a kid." A faint sound caught our attention, the roar of helicopter blades. Mike's face broke into a relieved grin. "Back up," he said. "I missed my check-in. They must have come looking." As the sound grew louder, sunlight suddenly flooded the cavern. A hole in the ceiling, previously unnoticed, was large enough for us to be spotted from the air. Within minutes, rescue crews were rappelling down, and our ordeal was finally over. In the days that followed, as I gave statements to police and park rangers, the full scope of what we had stumbled into became clear. The poachers were part of a large illegal hunting operation that had been targeting endangered species in the area for years. Our actions had led to the bust of a major wildlife crime ring. Mike recovered from his injuries and made sure I was recognized for my role in the incident. But the greatest reward was the knowledge that I had made a difference, that when faced with a critical moment I had chosen to help rather than turn away. Now whenever I go hiking, I carry a more comprehensive first aid kit, a satellite phone, and a newfound appreciation for the unexpected turns life can take. The forest is still my sanctuary, but I move through it with open eyes, always aware that adventure and the opportunity to make a difference might be waiting just around the next bend in the trail. The last call for drinks echoed through the empty bar, my voice sounding hollow in the cavernous space. I'd been working at the Rusty Nail for 3 years, but I'd never seen it this dead on a Friday night. As I wiped down the counter for the 800th time, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the storm brewing outside, or maybe it was just my imagination working overtime in the eerie quiet. Either way, I was counting the minutes until I could lock up and head home on Sarah. By the way, bartender extraordinaire in it tonight, apparently. The only soul brave enough to face the howling wind and sheeting rain. Even my boss had called it quits early, leaving me with strict instructions to close up shop at midnight sharp. No exceptions. The ancient clock above the bar ticked closer to the hour, each movement of its hands feeling like an eternity. I'd already cleaned every glass, restocked every bottle, and swept the floor twice. There was nothing left to do but wait. A flash of lightning illuminated the world outside, followed almost immediately by a crack of thunder that shook the windows. I jumped, nearly dropping the glass I was polishing. Get a grip, Sarah, I chided myself. It's just a storm. That's when I heard it, a soft, scraping sound barely audible over the rain pounding against the roof. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again, coming from the back of the bar, near the storage room. Hello, I called out, hating how my voice quavered. We're closed. Silence, then unmistakably the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving towards me. My heart raced as I scanned the bar for anything I could use as a weapon. I settled on a heavy bottle of bourbon, gripping it tightly as I edged towards the end of the bar. I'm armed, I lied, trying to sound more confident than I felt, and I'd already called the police. The footsteps stopped for a moment. All I could hear was the storm and the pounding of my own heart. Then a voice, low and raspy, "No, you haven't." A figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the bar. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, his face hidden beneath the hood of a dark jacket. He moved with an unsettling grace, each step precise and measured. "We're closed," I repeated, my knuckles wide around the neck of the bourbon bottle. "You need to leave," he chuckled, the sound sending a chill down my spine. "Oh, I don't think so. In fact, I think you're going to pour me a drink." As he stepped into the dim light cast by the bar's old neon signs, I caught a glimpse of his face. His eyes were dark, intense, fixed on me with an unsettling focus. But it was his smile that really got to me. Too wide, too many teeth, like a predator eyeing its prey. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't want any trouble. Take whatever's in the till and go. I won't call the cops, I swear." He laughed again, sliding onto a bar stool with fluid ease. "I'm not here for money, Sarah. I'm here for something far more valuable." The fact that he knew my name sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I glanced at the door, gauging my chances of making a run for it. As if reading my thoughts, the man's smile widened. "I wouldn't if I were you," he said softly. "Now how about that drink?" My bartender instincts kicked in, overriding my fear for a moment. "What's your poison?" surprised me, he replied, his eyes never leaving my face. With shaking hands, I sat down the bourbon and reached for a glass. My mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this situation. The phone was in my pocket, but there was no way I could call for help without him noticing. Maybe if I could distract him somehow. I settled on a classic old-fashioned, my hands moving almost on autopilot as I mixed the drink. The familiar routine helped calm my nerves, if only slightly. As I worked, I tried to engage him in conversation, hoping to learn something, anything that might help me. So I said, keeping my tone As casual as possible. Come here often, he smirked, clearly amused by my attempt at small talk. First time actually, but I've been watching this place for a while. Watching you. A chill ran down my spine. Me? Why, you're special, Sarah, he said. Leaning forward, you have something I need. I slid the finished drink across the bar, careful to keep my distance. Look, I'm just a bartender. I don't have anything valuable. Oh, but you do, he insisted. You just don't know it yet. As he reached for the glass, his sleeve rolled up slightly, revealing a strange symbol tattooed on his wrist. It looked like a series of interconnected circles with what appeared to be an eye in the center. Something about it felt wrong, unnatural. He caught me staring and smiled that too wide smile again. Curious, aren't you? Good. Curiosity is the first step to what I asked. Unable to stop myself, he took a sip of his drink, nodding appreciatively to awakening, to seeing the world as it truly is. Great, I thought. Not just a creepy stalker, but a creepy stalker with delusions of grandeur. I needed to end this fast. Listen, I said, trying to sound firm. I don't know what you think I have, but you're mistaken now. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. We closed 10 minutes ago. His expression darkened, all pretense of friendliness vanishing. I'm not going anywhere, Sarah, and neither are you. Not until you give me what I came for. And what exactly is that? I demanded, fear giving way to anger. In response, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a small ornate box. It was made of some dark wood I didn't recognize, carved with symbols similar to the one on his wrist. As he set it on the bar, I could have sworn I heard a faint whisper coming from inside. In this box, he said, his voice low and intense, is a key that can only be used by someone with a very special gift, a gift that you possess whether you know or not. I stared at the box, a sense of dread washing over me. Part of me wanted to grab it and run, while another part wanted to smash it to pieces. Instead, I forced myself to meet his gaze. I don't know what you're talking about, I said. I don't have any gift. I'm just a normal person trying to do my job. He shook his head, a look of pity crossing his face. Oh, Sarah, there's nothing normal about you. Why do you think you've always felt different? Why do you think you can sometimes sense things before they happen? Why do you think the spirits in this old bar whisper to you when no one else is around? I took a step back, my mind reeling. How could he know about the whispers? I'd never told anyone about those, convinced I was just imagining things. But here was this stranger laying bare secrets I'd kept hidden even for myself. What are you? I whispered. His smile returned, but this time it held a hint of sadness. I am a keeper, one of those charged with maintaining the balance between this world and the ones beyond. And you, Sarah, are a gatekeeper, one with the power to open doors that should remain closed or to seal them shut forever. As he spoke, the air in the bar seemed to thicken. The shadows in the corners grew deeper, more menacing, and the whispers I'd always dismissed as my imagination grew louder, more insistent. This isn't real, I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie deep down in a part of myself I'd always tried to ignore. I knew he was telling the truth. It's very real, he said softly, and it's time for you to accept your role. Open the box, Sarah. Claim the key. Embrace your destiny. I looked at the box, then back at him. In that moment, I realized I was standing on a precipice. One choice would lead me back to my normal life, tending bar and pretending I didn't hear whispers in the night. The other would plunge me into a world I didn't understand, full of dangers I couldn't imagine. But as the whispers grew to a crescendo, as the shadows seemed to press in around us, I knew there was really only one choice. With a trembling hand, I reached for the box. As my fingers touched the carved wood, a jolt of energy shot through me. The box sprang open, revealing a key that seemed to be made of pure light. As I lifted it, the world around me shifted, reality peeling the way to reveal glimpses of other places, other times. The stranger, the keeper, nodded approvingly. And so it begins, he said, his voice seeming to come from very far away. I clutched the key to my chest, feeling its power coursing through me. Whatever came next, whatever challenges this new reality held, I knew my life would never be the same. The rusty nail faded away, and with it my old life as just another bartender in just another small-town bar. A new journey was beginning, and somehow I knew it was one I'd been preparing for my entire life. The crunch of twigs under heavy boots jolted us from our peaceful morning. Emma and I froze, our coffee mugs suspended midway to our lips as we locked eyes across the cabin's small porch. We'd come here to escape the world, but it seemed the world had found us anyway. And it was armed. It was supposed to be the perfect getaway, a quaint cabin nestled in the woods miles from the nearest town, with no cell service and only the sounds of nature to keep us company. Emma had found it online, a last-minute booking for a long weekend. Just what we need, she'd said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. No distractions, no interruptions, just us. I'd agreed, eager to leave behind the stress of work and the constant buzz of city life. And for the first day and a half it had been perfect. We'd hiked, swam in the crystal clear lake, and spent long hours simply sitting on the porch, talking and laughing like we hadn't done in years. But now, as the sound of voices drifted through the trees, that bubble of tranquility shattered. "Did you hear that?" Emma whispered, setting her mug down with a trembling hand. I nodded, my mind racing. It could be other hikers, I told myself, or maybe a property owner coming to check on something. But the tension in the air, the way the forest had suddenly gone quiet, told me this was something else entirely. "Get inside," I said, keeping my voice low. "Lock the door. I'll see what's going on." Emma opened her mouth to protest, but another sound cut her off, the unmistakable metallic click of a gun being cocked. We moved quickly, slipping inside the cabin and shutting the door as quietly as possible. Through the window I could see movement at the edge of the clearing. Two men, dressed in camouflage, their faces obscured by thick beards and low-brimmed hats. "What do we do?" Emma asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, at a loss. We were trapped. The cabin had no basement, no secret passages, just four walls and a roof, suddenly feeling very flimsy against the threat outside. The men were closer now, their voices clear enough for us to make out words. "I'm telling you, I saw something," one of them said, his tone urgent. Could have sworn it was a person. "Better not be," the other replied, his voice gruff. "We can't have any witnesses." My blood ran cold. Witnesses to what? What had we stumbled into? Emma tugged at my sleeve, pointing to the back of the cabin. There was a small window there, barely big enough for a person to squeeze through. It was our only chance. We moved silently, gathering what we could, our phones, though useless without signal, a flashlight, a bottle of water. As Emma worked on opening the window, I scanned the cabin for anything we could use as a weapon. My eyes landed on a heavy cast iron skillet hanging by the stove. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The window creaked as Emma pushed P. It opened, the sound impossibly loud. In the tense silence we both froze, listening. The voices outside had stopped. "Go," I whispered, giving Emma a boost. She slithered through the opening, landing with a soft thud on the other side. I passed her our makeshift supplies, then began to squeeze through myself. I was halfway out when I heard the cabin door slam open. "Hey," a voice shouted. "We got runners." Adrenaline surged through me. I tumbled out of the window, scraping my back on the rough wood. Emma was there, pulling me to my feet. And then we were running. We plunged into the forest, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us I could hear the men crashing through the underbrush, their shouts growing fainter as we put distance between us. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, gasping for breath, we ducked behind a large fallen tree. I think we lost them," Emma panted, her face flushed and streaked with dirt. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. My mind was whirling, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who were those men? What were they doing out here? And most importantly, how are we going to get out of this alive? As our breathing slowed, the sounds of the forest began to return. Birds chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze. It was almost possible to believe that the last half hour had been some sort of surreal dream, but the ache in my muscles and the fear still churning in my gut told me it was all too real. "We need to keep moving," I said finally, my voice hoarse. "Find a road or a town "Somewhere we can get help," Emma nodded, her eyes wide and frightened. "But which way? I don't even know where we are." I pulled out my phone, more out of habit. Then hope. Still no signal, but the compass app was working. At least the road we came in on was to the east. I said if we head that way, we should hit it. Eventually, it wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. We set off, moving as quickly and quietly as we could through the dense forest. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made us freeze, our hearts pounding, but each time it turned out to be nothing more than a squirrel or a bird. We had been walking for what felt like hours when we heard it, the distant rumble of an engine. Hope surged through me. A car meant a road, and a road meant potential rescue. But as we crept closer to the sound, that hope turned to ash. In my mouth, through the trees, I could see a clearing, and in that clearing was a sight that made my blood run cold. A group of men, at least a dozen, were gathered around several large trucks. They were unloading crates, their contents hidden but easy enough to guess. Given the circumstances, this was no small-time operation. This was organized, professional, and extremely dangerous. I felt Emma tense beside me. "We need to go," she whispered now, but before we could move, a shout rang out. "Over there!" I saw something. We ran. There was no attempt at stealth now, no careful movement through the forest. We crashed through the underbrush, branches tearing at our clothes, roots threatening to send us sprawling with every step behind us. I could hear the sounds of pursuit, men shouting, branches breaking, the occasional crack of a gunshot that sent splinters of wood flying from nearby trees. My lungs were on fire, my legs screaming in protest, but terror kept me moving. The thought of what would happen if we were caught driving me forward. We burst out of the tree line onto a dirt road to our left. It disappeared around a bend to our right. About 100 feet away was a bridge spanning a deep ravine. The bridge, Emma gasped. We can hide underneath." It was risky. If they thought of looking there, we'd be trapped, but the alternative was to keep running, and I didn't know how much longer we could manage that. We sprinted for the bridge, the sound of our pursuers growing louder with each passing second. As we reached it, I helped Emma down the steep embankment, then followed, sliding and scrambling to the space beneath the bridge's deck. We pressed ourselves against the concrete support, trying to quiet our ragged breathing. Above us, we could hear the thud of boots on the bridge, voices calling out to each other. They can't have gotten far. Spread out. Check the woods on the other side. What if they went down to the river? My heart nearly stopped at that last one. But then another voice, authoritative and impatient, cut through the chatter. "We don't have time for this. The buyer will be here any minute. If they ran, they ran. We'll deal with it later." Everyone back to base now. There were grumbles of protest, but soon the voices faded, replaced by the sound of engines starting up and driving away. We stayed hidden for what felt like hours, neither of us daring to speak. Finally, when the forest had been quiet for a long time, I risked a whisper. "I think they're gone." Emma nodded, her face pale and streaked with tears. I hadn't noticed her crying. "What do we do now?" I took a deep breath, trying to think clearly despite the fear and exhaustion clouding my mind. "We follow the road," I said finally, "but we stay in the woods, out of sight. Sooner or later it has to lead to a town or a highway." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. As we climbed back up to the road, the reality of our situation hit me anew. We were lost in the wilderness, being hunted by dangerous criminals with no way to call for help. Our survival would depend on our wits, our stamina, and no small amount of luck. But as I looked at Emma, saw the determination in her eyes. Despite her fear, I felt a glimmer of hope. We were in this together, and together somehow we would find a way out. We set off down the road, staying just inside the tree line. Every step took us further from the nightmare we'd stumbled into and closer. I hoped to safety, but I knew the real journey was just beginning. Even if we made it out of these woods, we have a story to tell, a dangerous story that some very dangerous people would want to keep quiet. Our relaxing weekend getaway had turned into a fight for survival, and it was a fight I was determined to win. The phone rang at exactly 3:17 a.m., its shrill tone cutting through the silence of my bedroom like a knife. I jolted awake, my heart racing as I fumbled for the device on my nightstand. The screen showed an unknown number. and for a moment I considered letting it go to voicemail, but something instinct, perhaps, or just morbid curiosity made me answer. "Hello," I mumbled, my voice thick with sleep. "I see you, Amanda," a low, growly voice responded. "You really should invest in better curtains." I bolted upright, fully awake, now my eyes darting to the window. The curtains were drawn, but suddenly they felt as transparent as gauze. I could almost feel unseen eyes boring into me from the darkness. "Outside, who is this?" I demanded, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. The voice chuckled, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Just a friend, Amanda. A friend who's been watching you for a very long time." I ended the call, my hand shaking as I set the phone down. It had to be a prank, right? Some sick joke played by a bored teenager or a disgruntled ex. But as I sat there in the dark, the silence now oppressive rather than peaceful, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was something more. Sinister sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. I tossed and turned, jumping at every creak of the house settling, every rustle of leaves outside my window. When my alarm finally went off at 7:00 a.m., I was exhausted but relieved to see the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains. The events of the night felt distant in the morning light, like a half-remembered nightmare. I went through my usual routine: shower, coffee, breakfast, trying to convince myself that it was nothing to worry about. By the time I left for work, I had almost succeeded in pushing the unsettling call out of my mind. Almost the day passed in a blur of meetings and deadlines, the mundane rhythm of office life, a welcome distraction. It wasn't until I was packing up to leave that the memory of the call came rushing back. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Red is a good color on you, Amanda, but I prefer the blue blouse you wore last Tuesday." My blood ran cold. I looked down at the red sweater I was wearing, then glanced around the office wildly. Most of my coworkers had already left for the day. Those still at their desks were engrossed in their work, paying me no attention, but someone somewhere was watching me. I practically ran to my car, my keys clutched tightly in my hand like a weapon. The drive home was a nerve-wracking affair, every red light and eternity, where I scanned the surrounding cars looking for anyone who might be following me. Once home, I double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tight, and collapsed onto my couch. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Who could be doing this? An ex-boyfriend? A disgruntled coworker? But none of the possibilities quite fit. My phone buzzed again, another unknown number. "You should really eat something, Amanda. You barely touched your lunch today." I threw the phone across the room, where it landed with a dull thud on the carpet. How did they know? How could they possibly know what I had or hadn't eaten? The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia. The calls and texts kept coming, always from different numbers, always revealing some intimate detail of my day. They knew when I woke up, what I wore, who I talked to. They even knew about the guilty pleasure romance novel I'd been reading in private. I changed my phone number, but it didn't help. I went to the police, but without any explicit threats. They said there was little they could do. I was trapped in a waking nightmare, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every unexpected sound. A week after the first call, I was a wreck. I'd barely slept, barely eaten. I'd called in sick to work, unable to face the thought of being out in public where unseen eyes might be watching. I sat in my living room, curtains drawn, lights off, staring at my silent phone and waiting for the next message. When it came, it was different from the others. "I think it's time we met face to face. Amanda, come to Riverside Park at midnight. Come alone, or there will be consequences." My first instinct was to ignore it, to call the police, to run, but a part of me, the part that was tired of being afraid, tired of not knowing, made me consider it. If I went, maybe I could finally confront my tormentor. Maybe I could end this. Against my better judgment, I found myself walking through the deserted park just before midnight. The moon was full, casting long shadows across the path. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig made me flinch. As I approached the center of the park, I saw a figure standing near the fountain. They were backlit by a street lamp, their features obscured. My heart pounded in my chest as I drew closer. "Hello, Amanda," the figure said, and I recognized the growly voice from that first phone call. I'm so glad you decided to join me. As they stepped into the light, I gasped. It wasn't at all who I expected, not some creepy stalker or vengeful ex. It was Sarah, the quieted girl from my office, Sarah, who I'd barely spoken to beyond a few polite greetings. Why, I managed to choke out, "Why are you doing this?" Sarah's face twisted into a smile that sent chills down my spine. "Why? Because I could, because it was so easy. You people, you go about your lives, never realizing how exposed you are, how much of yourselves you broadcast to the world." She pulled out a tablet, tapping at the screen. "Your phone, your computer, your smart home devices, they're all windows into your life, Amanda, windows that someone with the right skills can easily look through." I felt sick. All this time she'd been spying on me through my own devices. But why me? I asked. "What did I do to you?" Sarah laughed, a hollow sound devoid of humor. You didn't do anything. You were just convenient, the right combination of trusting and technologically naive, a perfect subject for my little experiment. I repeated, my voice barely a whisper, to see how far I could go. Sarah said, her eyes gleaming with a man-light, to see how much I could learn, how deeply I could burrow into someone's life without them knowing. And oh, Amanda, you did not disappoint. The things I've seen, the secrets I've learned." She trailed off, shaking her head with a twisted sort of fondness. "But all experiments must come to an end, and I'm afraid, Amanda, that it's time for you to be discontinued." As she spoke, she reached into her jacket. I saw the glint of metal and realized with horror that she was pulling out a gun. Time seemed to slow down. I saw Sarah's finger moving towards the trigger. I saw the barrel of the gun pointing at my chest, and in that moment, survival instinct took over. I lunged forward, catching Sarah off guard. We grappled for the gun, our struggle silent, save for our heavy breathing. She was stronger than she looked, but desperation lent me strength. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed through the park. For a moment, I wasn't sure who had been hit. Then Sarah stumbled backward, a look of shock on her face. She looked down at the growing red stain on her shirt, then back at me before collapsing to the ground. I stood there, the gun heavy in my hand, my ears ringing from the shot. I don't know how long I remained frozen like that before the sound of distant sirens snapped me back to reality. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and psychological evaluations. Sarah survived barely and was arrested. The full extent of her experiment came to light. Not just me, but dozens of victims, their lives laid bare through the technology they trusted. In the months that followed, I changed. I got rid of my smart devices, became paranoid about my digital footprint. The carefree, trusting person I had been was gone, replaced by someone always looking over her shoulder, always wondering who might be watching. But slowly, gradually, I began to heal, to trust again, albeit cautiously, to reclaim my life. Now, as I sit here writing this, I do so as a warning. In this interconnected world we've built, privacy is an illusion. Our lives are an open book to those who know how to read it. So be careful, be vigilant, and always remember, in the digital age, you never know who might be watching. The cardboard box was heavier than it looked, its contents shifting ominously as I lifted it from the dusty shelf. Professor Blackwood's office was a cluttered maze of books, artifacts, and filing cabinets, but this box stood out. It was UN marked, sealed with thick packing tape that had yellowed with age. As I set it on the desk, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to uncover something I wasn't supposed to see. I'm Liv, by the way, grad student, part-time house sitter, and now apparently unwitting detective in a mystery I never asked to be part of. It had started innocently enough. Professor Blackwood, my thesis advisor, had asked me to house sit while he attended a conference in Europe, just water the plants and collect the mail. He'd said, handing me the keys with a distracted smile, "Oh, and if you could organize my office a bit, that would be splendid." What he hadn't mentioned was that his office was more like a small library that had mated with an antique shop and then exploded. I'd been at it for days, sorting through papers, cataloging books, and trying to impose some semblance of order on the chaos. That's when I found the box. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the tape. This wasn't what I'd signed up for. I should just put it back, pretend I never saw it. but curiosity that dangerous and insistent. Voice urged me on before I could talk. Myself out of it, I grabbed a letter opener from the desk and sliced through the tape. The musty smell of old paper hit me as I opened the flaps inside. I found a collection of notebooks, their covers worn and pages yellowed. Scattered among them were photographs, news clippings, and what looked like official documents, all decades old. I picked up the topmost notebook, its leather cover soft and supple under my fingers. Opening it, I found myself looking at Professor Blackwood's familiar handwriting, but the date at the top of the page made me pause. 1987. The professor would have been in his early 20s as I began to read the world around me. Faded away, the cramped office, the ticking clock, the faint sounds of traffic outside. All of it disappeared as I was drawn into a story that seemed too fantastical to be true. The notebook detailed Professor Blackwood's first expedition as a young anthropologist. He traveled to a remote village in the Amazon, chasing rumors of the lost tribe with extraordinary abilities, but what he found there defied explanation. He wrote of people who could communicate without speaking, who could heal wounds with a touch, who seemed to know things they couldn't possibly know. At first he'd been skeptical, looking for rational explanations, but as the evidence mounted, he was forced to consider the impossible. I flipped through the pages, my heart racing. Photographs showed people with strange markings on their skin glowing in the dim jungle light. There were detailed sketches of plants I'd never seen before, with notes on their supposed mystical properties, and there were accounts of rituals that seemed to defy the laws of physics. But as I read on, the tone of the writing changed. Excitement gave way to fear. The last few entries were hurried, the handwriting almost frantic. Professor Blackwood wrote of being followed, of strange accidents that seemed too coincidental. The final page ended mid-sentence as if he'd been interrupted. Suddenly I set the notebook down, my hands shaking. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate fiction, maybe research for a novel. But as I sifted through the other contents of the box, a darker picture emerged. There were official-looking documents, heavily redacted, but I could make out phrases like subjects acquired and anomalous abilities. News clippings reported on the mysterious disappearance of an entire village in the Amazon, and there were photographs, blurry, out of focus, but unmistakably showing figures that looked more like special effects than real people. As I pieced it all together, a chill settled over me. If this was true, if even a fraction of it was real, then Professor Blackwood had stumbled onto something extraordinary and dangerous, the kind of discovery that powerful people might want to keep hidden. But why had he kept all of this, and why leave it where someone like me could find it? The answer came to me with a jolt of realization. He wanted it to be found. This wasn't carelessness, it was insurance. If anything happened to him, the truth would come out. As if on key, my phone buzzed a text from an unknown number. Put it back. Forget what you saw, for your own safety. My blood ran cold. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see someone watching me through the window, but the street outside was empty. Just the usual quiet of a college town. On a weekday afternoon, I should have listened, should have put everything back in the box, sealed it up, and pretended I'd never seen it, but I couldn't. The mystery was too compelling, the implications too enormous. If what Professor Blackwood had discovered was real, it could change everything we thought we knew about human potential. With shaking hands, I began to take photos of everything in the box. The notebooks, the documents, the photographs. I captured it all, uploading the images to a secure cloud storage as fast as I could. Whatever happened next, there would be a record. As I worked, my mind raced. Who had sent that text? How did they know what I'd found? And most importantly, what had happened to Professor Blackwood? Was his conference in Europe just a cover story? I was so engrossed in my task that I almost missed the sound of footsteps in the hallway, heavy, purposeful steps that stopped right outside the office door. My heart leaped into my throat as I heard the jingle of keys. In a panic, I shoved everything back into the box, not caring about the order. I had just managed to close the flaps when the door swung open. Two men in dark suits stood there, their expressions grim, They weren't Universal City security, that much was clear. One of them stepped forward, his hand reaching into his jacket. "Miss Thompson," he said, his voice cold and professional, "we need you to come with us." I backed away, my mind whirling. How did they know my name? What did they want? But even as these questions flashed through my mind, I knew the answers. They were here for the box, for the secrets it contained. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm just here to water the plants." The man's expression didn't change. "Please don't make this difficult. We have some questions about your recent discoveries." I glanced at the window, gauging my chances. We were only on the second floor. If I could just... The man must have sensed my intention. He moved with surprising speed, blocking my path to the window. "That would be unwise, Miss Thompson. We're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk." But something in his eyes told me that talking was the last thing on their agenda. Whatever Professor Blackwood had uncovered, whatever secrets that box contained, these men were here to make sure it stayed buried. In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't let this end here, couldn't let the truth be silenced. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I grabbed the box and hurled it at the men. In their moment of surprise, I darted past them out into the hallway. I ran like I'd never run before, down the stairs and out of the building behind me. I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet, but I didn't look back. I just ran, my feet carrying me away from the campus and into the busy streets of the town. As I ducked into an alley trying to catch my breath, I realized my life had just changed irrevocably. I was now part of something bigger than I could have imagined, caught up in a mystery that spanned decades and continents. I didn't have the box anymore, but I had the photos, I had the knowledge, and I had a choice to make. I could try to forget everything I'd seen, go back to my normal life, and pretend none of this had happened, or I could dig deeper, follow the trail that Professor Blackwood had left behind, and uncover the truth, no matter the cost. As I heard sirens in the distance and saw a black car slowly cruising down the street, I knew what my decision would be. This was just the beginning. The real adventure and the real danger was yet to come. With one last look at the university building where my ordinary life had ended, I turned and disappeared into the maze of city streets. Whatever happened next, I was determined to see this through, for Professor Blackwood, for the truth, and for the incredible secret that could change the world. The rhythmic slap of my sneakers against the pavement was the only sound breaking the eerie silence of the park. Moonlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across my path. It was just another late-night run, or so I thought. But as I rounded the bend near the old fountain, a chill ran down my spine. Someone was following me. I'm Jack, by the way, 32, software engineer, and until tonight just another guy trying to stay in shape with his nightly jogs. I've been running this same route through Oakwood Park for years, even after the city cut the budget for park maintenance, and the place started to look a bit rough around the edges. The solitude and the challenge of navigating the poorly lit paths had always been part of the appeal, but tonight was different. I felt off from the moment I entered the park, like there were eyes on me. I'd shrugged it off at first, chalking it up to too much caffeine and not enough sleep. Now, as I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me, I realized my instincts had been right all along. I picked up my pace, heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps quickened to match. I chanced a glance over my shoulder and caught a glimpse of a dark figure about 50 yards back. Whoever it was, they were gaining on me. My mind raced, cataloging everything I knew about the park's layout. The main entrance was still a good mile away, but there was a side gate closer. If I could just make it there, I'd be out on a well-lit street with plenty of late-night businesses still open. I veered off the main path, cutting across a grassy field towards the side gate. The damp grass made for treacherous footing, and I nearly lost my balance. More than once behind me, I could hear my pursuer crashing through the underbrush. No longer bothering with stealth, the side gate came into view, a welcome sight in the darkness. But as I drew closer, my heart sank. The gate was chained shut, a new padlock gleaming in the moonlight. When had they done that? In my moment of hesitation, the footsteps behind me grew louder. I spun around, back pressed Against the gate, ready to face whoever was chasing me, the figure emerged from the shadows, and I felt a jolt of recognition. It was a man I'd seen hanging around the park entrance when I'd started my run. Average height, nondescript clothes, but with the intensity in his eyes that had made me uneasy even then. "Whoa, easy there," he said, his voice surprisingly calm. "I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to talk." "Talk," I panted, still trying to catch my breath. "You chased me through a dark park to talk." He held up his hands in a pleading gesture. "I know how this looks, but I had to make sure you were alone. It's not safe to be out here, you know." "Not with what's been happening," I frowned, confusion momentarily overriding my fear. "What are you talking about? What's been happening?" The man glanced around nervously before leaning in closer. "The disappearances, 3 people. In the last month, all last seen in or near this park. The police are keeping it quiet, but something's going on here, something bad. I'd heard rumors, of course. Whispers of people going missing, but nothing concrete, nothing in the news." "How do you know about this?" I asked, still wary, but curiosity getting the better of me. "Because I saw it happen," he replied, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The last one, a woman, jogging just like you. 1 minute she was there, the next gone, like she'd been swallowed up by the shadows." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the cool night air. That's not possible," I said. But even as the words left my mouth, I wasn't so sure. The man nodded grimly. "I know how it sounds, but I've been watching this place, trying to figure out what's going on. And I think I'm close. That's why I had to warn you. You're not safe here." Part of me wanted to dismiss him as a crackpot, to push past him and run home as fast as I could, but there was an earnestness in his eyes, a desperation, that gave me pause. And if I was honest with myself, hadn't I felt something off about the park lately? A heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched even when I was alone. Okay, I said slowly. "Leighton, say, I believe you. What do we do about it?" A look of relief washed over his face. "We need to find the source." I've narrowed it down to the old maintenance shed near the center of the park. Strange lights, weird noises, something's happening there. I hesitated. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of the park, to go home and forget this ever happened. But the thought of more people disappearing, of Ames left wondering what happened to their loved ones. I couldn't just walk away. "All right," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. "Show me." We set off deeper into the park, sticking to the shadows and moving as quietly as possible. The man introduced himself as Mike, a former park ranger who'd been let go when the budget cuts hit. He kept an eye on the place, even after losing his job, unable to shake his attachment to the park he'd cared for so long. As we neared the center of the park, I began to notice things I'd overlooked before. Strange markings on trees, unlike any graffiti I'd seen, patches of ground where nothing seemed to grow, and an odd humming sound just at the edge of hearing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The maintenance shed loomed before us, a dilapidated structure that looked like it hadn't been used in years, but as we drew closer I could see a faint light seeping out from under the door. Mike put a finger to his lips, then gestured for me to follow him. We crept up to one of the grimy windows, peering inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The interior of the shed was transformed. Gone were the rusty tools and cobwebs I'd expected. Instead, the space was filled with strange pulsing machinery. In the center stood a swirling vortex of light, like a tear in the very fabric of reality. And there were things moving around it, shapes that hurt my eyes to look at, directly shifting and changing in ways that defied explanation. As I watched, one of them reached into the vortex and pulled something out. With a jolt of horror, I realized it was a person, unconscious or worse. I couldn't tell. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hallucination, a trick of the light. But the grim look on Mike's face told me he was seeing the same thing. "We need to stop this," he whispered urgently. "Whatever's happening here, whatever they're doing with those people, we can't let it continue." I nodded, though fear threatened to overwhelm me. "How? We're just 2 guys against whatever those things are." Mike reached into his jacket and pulled out a small device. "EMP, he explained, ought to fry whatever's powering that portal. But we'll only have one shot at this. It was insane. We were two ordinary people up against something straight out of a sci-fi horror movie. But as I thought about the missing jogger, about all the other disappearances that might be connected to this, I knew we had to try. We formulated a hasty plan. Mike would create a distraction, drawing the attention of the creatures. I'd sneak in and plant the EMP as close to the central machinery as possible. Simple in theory, terrifying in practice. Everything happened in a blur. Mike threw open the door, shouting and waving his arms. The creatures turned, their alien forms rippling with what might have been surprise. I darted in my hand, shaking as I armed the EMP. Just as I was about to place it, one of the creatures spotted me. It let out a sound that defied description, a noise that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I saw it lunge towards me impossibly fast. I slammed the EMP down on the nearest piece of equipment and hit the trigger. For a moment, nothing happened, and the world exploded into chaos. The machine sparked and sputtered, the air filling with the smell of ozone. The vortex began to collapse in on itself, pulling everything nearby towards it. The creatures screeched, their forms twisting and distorting as they were sucked into the closing portal. Mike grabbed my arm, yanking me towards the door. We ran, not daring to look back, as the shed was engulfed in a blinding light. The ground shook beneath our feet, and I was sure the whole park was going to be swallowed up. And then suddenly it was over. We found ourselves sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. Behind us, the maintenance shed was a smoking ruin, but blessedly, terrifyingly normal. In the days that followed, we tried to make sense of what had happened. The police investigated the shed, but found nothing beyond evidence of a fire. The missing people began to reappear, confused and disoriented, but otherwise unharmed. They remembered nothing of where they'd been. Mike and I met occasionally, trying to piece together the full story, but the truth is we may never know exactly what was happening in Oakwood Park. All I know is that my nightly runs have taken on a new significance. Each time I lace up my sneakers, I'm not just exercising, I'm patrolling, keeping an eye out for anything unusual, because now I know the truth. The world is stranger and more dangerous than we can imagine. And sometimes the only thing standing between our reality and chaos is a guy out for a jog and an ex-park ranger with a homemade EMP. So if you're ever out for a late-night run and you get that feeling of being watched, trust your instincts. You never know what might be lurking in the shadows. The sharp pop of the tire exploding shattered the quiet night, sending our car skidding across the empty highway. I wrestled with the steering wheel, my knuckles white with effort, as we finally came to a stop on the gravel shoulder. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by our ragged breathing and the faint tick-tick-tick of the cooling engine. Everyone okay? I asked, glancing at my wife Sarah in the passenger seat and our daughter Emily in the back. They nodded, shaken but unharmed. I stepped out of the car. The cool night air, a stark contrast to the stuffy interior. We were in the middle of nowhere, miles from the last town we passed through, and who knows how far from the next. The moon hung low and heavy in the sky, casting long shadows across the deserted landscape. As I inspected the shredded remains of our tire, a sense of unease began to creep over me. It was too quiet out here. No crickets chirping, no distant sounds of traffic, just an oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all sides. I pulled out my phone, already knowing what I'd see. No signal, of course. Looks like we're going to be here for a while, I told Sarah as I climbed back into the car. I'll change the tire, but we should probably wait until morning to try and find help. She nodded, her face pale in the dim light. I don't like it out here, John. It feels wrong. I knew what she meant. There was something off about this stretch of highway, something that set my nerves on edge. But I pushed the feeling aside, focusing on the practical aspects of our situation. It'll be fine, I assured her, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We've got water, some snacks. We'll just cur down for the night and head out at first light. I set about changing the tire, the familiar task helping to calm my nerves. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the immediate area around the car. But beyond that small circle of light, the night seemed to press in thick and impenetrable. That's when I saw a pair of headlights in the distance. Approaching slowly, relief washed over me. Another car meant help, or at least the possibility of it. But as the vehicle drew closer, that relief turned to unease. It was moving too slowly, almost cautiously, and there was something off about the headlights. They seemed too far apart, too high off the ground for a normal car. The vehicle came to a stop, about 50 yards behind us. In the rear view mirror, I could just make out the outline of a large truck or van. The headlight stayed on, blinding in their intensity. John. Sarah's voice was tight with fear. What's going on? I shook my head, trying to appear calm for her and Emily's sake. Probably just someone stopping to help. I'll go check it out. But as I stepped out of the car, a chill ran down my spine. The truck's engine had cut off, but no one had gotten out. It just sat there, headlights blazing like some predatory animal watching its prey. I took a few tentative steps towards it, my hand raised in a friendly wave. Hello, we could use some help if you've got a moment. No response, no movement, just the steady glare of those headlights. I was about to turn back to our car when I heard it, the sound of a door opening and closing, followed by footsteps on gravel, but I couldn't see anyone. The space between the headlights remained empty. Who's there? I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak in the vast emptiness around us. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, moving towards me, but there was still no one visible. Panic seized me. I ran back to our car, practically diving into the driver's seat. We need to go now. Sarah's eyes were wide with fear, but the tire, no time. I cut her off, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered once, twice before roaring to life. I threw the car into drive, the partially attached spare tire wobbling dangerously. As we pulled away in the rearview mirror, I saw the truck's headlights swing around, following us. It started to move, picking up speed quickly. Dad, what's happening? Emily's small voice came from the back seat, trembling with fear. It's okay, sweetheart, I lied, pushing our damaged car to its limits. We're just playing a little game of chase, and that's all. The truck was gaining on us, its massive form filling my rearview mirror. The spare tire was making the car pull to one side, requiring all my concentration to keep us on the road. Suddenly, a new set of headlights appeared ahead of us, another truck identical to the one behind us, blocking the road. I swore under my breath, looking frantically for an escape route there, a narrow dirt road branching off from the highway. I wrenched the steering wheel, sending us bumping and jolting down the unpaved track. The trucks followed, their powerful engines easily handling the rough terrain. We were being herded, I realized with growing horror, driven deeper into this desolate wasteland, away from any possibility of help. The dirt road ended abruptly at the edge of a cliff. I slammed on the brakes, our car skidding to a stop mere feet from the drop. The trucks pulled up behind us, boxing us in. John. Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. What do we do? I didn't have an answer. We were trapped with nowhere left to run. The trucks and headlights shut off simultaneously, plunging us into darkness. In the sudden silence, I could hear doors opening, footsteps approaching our car from all sides. Lock the doors, I instructed, knowing it was a futile gesture. Whatever was out there, I doubted locked doors would stop them. Shapes moved in the darkness, barely visible in the faint moonlight. They were human-like, but something about their movements was off, too fluid, too precise. A tap on my window made me jump. I turned to see a face peering in at me, but it wasn't a face, not really. It was smooth, featureless, like a mannequin's head. Where the eyes should have been, there were only dark and empty sockets. I heard Sarah stifle a scream. Similar faces were pressed against every window, staring in at us with their eyeless gaze. One of the figures reached for the door handle. I tensed, prepared to fight, to do whatever it took to protect my family. But the door didn't open. Instead, a sound filled the car, a high-pitched one that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. Sarah and Emily SL pumped in their seats, unconscious. I fought against the encroaching darkness, struggled to stay awake, but it was a losing battle. As my eyes closed, the last thing I saw was those blank faces watching impassively as we succumbed to whatever force they were exerting, I woke with a start sunlight streaming through the car windows. We were parked on the side of the highway, our spare tire properly attached. Sarah and Emily were stirring beside me, looking as confused as I felt. What happened? Sarah asked, rubbing her eyes. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog from my mind. I'm not sure, must have been more tired than I thought. Pulled over to rest for a bit. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The events of the night came flooding back, the chase, the cliff, those faceless figures. It couldn't have been a dream. It had felt too real, too vivid. Yet here we were, safe and sound on the highway, no sign of any trucks, no mysterious dirt road, no cliff. As we pulled back onto the road, continuing our journey as if nothing had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd experienced something beyond explanation, something that had chosen for whatever reason to let us go. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a truck appearing on the horizon, but there was nothing there, nothing but the long, empty stretch of highway behind us. We drove on in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, but I knew that none of us would ever look at a deserted highway the same way again, because now we knew what could be lurking out there in the darkness, waiting for unwary travelers. And as we passed a sign welcoming us to the next town, I made a silent vow: no more night driving, no more remote highways from now on. We'd stick to the well-traveled roads, the busy interstates, because sometimes the things that go bump in the night are all too real, and not all of them are content to simply watch from the shadows.